Kim Do-in, an ordinary guy, unexpectedly transmigrated into a superhero novel titled Stardust. In this world, Dane decided to become a villain. From then on, he enhanced Stardust's powers and proactively prevented all the tragic events from the original story for her. However, after everything, the very first heroine who held a prejudice against him developed feelings. She even became obsessed with this villain. It all goes back to one day. Dane hatched a plan called villain hunting, because, according to his knowledge of the story, they would become powerful later on. So Dane would eliminate them before they could cause havoc for the city and Stardust. Seo Yoon, who possessed super intellect, also knew about and supported this plan, talking to him through an earpiece. The target was currently in sight, sitting motionless in a chair. The moment had finally arrived. Dane loaded his weapon, ready to execute his plan, his first ability being teleportation. In the blink of an eye, the gun was pointed straight at Rhino's forehead. A rank A villain, and his second ability was telekinesis. Dane, like a demon lord, projected a greeting from hell. Not even a second passed before the guy could react. He swiftly sent Rhino to meet his maker. Having finished the job, Dane picked up the stack of papers the guy had been fumbling with for so long. Just as expected, he was indeed planning a terrorist attack. In the original work, this guy named Rhino would eventually become a rank S villain, wearing a rhino mask and murdering hundreds of people. At the same time, Seo Yoon alerted him that the police and heroes had arrived. Before leaving, Dane smeared a message in blood on the door frame. Shortly after the police and heroes arrived, they deduced that the perpetrator of this case and the previous one was the same person. And the message Dane left behind was addressed to Stardust. This successfully infuriated her. The press began reporting on it. The comments section was filled with many people supporting Dane's actions. They even complained about how the heroes handled things. Reading these comments in his room, Dane felt very awkward, seeing him scratching his ear for a while now. Seo Yoon took a peek because of all the noise. A fire of determination ignited within Dane. He couldn't just let it be like this, because if he did, only his image would be elevated. And what would happen to Stardust? Public opinion would definitely turn against her. Because of that, Dane became determined to become an absolute villain. From this moment on, the villain Egoistic officially debuted. He prepared a time bomb and shoved it into a backpack. At a place in the city, everyone was intently staring at their phone screens, waiting to witness a beautiful sight. Right at the moment it was about to start, Dane, under the guise of the villain Egoistic, hacked into the screens and said hello. Every electronic device in the city was covered by his live stream. Dane introduced himself by revealing that he was the one who had eliminated Rhino and Zodiac, two rank of villains previously. He arrogantly gestured toward the tower at 127. His other hand pointed toward the observation deck of Building 61. Everyone inside that building was watching it too. Dane directly revealed that he had planted bombs in those two buildings. The citizens immediately shared a look of terror. Some panicked and looked for ways to escape. Others were so shocked they stood frozen. In front of hundreds of cameras, Dane declared his challenge to the heroes. The person he was referring to was none other than Stardust. Not keeping him waiting long, Stardust arrived as fast as the wind. Dane checked everything again, from his long cape, pants, and shoes to his mask. One thing was that his hands wouldn't stop shaking, as this was the first time he had met the character he loved in person. Stardust landed both swiftly and powerfully. Just seeing her, Dane couldn't help but let out wow exclamations. Who could blame him, since Stardust was as beautiful as a goddess? Faced with that radiance, Dane stood frozen for a few seconds. Memories flooded back to the moment when he was first brought to this world. Dane, with a bruised body, looked at the chaotic scene around him. He desperately wanted to return to his old world, but when he reached a certain place, the light from a screen illuminated Dane's face. He recognized Stardust, the heroine he had read about in the book. Right at that moment, Dane cast aside his desire to return. If he became a hero, he could be by her side. But as someone who had read the original story, he knew that even if he became a hero, he couldn't protect her. So to protect Stardust, Dane would become a villain just for her. Returning to when our protagonist Dane was only 15 years old. The intense, gut-wrenching laughter of the guy tied up on TV wouldn't stop. The guy's expression was still very delighted, laughing insanely. Back then, he was really confused. Is Jackie actually crazy? Even for a villain, this concept is going a bit too far. Now that he understood the mindset of a villain, he treated himself to a massive laugh, haha. regardless of the hero in front of him who was looking at him with angry eyes, ready to beat him to a pulp at any moment. The world seemed to freeze, even the panicking crowd below. It seemed like only one hero and one villain were left on the roof of the building. Flashing back to a few minutes before they officially met, Dane pointed at Stardust with a smug look. I know what you're thinking right now, even my subordinates who are controlling the broadcast have the detonators, so don't think about suppressing me with force. The hero's footsteps faltered slightly at those words. He spread his arms with a swarm of drones hovering behind him. This stage I created is just for Stardust. What do you think? The response was her scowling face. You crazy jerk, release the innocent people right now. We could just have a quick fight and then you get arrested, that's it. Dane still kept a relaxed smile on his lips. He leaned over and gestured toward the camera. Well, I should release them, right? That's the word of the hero of justice, Stardust. Everyone, focus, look at me. Now I'm going to hack the elevators at each observation deck. He snapped his fingers with a click. A sound echoed from the elevators in both buildings. Stardust's brows twitched slightly because she understood these villains' personalities too well. Things couldn't end that easily. The people in the building saw the elevator working and rushed toward it. Really? Hurry! A voice shouted to stop them. Wait. This was still part of Dane's plan. If he released them immediately, it wouldn't be fun anymore. The down button is lighting up, he excitedly told them. Just press it and the bomb at the other observation deck will explode. Simple, right? His voice hummed, let's see. From now until the bomb explodes, there's a few dozen minutes left. He became extremely excited. Before that, hurry up and press it and get down. Dane became a devil tempting the weak-minded. Hurry up. They're total strangers anyway, right? The large screen showed the chaotic scene inside the building. The sound of children crying mixed with the sound of arguing. Stardust gritted her teeth and cursed, that bastard. Dane pretended not to care about her mood. Today, here, I will show everyone the depths of human selfishness. This is Egoistic's game. The people inside the house were in a total mess. If the other side presses it first, we'll die miserably. We have to survive too. Just let it explode when the time is up. Does that mean you want to kill the people on the other side with just one button press? They were all anxious and uneasy, simultaneously doubting, will the other side press it? There's no time to think like this. The bomb will explode in a few dozen minutes, so what now? They would press the button. The situation was truly chaotic. Some couldn't even stand still anymore. Damn it. What is the hero doing right now? Stardust stood there, unable to act rashly. Even if she rushed over to take him down in a blink, it would be useless if there were detonators elsewhere. If it continued like this, the hostages would die. Her eyes were cold as ice, her voice strained. Is playing with people's lives that fun? Facing her, Dane was still teasingly squinting. Dane laughed out loud. That's not where the fun is, Stardust. One of the few Ranka heroes of South Korea, someone who believes in justice and her own convictions, who never compromises with evil. Actually, I quite respect you, Stardust. That remark made her face flush with anger. What nonsense are you saying? He rubbed his nose proudly. I just wanted to compliment you while the whole country is watching you on TV. Dane's voice rang out, attracting attention, seeing you in a helpless situation where you can't do anything. His expression was wild, touching the bomb button. It's really very interesting. His figure vaguely disappeared. I'm giving you a chance to join the game too. Now I'll connect you with the people who are anxiously waiting for the hero. Stardust's face was confused and vigilant as she stared at him. What? Dane continued his act. If you succeed in convincing them and nobody presses the button within 30 minutes. He crossed his legs and gave an evil grin. The bomb won't explode. Stardust naturally didn't believe him. You want me to trust a bastard like you? Not only was he not afraid, he even provoked her. It's better than letting them stare helplessly at the sky, right? She helplessly clenched her fists at her sides. Dane didn't need her opinion. He waved his hand to signal, now then. A loud shout echoed, ready. All the cameras swiveled toward her. 3, 2, 1, after the countdown finished. A dramatic scene began. The hero's face appeared on the giant LED screens on the buildings. The people immediately recognized her. Stardust, Stardust. She took a deep breath before the invisible pressure. She looked into the camera as if looking directly into their eyes. Hello, everyone. I am the rank a hero, Stardust. Everyone has their own beliefs in their hearts. Dane's handsome face went blank. That's right, this is exactly what I wanted. A world half real, half fake, just like a dream. I will be portrayed in the public eye as the villain causing the terror. His dream was becoming a reality while she would shine. This was the stage for her, Stardust. Her silhouette glowed so that later everyone can be proud of their choice today. Show this villain. Her voice was like warmth spreading into everyone's heart. we are very strong. Their eyes gradually steadied. Our faith will not waver, we will never submit to evil. Thank you, everyone. Dane slightly curled his lips in a mysterious smile. The countdown timer on the screen showed only 5. The people trapped in the building hugged each other tightly and prayed. Stardust's expression was filled with anxiety toward the screen. As soon as the number reached the end, everyone closed their eyes, bracing for the impact. Everyone was in a state of tense anxiety, wondering if the punishment would strike or if the villain was telling the truth. That was also the moment Dane took the stage, right now. All the cameras fell, accompanied by his voice shouting in disbelief, "Impossible. Selfish people like." The camera captured his confused and pained expression. Wouldn't they rush out to save themselves? No, that's impossible, it's impossible. There must be at least one person who pressed the button by now. Someone as selfish as me must have pressed the button, right? Dane clutched his head and muttered, putting on a show, "Humans can't be this kind. Why? Why?" Just then, Stardust spoke up, "Egoist, humans aren't as selfish as you think." Her image appeared, shining with a brilliant, radiant glow. "No one is completely selfless, but I believe in the inherent goodness of humanity." Dylan said, "That's thanks to you, Stardust. You were the one who made them unite." He suddenly changed his expression and chuckled, "Interesting, isn't it, Stardust?" Before Stardust could charge at him, he bowed politely, "The next game will definitely." Dane took one last look at her. Wow, Stardust's blue eyes were so full of resolve that he couldn't help but exclaim, "Her gaze is so full of justice." Finally, he vanished with a confident assertion, "I will win." The entire crowd erupted with joy and emotion. They broke down in tears, hugging each other to celebrate the hero's victory. Everyone chanted her name in unison, "Stardust, Stardust." Even so, the hero stood silently in the empty space. Dane had already quickly teleported to another location. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he collapsed, completely drained of strength. He groaned, "Oh my god, I'm going to die." This was the consequence of the teleportation, the deadly side effect of his instantaneous displacement ability, causing physical damage proportional to the distance traveled. His body felt so heavy that he couldn't even crawl. He'd probably be bedridden for days. A girl's voice rang out, "I told you not to wear that mask anymore, didn't I?" The white-haired girl looked at him with a disdainful gaze. "It's so ugly." Dane gasped and begged, "Seoyun, I'm really about to die. Give me a glass of water." The girl rolled her eyes and walked away heartlessly, "Get it yourself," leaving him frozen in place. A large LED screen displayed breaking news. "Terrorist attack at the building, but the death toll is 0. Stardust hovered in midair. She gritted her teeth with hatred, playing with people's hearts. "Next time I will definitely catch you." She would remember that name forever until she caught him, egoist. Early one morning, at the Korea Hero Association, the Association for South Korea's superpowered individual. On the big screen were countless tabloids posted online. These were the recent headlines. Radio hijacker watched by the whole country. The man who identified Stardust looked back at his actions. Who is the A-rank villain egoist? Hot topic, 0 casualties in terror attack. Reality spreading across the peninsula. Radio hijacking goes international. Is South Korean TV security okay? The meeting moderator moved to the next page. Next is the analysis file on egoist. Egoist, villain information along with some details about Dane while acting as the villain egoist. Gender, male, mask, identity dampening functionality. Estimated residence, Seoul. A balding, pot-bellied uncle spoke up, "All right, let's start the report." This was Park Jun-ho, the chairman of the Korea Hero Association. Images appeared showing murder scenes in a locked room. He looked at them until he was fed up. "All right, I've seen this part enough times. Move on." "Yes, sir." The moderator continued to present. "So, I will explain the details of yesterday's incident. First of all, it seems the perpetrator utilized teleportation abilities to pre-attach bombs to the exterior of the building. After dismantling them, it was confirmed to be a high-capacity homemade bomb with enough destructive power to blow away the observation deck. Confirmed as high-efficiency homemade bomb, the conclusion is that it seems he manufactured it himself. Park Jun-ho rubbed his shiny head in agony. Still no leads on the kidnapping case. The secretary replied awkwardly, "Yes, sir." How he bypassed the modern security system to broadcast remains a mystery. They still have some specific analyses. However, since no one with signal-related abilities has appeared before, we believe it's highly likely he has a technologically savvy accomplice behind him. That's our temporary speculation. An accomplice? The probability that person is the bomb maker is very high. The secretary's expression was grave. "There is one more thing I would like to add. It appears he is very obsessed with Stardust." Everyone's gaze immediately turned to the blonde woman. Through small, scattered clues, he could be certain that he left messages targeting her at the crime scenes. to Stardust. And in this case, it was also confirmed that he directly mentioned her through the villain's words. The A-rank hero in charge of Seoul, Stardust. Park Jun-ho heard this and asked the person directly involved, how did it feel to meet that guy in person? He pointed directly at her, Stardust. She stood up and gave her assessment. He's like someone suffering from a psychological disorder who enjoys playing with people's hearts. Furthermore, he has the capability to organize large-scale terrorist attacks. He is a dangerous villain in the true sense. 2 days after the terrorist attack, in Dane's room, he lay in bed groaning, "Oh God, I'm dying." He struggled to sit up, wandering into the kitchen to find something to eat. Just as he chugged a bottle of orange juice, a voice suddenly rang out. "Are you like this again?" Dane was startled, spat out the juice, and panicked to explain, "Ah, that's not it, Seo-yoon. It's not like that, I swear." Introducing this girl now, this is Han Seo-yoon, who possesses superintelligence. At first, he wasn't used to her calling him Oppa, older brother, as per the original story. According to the original work, in the future, she would grow up to be an S-rank villain, a genius hacker. Well, that was in the original work. For now, he had managed to keep her by his side. The girl was throwing a tantrum. "This is my house. Don't act like it's yours." Because, in reality, the two of them were in Han Seo-yoon's underground base. He laughed sheepishly, "Haha, well, I'm the one covering the living expenses and everything else anyway." Han Seo-yoon cut him off. "You should just shut up and drink it, got it?" Dane smiled at her cute threat. He gently patted her head. All right, I understand." The warm moment didn't last long before she shyly pulled him and the water bottle. Something else has happened. Hurry up." The modern electronic door opened and then closed behind them. Han Seo-yoon sat before the advanced control screen. "Do you remember the girl named Lee Subin that I mentioned earlier? She is a candidate to be our assistant." Dane didn't have to think much. The girl who operates on the dark web. I think she's a fan of yours." The girl performed a few operations and pointed to the screen. "Look, she's here." A news anchor's voice rang out. "Egostic's fanatic followers are causing a hostage-taking terrorist incident in the middle of Incheon. They have planted bombs in that building." He was startled and moved closer to the screen. "What the hell? Are these maniacs for real? Is that girl being held hostage there?" Han Seo-yoon pointed to the person holding a gun with trembling hands. "No, it's the girl wearing the mask." The news anchor announced the situation. "The Egostic followers declare no negotiations, only desiring terror and death. The police confirm that at least 3 people have died so far due to the terrorists, and about 300 hostages are still trapped in the building." His voice went silent. "Seo-yoon, what is our principle?" The girl still kept her brother's warning in mind. "Absolutely never harm civilians." His eyes flashed with danger. "We have to clean up those bastards. Help me, Seo-yoon." Han Seo-yoon nodded resolutely. He was still thinking of a way to deal with the other person. That girl will observe the scene and make a judgment. On the side where the hostage terror incident was taking place, Stardust stood before the burning building. She bit her lip and stood still for a long time. She then spoke into her radio. "Headquarters, I request permission to breach." But the other side denied. "Wait for instructions. After the police finish final negotiations, we will authorize a breach, including lethal force if necessary." This incident made her hate him even more. Everything is because of that bastard. Most previous terror attacks were the exclusive domain of villains with superpowers. This performance, to a greater or lesser extent, caused a huge shock within the villain community. But this time, he didn't focus on superpowers but used explosives and kidnapping as the tip of the spear to put pressure on the heroes. Clearly, the image of him cornering us has inspired other ordinary people. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Imitative crimes have occurred the very next day. Suddenly, a notification sounded from the radio. "Stardust, Egostic has appeared at the scene and he's streaming the content inside live on YouTube. Check it immediately." She was shocked. YouTube. Stardust immediately opened her phone. Indeed, the new villain who played with people's deaths had appeared again. Viewers flooded in quickly. "What is this? Villain Egoist is streaming a terror attack live. The world's #1 villain. The chat is full of crazies. This is a crime scene. As long as it's not me. Release Kim Seonwoo, release Kim Seonwoo, release Kim Seonwoo. Where are the moderators?" Hijacking the airwaves again. The footage showed Egoist inside the building confronting a crowd dressed exactly like him. They pointed guns at him and shouted, "Who are you?" They quickly recognized him, and the group immediately cheered. "Our hero Egoist has descended to this very place." Egoist. Without knowing what they were expecting, "He's here, he's really here, woo. He's going to personally slaughter all these ignorant bastards for us. Doon's expression wasn't very happy with these people. Oh god, I used teleportation for a long distance again, so my whole body is aching. It's all because of these guys, damn it. The terrorists were confused, egoists. Suddenly, a roar of laughter echoed. Ha ha, this is interesting. Ha ha ha. The group, not understanding anything, laughed along awkwardly. Ha ha. At this moment, Han Seo-yoon reported, "Position 3 o'clock, the guy standing next to the pillar is holding the detonator." He glanced at that individual, confirmed, and immediately he met his end. His body was mercilessly hollowed out into a donut shape. The terrorists were shocked and shouted, "No, this guy isn't egoist, he must be a cop in disguise." They quickly pointed their guns at him, but before they could even pull the trigger, the guns were knocked out of their hands. The scene immediately following was the gun barrels, pointed straight at each of their faces. Dun smirked, raising his hand to use his ability. "I've never had such stupid underlings as you." Then the sound of gunfire rang out, and the building was filled with smoke. The shrill screams of those shot were overlaid on the live video stream. Some comments expressed confusion, and others who still had their senses spoke up. Are they on the same side? Why finish them all off? It's so satisfying to watch them all killed. Who is egoist to be acting so ruthlessly? Those guys are crazy. People are dying there. What are the heroes doing? The villain is stepping in to replace them. Ha ha ha. What will happen to the people there? Boo-hoo. Is he a psycho who wants to kill everyone? Just looking at the back of Egoist's head, he looks handsome too. There are so many crazy people here. This is a real situation, everyone. Only then did the superiors authorize Stardust to enter. The top priority is to ensure the safety of the hostages before the terrorists and Egoist. She rushed in without hesitation, confirmed. There was only one person left who hadn't been shot, the one he needed to find. Han Seo-yoon's voice rang out, "Opa, save her. Based on my confirmation, she was dragged out and coerced by those maniacs. She isn't participating in the terror attack." She was cowering, clutching her head and crying in a corner. "Ah, save me, hick hick." Dane's hand made her jump and sob. He directly tore her mask off. His voice asked, "Did you do anything wrong, yes or no?" Lee Subin's eyes welled up with tears, choking out, "All right, I admit my fault." She cried even louder, "All right, I admit my fault." Dune didn't have that much patience. "If you keep crying like that, you'll eat a bullet." Lee Subin immediately fell silent, covering her mouth tightly. He turned his steps toward the civilians being held hostage. Yet he bowed solemnly, "I'm sorry. Although I didn't cause it, I feel a great responsibility because the imitative behavior arose from my own case." This action caused the chat comments to erupt. "What is this? Is this a villain? Wait, what is going on here?" He sincerely messaged, "To the hostages and those affected by me, I will send compensation to your accounts. Please check. I deeply apologize to the 3 victims who have passed away. I will pay the highest compensation possible." Even so, Dane was still hesitant in his heart because of the drawbacks. "Oh god, transferring from virtual accounts is too easy to trace. I don't know Seo-yoon can handle it, right?" Han Seo-yoon sighed and urged, "Hey, take her home now." The tone made it clear that she had already agreed to do that. "Okay." Dane hoisted Lee Subin onto his shoulder. Hick. His body immediately felt like it was crumbling. "Ah, the after effects of teleportation make me shake." Suddenly, a shockwave hit the entire floor. Dane immediately realized the only person who could do that was Stardust. She was storming in before having accurately assessed the situation. A few days of rumors passed at Yonhee University. At a cafe, KPS News reported, "Villain takes responsibility for monetary compensation, public thrown into chaos." Villain egoist bows at the scene of the terrorist attack, confirming the hostage accounts is not easy. What kind of character is he? KPS in-depth investigation. A blonde girl sat alone at a table, eyes fixed on her phone screen. Her fingers scrolled through the comments. "Who is egoist anymore? Sounds like a legend. Does egoist only save women?" Stardust, when not acting as a hero, is an ordinary student named Shin Hyul, currently a university student. For some reason, she sighed in exhaustion, remembering when she had recklessly risked her life storming into the building. The attack had caused tremors throughout the entire building. Just as she burst in, she encountered Egoist's surprised face. She immediately locked onto her target. "Egoist, you bastard, this time I will definitely catch you." He suddenly changed direction and lunged. Luckily, Dane's legs were shaky, allowing him to dodge in time. Stardust was truly too impatient, so she couldn't react in time. Oh my. And just like that, she let the villain she needed to capture slip away. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she felt. Shin Hyul sighed in distress. Just then, another girl pulled up a chair. She gently and considerately asked, "Hyul, what's wrong? Is the homework too hard?" Kim Ki-hyun, Hyul's senior, She woke up and raised her head. Ah, it's nothing, senior. She confusedly returned to her lesson. I'm fine, just absent-minded for a moment. Stardust, South Korea's A-rank hero, is named Shin Ha-yeol. When acting as a hero, she conceals her identity with a perception-dampening filter. So everyone thinks she is just an ordinary student named Shin Ha-yeol. Or not, maybe she isn't entirely ordinary because every man's gaze is fixed on her. In any case, lately she had been worried about one thing. Ha-yeol muttering the name egoist all day long. She circled that hateful name. Everyone is selfish. A big question appeared in her mind, but why did he save the hostages? Suddenly, the person in front of her pinched her cheek. Look at you making a sad face again. Ki Hyeon happily made a suggestion. Put your homework aside, let's go get some mango bingsu, Ha-yeol's favorite. Ha-yeol's face immediately brightened. Mango. But just as quickly, her mind was replaced by the crazed expression and perverse laughter of egoistic, ha ha ha. Ha-yeol's eyes darkened, her face showing it clearly. Ki Hyeon stood frozen, observing her expression closely. Can't even mango solve this. No way. She heard her snap a pen in half, muttering, the mango is mine. Ki Hyeon coaxed her like a child. All right, the mango is yours, all yours. The fire in her heart burned like the flames of hell. I'm haunted by that guy egoistic. I will definitely make you show your face. Even though she was angry, she still ate the mango ice cream being fed to her. She was truly cute. In the heart of Seoul, the villain who obsessed the heroine lived in a very ordinary-looking house. But when the main door opened, next to the entrance, there was an additional door. When the second door opened, it was quite a surprise. An elevator appeared. After entering the elevator and entering the passcode, the door closed and the lift began to descend, going down dozens of underground levels. The destination was none other than Egoistic's base. Deun proudly lay in the glass pod, briefly calling it the Ego Base. Seo Yoon looked annoyed. Hey, why are you just nomming other people's homes like that? He used a very natural logic. Why? Between us there's no your house or my house, right? Your house is my house and my house is your house. The girl pouted in disdain but didn't deny it. What the heck, that's so unreasonable. Suddenly, his knee wouldn't allow him to relax like that. The pain surged, causing him to struggle and scream loudly. Seo Yoon irritably criticized. Stop talking nonsense. You have to lie down like that to recover quickly, don't make such a fuss. Deun whined. Stop lecturing me. I'm twice as tired because I had to teleport while carrying someone else. Suddenly he smiled slyly. Han Seo Yoon, the one with the superintelligence. He was definitely casting a hungry gaze at the girl sitting on the sofa. Tusk, where did I read up to? His face was satisfied. Although the reason for hearing a sidekick wasn't because of this, the fatigue recovery capsule is truly the best. Seo Yoon looked at him, spontaneously giving a thumbs up, her eyes strange. What is that? The door suddenly opened. The person he had risked his life to save walked in. I'm back. Since I saw the fridge was empty, so Lee Subin asked shyly, I didn't know if you all wanted any snacks. Deun immediately started in shock and shouted, wait, aren't you on the wanted list? She happily described, I covered my face completely before going out. He neck stretched in panic. That's even more suspicious. However, young Seo Yoon put her book down and obediently ran over for a Melona ice cream. But this sight gave Deun an unusual suspicion. Did she tell me to go catch someone to run errands? He immediately teleported in front of the girl. Why tell me to bring this person here? The girl peeled her ice cream and replied casually, oh, I just intended to ask someone for a little help. Deun recoiled. What? He whispered helplessly, that's something you should only consider before someone becomes a terrorist. I oppose bringing a terrorist into the house. Seo Yoon, can you guarantee she won't start shooting in our home? The girl sighed and denied, that won't happen. The girl asserted confidently, and this person had no intention of participating in terrorism but was almost forced into it by your minions. Then she pointed straight at the girl's face. Sis, oh wait bro, oh I mean sis, you're Lee Subin, right? She was startled. Wait, how do you know my name? Seo Yoon looked like she naturally understood everything. I know everything, sis Lee Subin. The girl even knew her family registration. Your parents are both researchers at the Hanun Corporation, right? Her complexion turned pale. How do you know that? Seo Yoon nonchalantly recounted, I read the articles you wrote on the deep web. Those censorship programs have many holes. Do you want to take revenge? The girl stepped closer to Lee Subin, Hanun Corporation. Do you want to take revenge for what they did to your parents? I am looking for the heads of that corporation. I have also been harmed a lot. The girl clearly extended an invitation. I'll only feel at ease once I find those jerks and stomp them to pieces. Will you help me? In a flash, Deun realized Seo Yoon's motive. So that's it. that girl is also a victim of Hanun just like Seo Yoon. When I wanted Seo Yoon to become my first sidekick, I also convinced her by promising to help her take revenge. Of course, my goal is to ensure she doesn't become a rank S villain later, but regardless. I had no impression of this Lee Subin in the original story, so perhaps she's just a supporting character. That could be proof she's harmless, but I'll have to see if she can help me with anything first. Suddenly he woke up when he saw the two girls hugging and crying. Dane sat blankly amidst their sobbing. Boo-hoo sis sob sob. Seo Yoon, this development is really too fast, only I can't keep up with the emotions. Oh Seo Yoon, your cool image has shattered. He silently watched the two of them be emotional for a long while. Then he settled back into his containment pod. Whatever, I'll just stay here and lie still. Night fell at a cozy restaurant. Everyone was worried about a young couple. The restaurant was quiet, only hearing the sound of the wife sobbing. Tears flowed endlessly down her cheeks, her voice desperate to know the answer. Why are you being like this to me? However, the person opposite her gloomily glared at her. It's ruining my appetite. I'm confessing to you, so why is your face so sad? This incident caused someone else to report it to the police. Someone with a cold expression came to their table. There is a report of assault. Follow me to the station. The man mumbled and cursed. Oh damn it, let me eat something, get lost. The police officer couldn't wait any longer and placed a hand on his shoulder. All right. Consider this me arresting you thoroughly. His body flashed with a red light. Suddenly, the police officer was teleported to the edge of the rooftop railing. The perverted tone of the man echoed behind him. Are we going to the station together? He contemptuously threw a kick. Sure, but let me take you there first. The police officer was caught off guard and fell from the high floor. The man smiled coldly. Who do you think you are to argue with me, you fake cop? This is rank of villain, Kim Hak-chul, the space teleporter. The world appeared in a state of chaos. A scream rang out. Do you think you can change this world just by killing me? Han Seo Yoon, the 5th-ranked villain, White Witch, with a completely different look than her present self. A call cut through the flashback. Hey, back to the present. 16-year-old Han Seo Yoon, who loved orange juice, shouted, You drank all my orange juice again, didn't you? Lee Subin, who was washing dishes, awkwardly spoke up. Seo Yoon, I'm sorry. I was the one who drank it. I'll buy some more for you. Seo Yoon, who had been scolding her brother, ran over and hugged her. The girl flipped her attitude in a flash, smiling brightly. It's okay, sis. Dun saw this and grimaced in disdain. She treats me differently. He suddenly asked, By the way, Seo Yoon, did you finally stop pretending to be a boy? The girl immediately shouted in anger, Hey. Dane took the chance to tease her, ha. The lives of the three went on happily and peacefully. Reviewing the misfortunes mentioned in the original story, Han Seo Yoon with her superintelligence. She was the only survivor of the Blooming Project carried out by the Hanun Corporation, where hundreds of children were used for illegal experiments. One day, a child developed unexpected complications. Everyone involved died, except for Seo Yoon. The entire building collapsed at that time. Afterward, with a body full of injuries, she escaped from the experimental facility, hid in a basement, and built this hideout. She lived in isolation like that for many years. Until I found her, Dane's sudden appearance was while she was at peace. The chair fell down with a loud noise. Seo Yoon bristled like a hedgehog in vigilance. Dane calmly offered, Don't you want to take revenge on them? I also need your help, Han Seo Yoon. Before the girl's fearful gaze, he reached out a hand, acting friendly. I didn't come to hurt you. And that was the starting step that led to the present. I came to save you. Unlike in the original story where she became a rank S villain and died due to her hatred. It's so pitiful. I promise I won't let her fall down the path of villainy ever again. He was a bit puzzled, though. Now that she's an accomplice, does that count as a villain? Anyway, just stay on the right path. Sensing his steady gaze, Seo Yoon turned back and waved her hand. Why are you starring? You wouldn't understand even if you look. Dane's eyes scanned the other person. Subin's parents were both researchers, but both had passed away. She studied on her own and got into a prestigious university. He also knew the info about this girl clearly. She majored in computer engineering, so later she would likely be in charge of supporting Seo Yoon in the technical field. He took a sip of water. Even though she's a character I've never known and I feel a bit suspicious, I have to admit her cooking is top-notch. Suddenly Seo Yoon held out a small spider. Hey, it's done, an external positioning sensor. Dane grimaced as he took it. What is positioning for? The girl clicked her tongue in frustration. Tusk, have you forgotten what our profession is? She pointed at the target on the screen. It's for the person on the villain list you chose. He was startled in surprise. That teleporter is him. Dane knew clearly, summing up his abilities. This guy can teleport infinitely over short distances without any loss. He can't be restrained by force, he's extremely tricky. The girl smiled excitedly again. The harder the opponent, the faster they must be dealt with. He rubbed his head in suffering. Do you understand how tired I get teleporting continuously? Seo Yoon cheered. Get to work, egoistic. They quickly set out on their way. The destination was a small apartment in a remote area. Din lurked on the building, anxious. Seo Yoon, have I gotten in yet? The girl urged. What, you still haven't gone in? Hurry up and go in. Even so, he was still nervous and tense. Is it really right to teleport right into the living room like this? What if he's there? Seo Yoon sighed and repeated, I've told you so many times. You shoot the bullet with the positioning device attached. Even if he dodges the bullet with teleportation, he'll still get hit. Dun looked at the shiny gun again. Why? How? The girl began to get annoyed. Because I made it faster than the bullet. You studied social sciences, so you wouldn't understand even if I explained it. Just go in. Still, he hesitated. Wouldn't it be faster if I killed him neatly on the street? Seo Yoon wanted to flip the table at this brother's personality. He never goes out on the street in the first place, he only ever teleports. I already investigated and prepared this plan beforehand. Good grief, I'm so impatient. The girl was getting heated, swallowing a bottle of water. Lee Subin cheered anxiously on the side. Egoistic, go for it. Hearing that, the girl shyly followed along. Egoistic, go for it. Dane felt boosted. Alright, thanks, let's start. He suddenly teleported into the criminal's house. Right when he had just finished bathing, he was startled by his appearance. Immediately, Seo Yoon shouted, hey, shoot. He raised the gun and pulled the trigger. Really. Two small spiders were immediately released, with incredible speed. But as predicted, Hakshul immediately disappeared from the spot. Dane threw the gun away. Damn it. Seo Yoon did the positioning sensor stick. On Seo Yoon's side, she had a clear grasp of the situation. It stuck. Sis Subin, report the location. She quickly found his position. He's currently 500 meters away to the east. He didn't think much and followed the instructions. Okay. Suddenly, he appeared right in the middle of the street. Who is that? What's going on? The people around him immediately recognized him. Hey, isn't that egoistic? It really is him. He frowned and observed his surroundings. Damn it, this situation wasn't in the plan. And his presence immediately became famous and spread all over social media. At the Yonhee University lecture hall, Shin Ha-yeol was focusing on her studies, unaware of what was happening. Suddenly, a voice over the radio announced, Egoistic has appeared in the city. Superhero Stardust, prepare to mobilize per the association's orders. She panicked, stood up and shouted, what? Everyone in class turned to look at her. Oh, sorry everyone. Ha-yeol hurriedly packed her things to leave. Excuse me. She sped off. What kind of trick is he up to this time, Egoistic? Seo Yoon checked the positioning carefully. Hey, over there, right at the intersection ahead. Ding quickly saw Hakshul staggering away. Did he get hit by the bullet? Right at this moment, the light turned red. He ignored it and jumped out to block his path. Whatever, just go for it. A panicked voice rang in his ear. Dylan. His haste to catch the rank A criminal kept him from paying attention to the road. The truck barreled toward him at breakneck speed, leaving it uncertain whether he could react in time to save his own life. While he was running for his life, Kim Hakchul suddenly recalled that fateful day. Hey Kim Hakchul, you had a lot of fun when you stole our money and ran away, didn't you? Kim Hakchul back then was weak and helpless, only able to moan and beg. I'll pay it back, please, just spare me. Feeling his sincerity wasn't enough, he switched to screaming his pleas, I'll pay it back. Words that only annoyed the leader. Unable to stand it any longer, the leader bluntly pressed a cigarette against the rope binding Kim Hakchul, saying, I don't need it anymore. Witnessing this scene, he struggled even harder. No, don't. I was wrong. Please just spare me this once. No matter how much he begged, the rope burned through and he plummeted into the sea. With nothing left to lose, Kim Hakchul cursed them outright. Damn it, you bastards. As he was about to hit the water, he unleashed all the resentment in his heart and screamed, I curse you all to die. At that very moment, Kim Hakchul suddenly vanished. And just as the group was about to leave, he suddenly reappeared nearby. This bizarre phenomenon left the group pale with fear. What the hell? Kim Hakchul, seeing he was still safe and sound, was baffled and confused. What is this? Once they regained their composure, the group quickly rushed toward him to seize him again. Soon, Kim Hakchul was surrounded, but he hadn't moved an inch. This ability. After standing still for a moment, Kim Hakchul clenched his fist, brimming with joy. So now no one in this world can catch me anymore. Thinking of this, he quickly disappeared, leaving them to crash into each other as they scrambled. No one can. Back in the present, the truck driver noticed someone and immediately slammed on the brakes. But Egoistic had already disappeared. reappearing in the driver's cabin and giving the driver a heart-stopping scare. Seeing him still safe and sound, Kim Hakchul fumed, damn it. Realizing the situation had turned sour, he turned and fled. I calculated the timing perfectly, how did he still manage to dodge it? Damn it. The moment the hero stepped out of the vehicle, Kim Hakchul teleported to the roof of a nearby building. Carefully observing the situation, he gritted his teeth in frustration. It really is egoistic. Could it be that he finished off those two villains not out of personal vendetta? The more he thought about it, the more Kim Hakchul couldn't swallow this resentment. Clearly, I have nothing to do with him. Down below, after getting out of the truck, Egoistic was surrounded by a crowd of people. Yes, I'm busy with work, so I can't talk much. Oh my, oh, don't be afraid, I won't hurt anyone. Now off to hell with you, that A-rank villain with the teleportation ability. As soon as those words were spoken, a crazy thought crossed Kim Hakchul's mind. Don't tell me he specializes in hunting down villains and taking them out. As soon as he broke free from his thoughts, Egoistic appeared from nowhere. From that moment on, wherever Kim Hakchul went, he followed. Trash belongs in the trash, and trashy villains must be erased from this world. Come on, bring it on, that's one piece of trash I've cleaned up today. God damn it. Being hounded relentlessly, he lost his mind and reached out to grab a nearby civilian. Why can I still hear that guy's voice in my ears? Kim Hakchul immediately threw the person aside and ran away. Before the girl could hit the ground, Egoistic reached out to catch her. Oh my, oh my. While the girl was still bewildered, he gently asked, "Are you okay?" This gentleness made the girl blush. Yes, I am. Kim Hakchul, after teleporting repeatedly, had exhausted most of his energy. Unable to endure it any longer, he officially collapsed. Why me? After letting the girl rest, Egoistic turned his attention back to his original target, the rank villain who could teleport. Seeing him silent, he pulled out a handgun and pointed it straight at his head. You've already confessed to your crimes. Suddenly being scolded like that, Kim Hakchul, despite being unconscious, tried to argue back. Egoistic chuckled and retorted, damn it, you're a villain too, aren't you? Yeah, but at least I'm not as pathetic as you. After finishing his sentence, he turned to shout at the onlookers. Everyone, this piece of trash has stolen assets worth tens of billions and murdered 4 innocent people. Those people were someone's husband, father, friend, or son. Do you want to spare this cold-blooded murderer? Asked this way, those present didn't hesitate to answer bluntly, finish him off. That's right, kill him. Kill him, kill him. Hearing these words, Kim Hakchul thrashed about, you bastards, how are you any different from me if you're screaming to finish me off? Egoistic heard the people's response and smiled with satisfaction. Hakchul, actually your biggest crime is that you'll eventually become an S-rank villain, murder hundreds of people, and torment Stardust countless more times. Breaking out of his thoughts, he flipped his attitude and threatened in a low voice, you think those two things are the same? Sorry, but it looks like you have to die here. Right after that moment, a painful scream rang out, which made Egoistic cautiously observe his surrounding. What caught his eye was the exuberant joy of the civilians. This reaction left him baffled. What's going on? They just saw someone get shot to death. They should be terrified and screaming, right? After finishing the job, he stood up, bewildered, observing the joyful expressions of the crowd. Other than having superpowers, this world is no different from my old one, but it's moments like this that I truly realize. I am in another world, the people here are truly hard to understand. After weighing it for a while, Egoistic brushed the matter aside, took off his hat, and greeted them. But I'm a villain, aren't you all scared? Witnessing this expression, the surrounding civilians felt a bit apprehensive. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Egoistic recognized the owner instantly, and the voice made him quickly look up at the sky. Stardust. Damn it, I drew too much attention for too long. Stardust quickly landed and pointed directly at him. You bastard! Egoistic didn't pay it any mind and just focused on observing the newcomer. Normally, she was just a slightly cold college student. But when she becomes a hero, her tone changes just like a period drama. Thinking of this, he blurted out, so adorable. However, that look was misunderstood by Stardust. What have you done? No matter how smitten he was, Egoistic still played the villain role very well. What do you mean, what have I done? I just dealt with a wicked A-rank villain who was murdering people and robbing a bank. I was just doing the job that a hero should have done. Facing these words, Stardust couldn't counter anything. Witnessing her reaction, he continued to talk. Oh, did I do something wrong? An A-rank villain is supposed to be judged by a hero on the spot, right? Unable to argue, she changed the subject completely. Egoistic, do you think you're a hero? This remark successfully made Egoistic blink in confusion. I'm a villain. Reaching this point, he suddenly realized something. In that case, there must be many people filming and cheering for Stardust, right? This place is crowded, that's right. Escaping his train of thought, he chuckled and clapped his hands dismissively. True, Stardust. A villain like me punishing the wicked really is against the law, but I really can't respect her ironclad sense of righteousness. Maybe I should just retreat for today. These words once again caused the people present to gossip. That's true. Is it only for heroes to hide from villains? He sounds pretty cool. After all, she arrived late, didn't she? She didn't even catch the teleporter. Honestly, did Egoistic really do anything wrong? These words left Stardust feeling lost and sad. Not only her, but Egoistic also felt the world was in chaos. What's going on? It feels like something is wrong. Just then, Han Seo-yoon urged him through the earpiece, "Brother, stop talking nonsense, let's go now." Being urged, combined with the current situation, he frantically explained, "Oh no, I didn't mean that I was right. I will continue to do evil and Stardust can keep trying to stop me." He paused for a moment and returned to his cool persona. "Well then, that's it for today." After speaking, he immediately used his power to disappear. With nothing left to see, the crowd left, leaving Stardust still deep in thought. "We should go too, right?" "Yeah, let's go." When everyone had left, she walked over to the side of the collapsed Kim Hak-chul and felt sad. Returning to base, the moment he arrived, Egoistic collapsed. Han Seo-yoon, who was prepared, shouted loudly, "Subin, hurry over here." Lee Subin, upon being called, rushed over in a panic. "What's wrong?" The girl sat down, examining the situation while explaining, "It's the side effect of the teleportation ability." After checking him over, the two girls pulled him back to his room. "Okay, 1, 2, 3. At that very moment, the phone in Egoistic's pocket rang. It turned out an article about this afternoon's event had been posted on the open forum, gauging public sentiment. Who prefers the cool brother Egoistic over the old, stubborn Lady Stardust? I'm definitely on his side. That night, Stardust was sitting on a certain building, quietly reading that post. After reading it, she couldn't hide her sadness, sitting on the roof of that building. Stardust remembered some unpleasant events from her past when she was still just Shin Ha-yeol, a 17-year-old student. A tragic event had occurred. "No, Mom, Dad." Witnessing her painful appearance, the robber triumphantly held the wallet he had just snatched in his hand. "You should have just obediently handed this over." Observing his loot for a long time, he put it away, pulled out a handgun and threatened, "Blame your stupid parents." Even though a gun was pointed at her head, Shin Ha-yeol back then had nothing left to lose, so she wasn't scared at all. Not seeing the expression he wanted, the robber was bored. He then smiled and put his gun away. "Lucky, you're really lucky, aren't you?" After saying his piece, the robber threw his cigarette down and turned to leave. Leaving the person who had murdered her parents to just walk away, Shin Ha-yeol felt bitter but could only collapse helplessly and cry. "If only I had the power to protect Mom and Dad." No matter how much she regretted it, everything had already happened. "Mom, Dad, I will finish that bastard off." After that declaration, Shin Ha-yeol could only sit there by her parents' bodies, crying her heart out. Just then, a light appeared in the dark sky. Immediately after, a shooting star streaked down into the small alley. The student Shin Ha-yeol, who was crying, saw the strange light and looked up to observe. As soon as she looked up, a super blinding light hit her eyes. Immediately after that, a strange light appeared in the alley. When the light gradually faded, Shin Ha-yeol had lost consciousness and her hair had turned from black to blonde. The next day, at the secret base, after getting enough rest, Dune finally opened his eyes. Han Seo-yoon had been watching by the glass, just waiting for this moment to cheer. "You're awake." Before he could even say anything, he met the girl. He said tiredly, "Seo-yoon." He was about to enjoy a hot meal when Han Seo-yoon suddenly brought her phone to him. "Eat while you listen to this, brother." Immediately, the girl read the article on the phone screen to him. Summary of the truth about A-rank villain Egoistic, stating only the facts about A-rank villain Egoistic. Carefully reading the article, Han Seo-yoon recounted the countless feats Dayan had achieved. Eliminated A-rank villain Rhino, eliminated A-rank villain and Zodiac. For the Korean people who were already weary, he even staged and suppressed special situations at the observation tower without any casualties. Just when it seemed the article had ended there, the girl read more. At the same time, he also suppressed the fanatics who were causing trouble and taking hostages, and he even paid compensation to the hostages. Stopping for a moment, Han Seo-yoon read the rest of the post. A-rank villain, the teleporter has been in hiding for a long time. Even though there's a reward, authorities assess that catching him is extremely difficult. Honestly, Egoistic doesn't look like a villain at all. Feeling that he wasn't shocked enough, the girl smiled and shared another piece of information: 7,842 likes and 12 dislikes. What do you think? Hearing this, Din asked frantically, what about Stardust? Hearing this name, Han Seo-yoon couldn't hide her irritation. That Stardust, huh? Look at these comments right below. Not waiting for him to take the phone, she read them immediately. Actually, Egoistic is better than Stardust. What has Stardust even done until now? Hearing this, Dane spit out the water he was drinking. Not stopping there, the girl read further: King Egoistic has already taken down 3 A-rank villains. After calming down, Dane asked stammeringly, so why is Stardust getting bashed? Faced with this question, Han Seo-yoon thought for a while and replied, maybe because she's the least active of the 3 A-rank heroes. In reality, Shadow, Walker, or Icicle have each saved dozens or hundreds of people on their own, while Stardust hasn't done much. Reading through the whole thing, the girl hesitantly watched the reaction of the person next to her. See, that's how people are reacting. Hearing these comments, Dane's despair was unconcealable. Is it mostly like that? As if that wasn't shocking enough, Han Seo-yoon directly shoved the screen with a strange mango on it at him. Yeah, Egoistic even has a fan club now. This information officially broke Doan. He knelt down, clutching his head. No, no way. What is this craziness about a villain's fan club? Unable to accept the situation, he stood up, his mind churning with a plan. All right, I can't leave it like this. After pondering for a while, Doan decided, start preparing for the next terrorist act. Okay, Seo-yoon, Subin, can you two do it? Suddenly being pointed at, the two girls were stunned and panicked. Hey, again, why me? Ignoring the girls' dejected looks, Dane was full of excitement and anticipation. Anyway, I have to let the Korean people know what a real villain is and who the real hero is. Wait for it, Stardust, I will bring you back to the top. The person being waited for was currently savoring a mango smoothie. Mango smoothie, it's absolutely delicious. While enjoying the drink, Shin Ha-yeol suddenly noticed something. It turned out the cherry blossoms outside had bloomed, creating a romantic scene. Romantic and poetic, but in her heads there were only the comments from the public. Is being a great hero that amazing? Did you only show up after the work was done? Maybe she couldn't even catch the teleporter. Remembering those words, Shin Ha-yeol sighed. Emboldened, countless negative thoughts washed over her mind like a tide. The public is even crazier about Egoistic, the villain slayer, than the heroes who only handle things with suspended sentences. I've done my best, so why am I still getting bashed like this? Refusing to let herself stay negative, Shin Ha-yeol slapped her own face a few times to wake up. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Ha-yeol, why are you slapping your own face? Hearing this voice, she snapped out of it. Looking at Kim Ki-hyun sitting next to her with a gentle smile, Shin Ha-yeol was stirred. Sister. She smiled and suggested brightly to her junior, the weather is so beautiful, let's take a rest. Being invited like that, Shin Ha-yeol didn't hesitate to accept. That's right, since when did the cherry blossoms bloom like this? Kim Ki-hyun took out her phone with excitement. Oh, that's right, do you want to see this? It's been hot lately, but Ha-yeol probably doesn't know yet. She showed a picture of the dancing mango to introduce it. How is it? Isn't it hilarious? Lately, I find Egoistic to be very attractive. Looking at that image, Shin Ha-yeol gritted her teeth, feeling bitter. Even senior Ki-hyun likes him. While scrolling through her phone, she suddenly noticed something. Oh, what's this? Kim Ki-hyun held out her phone screen. Ha-yeol, is broadcasting live right now. Hearing this, she was surprised. What really? Just as she took the phone out, a familiar voice rang out. Egoistic was once again pointing his finger at Stardust. Immediately return to the association and depart for the scene. As soon as the announcement ended, Shin Ha-yeol slammed the table and stood up. Sister Ki-hyun, I have an urgent matter, so I have to go first. I'm sorry. Finishing her sentence, she turned and ran out of the cafe, not letting Ki-hyun even get a word out. Ha-yeol. While running, Shin Ha-yeol was determined. Wait for it, Egoistic. This time I will definitely catch you. At that moment, at a certain cliff, a familiar screen appeared, followed by Egoistic's voice. Long time no see, hello everyone, I am the villain Egoistic. Having finished his introduction, he looked forward expectantly at the comments scrolling continuously. I wonder what the reaction will be. This is crazy, are they treating this as a surprise event or something? Thinking no more of it, Egoistic opened his phone and said jokingly, there has been a lot of news about me lately, right? I'm not a hero, I'm a villain, I even have a fan club. Speaking to this point, he gave a sinister smile, manipulating the phone to show the train tracks. maybe everyone is misunderstanding something. I am a villain. After pointing to the people being held hostage, he pointed to the train in the distance. Ah, the train is about to arrive. Are you watching Stardust? This question was posed and a comment popped up. He's still a fanboy truly in love with Stardust, isn't he? Ignoring it, he began to explain, the rules are simple, you choose. Egostick turned the camera down to the tracks, starting to exert pressure. Keep the lever in its original position to save one person instead of 5, or sacrifice one person for the sake of the many. If you pull the lever, one person will die. Thinking of Lee Subin, who was driving the train, he continued to apply pressure. Don't think too quickly. If you try to pull these people off the tracks, I'll derail the train immediately. Do you understand, Stardust? After standardizing the rules, Egostick invited her. You only have one choice, and that is to pull the lever. As soon as he finished speaking, Stardust appeared. You bastard, Egostick. The girl didn't think twice, diving straight down to stand above. He looked on with satisfaction. You've arrived, Stardust. Looking at the people being held hostage, she started to calculate, if I try to save them, then the passengers on the train will be in danger. Think, Stardust, how can I save everyone? Witnessing that hesitant expression, Egostick, against his conscience, urged her, come on, the Pentakin train is entering the station. How would our Stardust choose? She hadn't done anything yet, but the spectators were already speculating. Egostick was very pleased with these comments. Sure enough, everyone thought Stardust would pull the lever, but he believed the Stardust he knew wasn't that kind of person. Right at this moment, Lee Subin panicked and shouted through the earpiece, Dylan, she's running towards me, what should I do? Seeing her figure racing like the wind, he comforted her. It's being live streamed, so mute the broadcast mic for a second. Don't worry, she isn't coming to hurt you, keep moving forward. At this point, Lee Subin felt a bit more confident. Okay. Successfully comforting her, Egostick continued playing the villain. Okay, now turn the mic back on. Oh, is this allowed? What is Stardust doing? She's actually doing that way she'll be crushed to pieces. Stardust, why are you rushing to your death like that? Stop it. No matter how you put it, Stardust and the train crashed straight into each other. And with all her might, she tried to encourage herself. Just need to hold on a little longer. But suddenly the train sped up. This state surprised Egostick. Is its speed increasing? Realizing something, he panicked. Subin, wake up. But the person had already passed out a long time ago. Receiving no response, he panicked. I didn't prepare for this. Looking at a Stardust standing dazed at the foot of the mountain, Egostick continued his psychological warfare. Come on, the Pentakin train is entering the station now. How will our Stardust choose? Although he said that on the outside, deep down he was looking forward to seeing the girl below. The righteous girl would choose. The person he was waiting for was currently standing there, struggling with extreme internal conflict. After a moment of thought, having made her own decision, Stardust gritted her teeth and flew straight towards the train. Witnessing this action of hers, Egostick was very pleased, pulling his hat brim lower. Good. Up to this point, everything is going exactly according to plan. Satisfied with what was happening, he carried a terrified, struggling girl closer to the tracks. Upon arriving, Egostick gently placed the purple-faced girl down on the tracks. He didn't stop there, he even took some tape to secure the girl. Even though he acted like that, deep inside Egostick was screaming, oh, I'm so tired. If it weren't for Shadow Walker, doing this at night might have been more comfortable. Preparing a terrorist attack in the daytime requires watching out for so many things. No matter how much he complained, he still finished the final knot. After securing the hostage, Egostick used his teleportation power to get onto the cliff to watch the show. Observing the 5 people he had tied below the station tracks, he was very satisfied with the results. I'm a bit proud of this. Looking at the peaceful scene in front of him, Egostick recalled some information. In the original story, Stardust would weaken after clashing with villains, but in return, she would grow more mature. So, if he eliminated the villains beforehand to help her, she would lose the opportunity to grow. Breaking away from his thoughts, he reached out to write a few familiar lines on the ground. After writing, Egostick smiled triumphantly, whispering to himself, consider this a special physical training camp meant for you. Returning to the present, seeing Stardust using all her might to dash straight at the train, he was a bit caught off guard and hurriedly tried to stop her. What's wrong? Like that you'll be smashed to bits, Stardust. That scene also caused the people gossiping at home to start a round of discussion, looking at the comments expressing despair. This wasn't my intention. He said that on the surface, but inside he was extremely smug about what was happening. It really was my intention. At this moment, Stardust had crashed straight into the train, shattering the front part. Standing on the cliff, Egoistic peered down, analyzing the scene. Her ability in both muscle power and flight is lacking by about 2%. She's still just a near-rank hero, so stopping this train might be beyond her capability. But there is one trait that others don't know about her. Observing closely Stardust's face, which was full of tension and determination, Egoistic commented honestly. That is, when encountering danger, her ability will explode powerfully. He thought so, but Stardust was gradually being pushed back. Even so, he remained confident, so she can completely stop this. With that intense belief, the train's engine began to rattle. However, instead of stopping, it pushed even harder. This phenomenon made Egoistic feel quite uneasy. Is the train's speed even faster? Realizing this, he quickly called his accomplices, but Lee Subin had already passed out a long time ago. Subin, wake up. Getting no response, Egoistic immediately fell into a state of panic. I didn't prepare for this. Just like that, the worst-case scenarios played out like a movie in his mind. Could it be that if the people tied to the tracks die, even if it's a flowery path, the brave superhero image of Stardust will definitely be destroyed? Thinking of that situation, Egoistic held his head and pulled his hair. What should I do? At the same time. The train had approached the unfortunate girl. Realizing this, Stardust gritted her teeth and used more strength than usual. Seeing the train didn't stop, she used all her life strength to prevent it. Although the front of the train was nearly smashed to pieces, it hadn't slowed down in the slightest. Standing above, looking expectantly at Stardust below, please do it. As the distance between the train and the hostages narrowed, he could only pray, please. Suddenly, Egoistic noticed something. It turned out that after so much effort, the train was finally stopped by Stardust, and the whole thing had been filmed by a phone. Witnessing the unbelievable happening, Egoistic was overjoyed. She stopped it, temporarily escaped the dead-end path. Amidst this chaotic and desolate scene, he was filled with anticipation. Come on, appear quickly, Stardust. Will she be okay? The train is too fast. Looking at the phone screen live-streaming everything, Egoistic started rambling. Could it be that she's dead? Could it be? At that very second, the familiar figure of Stardust appeared. Seeing the girl he missed safe and sound, he couldn't hide his excitement and cheered. A moment later, realizing he was still a villain, he quickly composed himself. Oh, that's not it. No, she blocked it, she actually endured it. Oh, my plan wasn't like this, but... Shifting his attention to the dazed Stardust, Egoistic hypnotized himself. She found her own way to solve the dilemma in her own way. That's right. This declaration caused the comments section to explode once more. Reading every single sentence, his whole face showed excitement. Right, the reaction needs to be like this. See that? With that sky-high pride, he had the chance to praise the girl standing down there repeatedly. This is the hero named Stardust. Watch how her ability explodes just because of her desire to save people. Stardust, after using all her might, finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed directly. Witnessing this, his eyes were filled with worry. Not caring about his image anymore, he jumped down to check the situation. Approaching the girl, his heart ached when he heard a small curse. That bastard Egoistic. No matter how sad he was, Egoistic remained focused on the current problem. Alright Stardust, you did very well. In a way I had never imagined. This is your victory. Finishing his words, he wiped her eyes so she could rest and gave some final advice. I'm leaving. Rest well. Before long, other heroes will come to help you. After Stardust had rested, he stood up, took off his hat, and expressed his regret. Yes, my terrorist act ends here. Thank you all for watching. Following that sentence, the black screen ended. A shocking comment was made. What is that ambiguous atmosphere between those two? The next morning, at the secret base, Han Seo-yoon ran around full of energy. Wake up, you lazy bones. The two, Doin and Lee Subin, were gaunt and lethargic after yesterday's event. Oh my god, I'm dying. Good morning, Seo-yoon. That appearance made the girl assess them for a bit. It was just one terrorist attack. Why is everyone so exhausted? Stopping the scolding, Han Seo-yoon pointed to the full table of food. Come on. Seeing those hot dishes, their eyes brightened more than high beams. Seo-yoon, did you prepare this? Dun was completely awake, coming over to pat Han Seo-yoon's head in praise. Thank you, Seo-yoon. It's nothing. After a moment of shyness, the girl directly reached out and pinched his waist. Taking advantage of Dun writhing in pain, Han Seo-yoon quickly sat at the table and urged, hurry and eat, it'll get cold. Geez, well then. The three then sat at the table simultaneously, starting to enjoy breakfast. Enjoy your meal, everyone. After speaking, everyone focused on enjoying the delicacies. While eating, Han Seo-yoon suddenly noticed the remote nearby and immediately reached out to grab it. The girl then ate hurriedly and ran to the sofa to watch TV. Let's see the latest news. As soon as the news started, Han Seo-yoon excitedly pointed at the screen. Let's see how our merits were reported yesterday. Next news. Hearing these words, Do-in, who was eating, couldn't hide his smugness. My image as a villain must be deeply ingrained now. Naturally, Stardust also climbed to the clouds. One arrow hit two targets. The bird eats both eggs. At this moment, Han Seo-yoon suddenly burst out laughing. This strange state made him confused. What is it? The girl pointed at the screen and shouted excitedly. They're saying you two are dating. Just then, the editor's comments echoed, that is the story after rank a hero. Stardust stopped the train yesterday morning. First, please pay attention to this photo. Immediately after, the moment he wiped her eyes to let her rest appeared. And the editor continued, looking at this, it can be clearly seen. Between the villain and the hero, it's no different than a pair of lovers. At another corner, Shin Ha-yeol followed the entire news report, unable to hold back her anger. She crushed the glass, while the person involved, Do-in, was terrified. What the heck is this? The host said, in South Korea, the most loved villain is egoistic and the rising rookie superhero is Stardust. The dating rumors between them have been extremely hot lately. Reporter Park, what reason caused these romance rumors to explode? Reporter Park pointed at the screen and continued, look at this, do you recognize it? The host said, oh yes, this is a line of text writing the name Stardust. Reporter Park slapped the table and stood up, saying loudly, wrong, it's not just a simple line of text. Sending to you, Stardust, this is a gift I give you. The meaning is exactly like that. And next, on the screen played the scene of Do-in kneeling on one knee beside an unconscious Shin Ha-yeol. He said, all right, Stardust, you did very well in a way I had never thought of. This is your victory. Reporter Park pointed at this scene and spoke with a strong tone. Look closely, if this isn't love, then what is? When Egoistic said those final words and closed Stardust's eyes, Stardust also quietly fell asleep. Reporter Park said, if they aren't dating, then what do you call this? Elsewhere, Shin Ha-yeol was sitting alone in the classroom, watching that discussion. In a gloomy mood, she held her head in her hands, thinking to herself, are people out of their minds? Dating rumors between me and that crazy villain? Absolutely never happening. Shin Ha-yeol fell silent for a moment. Then she asked herself, what is this? It's clear that I harbor deep hatred and loathing for that guy, yet a strange, unexplainable feeling is mixed in between. Just as Shin Ha-yeol was sitting gloomily, muttering to herself, a girl walked over. Kim Ki-hyun said to Shin Ha-yeol with a sympathetic expression, Ha-yu, your soul has been drained by all that studying. Then Kim Ki-hyun pulled out an ice cream flyer and said to Shin Ha-yeol with a bright smile, let me heal you today. Next, Kim Ki-hyun tossed the flyer aside, saying with shining, emotional eyes, just trust me today, let's go out and have some fun. In another place, endless whining could be heard coming from the house. Please, please. Han Seo-yoon was throwing a tantrum on the floor. I really want to go. Lee Subin, at a loss for what to do, said, Seo-yoon, don't whine like that. Han Seo-yoon wouldn't budge, saying, we've already done 2 terrorist attacks, I want to go out now. At this point, Dane spoke up, Ms. Subin, Seo-yoon, how about we all go out for a trip? Upon hearing this, Han Seo-yoon immediately sat up, stopping her tantrum. The girl cheered happily in celebration, and Subin smiled as well. Dane also held an ice cream festival flyer, the same one Kim Ki-hyun had earlier in his hand, thinking with a smile, this plot wasn't in the original story, but it shouldn't be a problem, right? On Shin Ha-yeol's side, her mood had improved and she thought with anticipation, an ice cream festival? At the festival, people were everywhere. The scene was full of life. Dane exclaimed, wow, it's pretty crowded for a weekday noon. Han Seo-yoon walked beside him with a waffle cone, asking Dane confusedly, hey, wearing black again? Dane laughed and replied, Seo-yoon, a man has to wear black. Han Seo-yoon laughed, saying, what are you talking about? Dane seemed quite surprised. Oh, is she smiling so brightly and calling me brother too? Dane smiled lightly, thinking, seems like she's really in a good mood. Han Seo-yoon cheered, pointing in the direction ahead, rice ice cream is over there. After that, Han Seo-yoon immediately ran excitedly toward that ice cream stall. Dane smiled and said to Lee Subin, going out is really worth it, isn't it? Lee Subin smiled happily and replied, yeah, that's right, she looks very happy. Lee Subin activated her perception reduction filter just for herself. She had been on air once when Dain recruited her. Dain tasted a spoonful of ice cream. He exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's actually delicious." Dain scooped another spoonful and said, "Subin, you try it too." Lee Subin blushed, looking shyly at the spoon Dain was offering. Han Seo-yoon stood nearby and asked innocently, "What's wrong, sis? Hurry up and eat." Lee Subin stammered, wait for me a second." Lee Subin shyly opened her mouth and slowly approached the spoon, thinking, "Isn't this an indirect kiss?" Finally, Lee Subin tasted the spoonful of ice cream. Immediately after, her face full of enjoyment, she exclaimed, "It's delicious!" Han Seo-yoon had also finished her waffle cone. The girl ran happily to another ice cream stall. "Over there, mango flavor," Dain hurried to say. "Hey, wait for me." Han Seo-yoon stared with shining eyes at the display case through the glass. After that, she quickly and excitedly told the salesperson, "Give me a waffle cone." The salesperson took the cone and laughed while saying to Dain, "Oh my, this kid looks exactly like her parents. She's so cute." Dain was speechless. "What?" Then he closed his eyes and just accepted it. "Ha ha, oh yes, that's right." Lee Subin standing next to them turned bright red, while Han Seo-yoon turned back and laughed, quietly teasing Dain. "This guy looks older than his real age, right?" Dain didn't lose, teasing back, "Maybe it's because of your height, it's not my fault." Han Seo-yoon couldn't win the argument, so she made a humph sound. The salesperson brought the ice cream out. "Here's the kids, 1 waffle cone and 2 cups, okay?" Everyone took their ice cream and Dain smiled, asking Han Seo-yoon, "Did you order for us too?" The girl replied, "You're the leader of the Mango Association, so of course you have to eat mango ice cream." Dain was confused by his new identity, asking back, "The Mango Association?" Dain looked at the salesperson's smile and didn't know where to hide his face, shyly saying, "Oh, it's nothing." Suddenly Dain was startled, eyes wide open. It turned out the salesperson was showing off the graphic on the back of his shirt, which was an image of Dain in his egoistic persona. The staff member laughed and said, "I made it myself, does it look okay?" Dain couldn't comment, while Han Seo-yoon generously gave a thumbs up. Absolutely cinematic. A moment later, the three sat on a bench, eating ice cream to relax. Suddenly Din saw something. Dylan asked Han Seo-yoon, "Seo, back in the day I was an expert at throwing darts. Did you know that?" Din prepared to show off his skills. "I'll show you my expertise." Han Seo-yoon caught him in the act, asking, "Hey, are you going to cheat using remote control powers?" Din immediately froze up. The staff member said, "There's an event going on right now." Dart booth employee introduced. "If you hit all 10 times, you'll be rewarded with that 10-layer ice cream." Han Seo-yoon said, "I actually like the second prize better, that teddy bear is cuter." Din asked the staff, "By the way, the first prize winner can choose whatever they want, right?" The staff agreed, yes. Dain promised Han Seo-yoon confidently, "Seo, did you hear that? I'll get it for you." Dain thought to himself, "I'll just pretend to concentrate and then at a discreet moment, I'll add a little power and launch it." Done. At this moment, Kim Ki-hyun also walked up to the dart stall and asked the staff, "How much does it cost for one turn?" She immediately caught Dain's attention. He thought, this person looks really familiar. Dain was startled right after. He remembered who she was, Kim Ki-hyun, Shin Ha-yeol's senior from college. Kim Ki-hyun said, "Ha-yeol, look, the prize even includes a 10-layer ice cream." Another female voice chimed in, "Let me try to get one for you, senior." Han Seo-yoon noticed Dain had been zoning out and asked, "What are you doing? Hurry up and throw it." At this moment, Lee Subin and Han Seo-yoon finally noticed the arrival of Shin Ha-yeol. The group of three officially broke into a cold sweat, not daring to utter a word. Then Shin Ha-yeol glanced at the three of them. She looked at Dain, who was still frozen in the position of preparing to throw a dart. Kim Ki-hyun smiled brightly and enthusiastically, pointing forward. "Ha-yeol, look, there's rice ice cream over there." The two went to the ice cream shop, and Kim Ki-hyun enjoyed the flavor blissfully. "It's so delicious." In a cheerful mood, she looked at Shin Ha-yeol. "Ha-yeol, you should try this." Shin Ha-yeol leaned down and tasted the ice cream with her lips. After eating, her cheeks flushed pink and her eyes sparkled. "It's really good." Kim Ki-hyun, holding the ice cream box, smiled with satisfaction. "Finally, your facial muscles have relaxed, Ha-yeol." As if both were drawn by something, they turned their heads at the same time. She held Ha-yeol's hand, her heart overflowing with bright, rosy feelings. "Let's go, over there is the ice cream flavor Ha-yeol likes most." Looking toward the food stall, that's the mango flavor, let's eat it quickly. Upon seeing the mango, Shin Ha-yeol's eyes shimmered with extreme excitement. But not long after, her mood suddenly turned gloomy, and she lowered her head. The employee turned around enthusiastically to show the back of his shirt, which had a chibai-e ghostic design. "I made this myself." Kim Ki-hyun praised him with satisfaction. "Oh my, it's so cute." Afterward, the two rested on a cool stone bench. Kim Ki-hyun stretched comfortably. "This is so nice." She tilted her head slightly toward Shin Ha-yeol. "Ha-yeol, you like it too, right?" Turning from gloomy to positive, she smiled. "Yes, of course, senior." Shin Ha-yeol squinted her eyes, savoring the moment. Under a large cherry blossom tree, a few petals fell softly. Shin Ha-yeol thought, "How long has it been since I last went out to enjoy the scenery like this?" A smile touched her lips, her eyes closed. "It's wonderful." Not long after, Kim Ki-hyun pointed at the food stall in front. "Ha-yeol, after finishing this, let's go try that one." Shin Ha-yeol looked at her intently while she was excited. "Darts, huh?" Shin Ha-yeol immediately smiled brightly. "That sounds interesting." Balloons were neatly decorated and arranged on the roof of the stall in vibrant colors. The employee friendly handed them the darts. "There's an event going on right now. If you hit 10 times in a row, you'll get the 10-layer ice cream." She aimed gently and replied, "Yes, thank you." Her signature blue eyes swept across. Her gaze fell on the three players who were breaking into a cold sweat. They look like a young married couple, but why is the girl's hair silver? Maybe granddaughter is a better fit. She looked at Do-in, who was worried, and thought, "And why does this man feel so familiar?" Before she could think for long, Kim Ki-hyun behind her shouted, "Ha-yeol, you try throwing one." She heard it and quickly agreed. "Oh, okay." Shin Ha-yeol threw straight, emitting a brilliant orange light. Kim Ki-hyun laughed with delight, a bullseye on the first try. Do-in saw the sweat dripping and felt a bit anxious, thinking to himself, Stardust's abilities are monster strength and the power of flight. He watched her longer, but this monster strength isn't just about being strong. Then he used the item in his hand and said more accurately, "At this moment, Shin Ha-yeol has achieved another masterful throw. It's an extremely superior physique." An excited voice rang out, "2 hits already." He lowered his head, his mood disappointed, then thought, "Right now, it's just explosive strength when needed, but later on, she will gradually become a superhuman beyond human limits." Ha-yeol threw the darts in a happy mood. Not only her 5 senses, but her 6th sense is also developing. In other words, her instincts will make her realize immediately when something is abnormal. Ha-yeol found it strange seeing Daein acting depressed. He kept thinking to himself to prove that, right at this moment, it's enough for her to feel that this guy might be. If I reveal my identity right here then. The image of Shin Ha-yeol becoming a superhuman appeared in his mind. Then she will throw me straight into prison. Seo-yoon and Subin hugged each other in joy, which made him fall backward. A dart thrown by Shin Ha-yeol at high speed hit the balloon. Kim Ki-hyun saw this and praised her with boundless joy. "Ha-yeol, you're so good, you hit all 10. She heard that and immediately became shy and modest. "It's nothing, just a small thing." The employee happily gave them the 10-layer ice cream. "Here, your 10-layer ice cream." The employee instinctively turned to Do-in. "Oh, are you not throwing, sir?" He was startled and replied unexpectedly, "Oh my, there's someone throwing so well next to me that I was captivated. I'm throwing right now." Do-in looked at Han Seo-yoon, then forced a smile, hesitating. "Seo-yoon, watch this. I'll show you my dart throwing technique." The girl cheered him on, though slightly suspicious. "Hurry up." Do-in picked up 10 darts at once and worriedly thought, "No need to use my power, just throw a few randomly and then bolt." He quickly threw them decisively and rapidly forward. But unfortunately, his throw hit all 10 balloons perfectly. Everyone was surprised, mouths agape. Do-in, on the other hand, was confused. Why on earth did that happen? Kim Ki-hyun held the ice cream cone and looked at him with surprise. "The customer next to us is also really good." A teddy bear was brought out by the employee. "You said you wanted a teddy bear more than the first prize, right? Here, the teddy bear is ready." But Do-in chose to bolt away. The employee held up a hand to stop him. "Oh, wait." The three of them ran away while laughing awkwardly. "It's okay, we're leaving now." Han Seo-yoon quickly followed suit. "Yeah, you keep it." Kim Ki-hyun held the long ice cream cone and smiled. "Here, let me carry that to Ha-yeol for you." Shin Ha-yeol held the bear and turned back. "Yes, thank you." But halfway there, because the ice cream cone was so tall, it tipped over. The colorful layers of ice cream headed straight toward him. Doin saw this and thought, if I get hit by even a little, it's a bad ending. His eyes widened and his mouth fell open, must avoid it at all costs. Dane's brain processed it quickly, diving to the side where no ice cream would hit, and landed with a thud. Everyone rushed over in a panic. Han Seo-yoon was frantic. Brother, she felt guilty, mouth agape, are you okay? Kim Ki-hyun's eyes drooped, a hand to her mouth in worry. He quickly replied, oh, I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me. Then slowly Dane stood up cautiously, touching his neck. It's okay, I was just overreacting a bit. Just dodging a little was enough anyway. Come on, let's go. The girl who came with him felt slightly annoyed. What are you thinking? Please hurry up. If it keeps going like this, we're all going to die. Sweat was already dripping down Dane's face. He was halfway through his sentence when a gloomy smoke drifted in from behind. Let's go. Shin Ha-yeol, and he immediately turned to look at that monstrous sight. A dark red sky accompanied by gray-black smoke made the people run in chaos. The sharp fangs of a green-furred crocodile man appeared. It stood up tall, stretching itself forward and roared, Stardust, Stardust, come out here. The system board notified, Crocodile Man A-rank villain. Dane hugged the two girls, making the girl who was with them blush. You two stay here. His sharp and suspicious gaze arose, following the original timeline. That guy wasn't supposed to appear yet, so why is it suddenly acting up right now? Shin Ha-yeol seemed to have grasped the situation and lunged forward. Kim Ki-hyun was surprised. Ha-yeol. He gritted his teeth, pain surfacing. Running back to the association for a perception filtering device is too rushed. If this were the Stardust in the original story, the moment she reveals her face is the beginning of a path of misery and ruin. The image of a woman with blonde hair hiding her face appeared. No, in the original story, when she appears, she will encounter bad things. Dane's body throbbed painfully, gritting his teeth. Even if the sky falls, I won't let that happen. Dane shouted loudly as purple rays of light suddenly rose up, enveloping his body. The rays of light became more and more powerful. Dane's everyday clothes fell away and flew elsewhere. He appeared wearing a suit and an elegant hat completely different from his usual self. I'll clean up the mess later, Seo-yoon. The girl stood behind him. Brother, what are you doing? Not long after he began to order the girl, help me with the broadcast. Han Seo-yoon sat alone, hugging her teddy bear, Brother Do-in. The monster frantically clawed at everything. Stardust, if you don't appear, I'll destroy everything. Its eyes glowed gold, and then a broadcast voice rang out, hello, everyone. The black speakers emitted a resonant sound, the true villain of this era. Dane held the mic, smiling to reveal his teeth. The common enemy of Korea, egoistic. His voice echoed far through the speakers. You dare to touch my territory, you little crocodile brat. The crocodile stood below, angry and ready to act. What? On the forums, websites started gossiping. Mangostic? Oh my god, is he mangostic? Another account said, he just admitted from his own mouth that he's the common enemy. Others said, wasn't he a hero before? I really don't understand. Everyone was excited. I laughed my head off at the opening. Why does it sound like a wave music festival? Dane's scary face appeared, eyes glancing down, whispering, now you will die right here. 3 years ago, at a building of a large corporation. At this moment, inside an association lecture hall, a voice rang out, vision devices are indispensable for heroes. A middle-aged man stood in front of a group sitting neatly. He pointed to the modern machine beside him and said, it's called a perception filter, or often shortened to filter. He explained, once you enter the device and come out for a certain period, the filter will be applied to your face. Only faces with filters applied will cause viewers to suffer from identity confusion. He continued, but if you show your face to someone who already knows you, the filter won't work. Everyone understands now, right? The people below replied in unison, yes. Then his expression became serious. He gripped the microphone and said, even an idiot knows how dangerous it is for a hero to reveal their face. Career aside, your whole life is ruined, remember that well? Shin Ha-yeol sat below, listening and firmly shouted, yes. Back to the present, the streets were now desolate, submerged in smoke and dust. Kim Ki-hyun and Shin Ha-yeol were struggling to hide by the road. Shin Ha-yeol turned to look around, worried. She thought it's too late to go back to headquarters to get a filter. What should I do? Suddenly Shin Ha-yeol clenched her fists, looking very determined. Then she looked at the panicked crowd and thought, in this situation, should I become a hero and run away? Shin Ha-yeol then untied her hair tie. Her shimmering blonde hair fluttered in the wind. Her expression was determined. She clenched her fists and moved forward thinking no. Kim Ki-hyun saw this and shouted in panic, "Ha Yul." Suddenly, a group of people looked at their phones with happy expressions and shouted, "Look, it's Egoistic. Egoistic is here." Shin Ha Yul heard this and was startled, turning back with a dumbfounded expression. "What?" Shin Ha-yeol muttered, "The true villain of this era, the common enemy of all Korea, Egoistic." At this moment, Dane was standing on the rooftop of a building. Beside him were two giant speakers playing music at full volume. Below was a green crocodile monster. Dane shouted loudly, "You dare touch my territory, you little crocodile brat!" The crocodile heard this and exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Dane smiled savagely, pointing at the crocodile monster and said, "Now, you will die right here." After that, Dane held the microphone and pondered, no, absolutely not. The Stardust in the original story suffered so much after revealing her face. The everyday life of a hero is truly very important. Dane said in an angry tone to the crocodile, "Do you know that, you crocodile?" The monster heard this and immediately retorted, countering Dane, "You bastard. Isn't the guy who keeps pretending to be close to Stardust named Egoistic?" Suddenly, the crocodile monster propelled itself toward Dane as fast as the wind. Dane said, "Hey, why do you keep bringing up Stardust?" Comments displayed, "Stardust's fanboy is here. Hey, crocodile." The crocodile lunged quickly at Dane with an angry expression, roaring, "I will kill you." At this moment, it had quickly crawled up the building's wall. After that, it used its strength to cling tightly to the rooftop edge. It quickly climbed up to the rooftop where Dane was standing. After seeing Dane, it glared fiercely and roared, "Come here to me." Dane saw that and immediately used teleportation to retreat. The crocodile monster saw that and lunged toward Dane. Suddenly, Dane used teleportation and was now standing on the crocodile monster's head. He said, "What are you doing, brat?" Dane struck the crocodile monster's head hard, looking pleased, and said, "You know my name, but you didn't know I have teleportation abilities." The monster was hit unexpectedly and startled. It waved its limbs frantically to hit Dane, but just as it nearly hit him, he vanished before its eyes. It roared angrily, "Damn annoying mosquito, fight me one-on-one properly." Dane replied calmly, "Hey, I'm a villain." No sooner had he finished speaking than the comments displayed, "He's a villain, today he's still trying to insist he's a villain." Dune looked at these comments, feeling extremely confused. It continued to display, "But why did Egoistic run there?" Afterward, he pondered, "Wait, I need to explain this a bit. If I ignore it, everyone will misunderstand that I came here for Stardust." Suddenly, Dune stopped and shouted loudly at the crocodile, "Wait, listen to me first." The crocodile monster heard that and replied, "Fine, speak quickly." Dune shouted with a questioning tone, "Yeah, but first I have to ask this. Why did you suddenly attack me?" The crocodile heard that and replied without hesitation, "That's obvious, I've targeted Stardust, and you look very concerned about Stardust, so you're my enemy." Dane heard that and was surprised, stunned, and thought to himself, "What the hell, what kind of logic is that?" Comments displayed, "That stupid villain also knows Egoistic likes Stardust. He doesn't know he has teleportation, but he knows he likes Stardust. Ha ha ha. Are two guys fighting over one girl? Wasn't Egoistic here for Stardust? What is this? How did they get tangled in this kind of mess? Ha ha ha. Why is it happening right now?" Suddenly, the crocodile pointed at Dane, who was standing there confused, and yelled, "Furthermore, you were the one who said you'd kill me first." A comment appeared on the stream. "Ha ha, that's so true." Dane was stunned and replied, "When on earth did I say that?" Hearing this, the crocodile became incredibly furious, his aura erupting into flames as he shouted, "You said it! How dare you touch my territory, you little crocodile runt! I'm warning you, you're going to die right here." He continued to interrogate him, "You said exactly that, didn't you?" Dane was flustered and tried to defend himself. No way, I never said anything like that." Comments popped up, "Why is the crocodile talking so sweetly all of a sudden? And how is that a threat?" Suddenly, the crocodile seemed to reach his limit and screamed frantically at Dane, "I've really snapped now." He then opened his massive, long jaw wide, and a fireball slowly began to form inside his mouth. Seeing this, Dane's expression turned to one of terror. He widened his eyes and thought to himself, "Wait, isn't that an ultimate skill?" Before he could even finish his thought, a massive blast of fire erupted from the crocodile's mouth, incinerating almost everything in its path. Crocodile Man's ultimate skill, Super Flame Breath. Luckily, Dane quickly used teleportation and narrowly avoided a fatal blow. He teleported behind the crocodile. Watching the horrifying scene unfold, he was shaken and said in shock, "If I'd taken that hit, I would have died instantly." The crocodile turned back to look at Dane and said with a sinister tone, surprised, egoistic. At that moment, Dane didn't hesitate and whipped out a black cloth. Instantly, countless guns emerged from Dane's black cloth. All the guns rushed toward the crocodile. Dane looked at the monster coldly without a hint of hesitation. He clenched his fist and said, "See you in hell, you jerk." Immediately, all the guns opened fire on the crocodile simultaneously. After a series of explosions, everything was submerged in smoke and dust. Dane hovered in the air, staring into the thick smoke, and wondered, did I take him out yet? To his surprise, even after taking that barrage of bullets, the crocodile was still alive. He lunged out of the smoke and shouted, "Do you really think a few bullets like that could actually hurt my body?" Suddenly, Dane's mask fell down in front of the livestream camera. He quickly teleported away from the phone, slowly pulled out a gas mask, looked down at the crocodile from above, and said, "No, I had to do that to catch you off guard." Suddenly, Dane threw something, an unidentified object, toward the crocodile. Seeing this, the crocodile scoffed, directly opened his maw wide, and swallowed it whole. He yelled, "You pathetic little fly." At that moment, a powerful beam of light from the mysterious object erupted from inside the crocodile's mouth. The crocodile shuddered as if electrocuted, his body jerking in agony as a golden light enveloped him. Watching this, Dylan thought, "Hey buddy, do you have any idea how much Stardust suffered because of your thick hide in the original story? Did you really think I wouldn't be prepared?" At this point, after taking that attack, the crocodile was covered in blood. He wobbled for a moment before collapsing to the ground, completely unconscious. Comments scrolled by rapidly. Mangastic, we demand the association designate Mangastic as a hero immediately, and to think he calls himself a villain. At this time, the guns also lost their power and slowly began to fall freely to the ground. Dane also slowly descended to the rooftop, along with the guns. There were guns scattered all over the ground. Dane slowly gathered them up, looking shaky and exhausted. He looked up at the sky and groaned, "Damn it, that took way too much energy." He wanted to strike a cool pose with his telekinesis, but he was completely drained. Even holding the phone was a struggle. Only then did Dane remember the phone was still live streaming. He read a comment. "So you came here to take down a villain?" Dane frantically tried to explain. Well, right, or wait, no, everyone, I came here just because I hate that crocodile guy. Don't think I did this for Stardust or for the public good." Comments appeared. "Whatever he says, it's all true." Suddenly, a golden beam of light flew in from somewhere and landed on the rooftop where Dane was standing. It turned out to be Shin Ha-yeol. She stood up slowly after a spectacular landing. Then Shin Ha-yeol slowly approached Dane and questioned, "Did you take that guy down?" Dane replied calmly, "Yeah, he was blocking my way, so I took care of him." Shin Ha-yeol heard this and was a bit suspicious. She looked at Dane coldly and asked, "Why?" Dane shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "What do you mean, why? Because he kept screaming about how you and Stardust have a thing going on and it was annoying me." Shin Ha-yeol was startled. "What?" Then Dane put on his headset and said, "Oh, Miss Stardust." He looked at Shin Ha-yeol and smiled, continuing, "Next time if something like today happens, don't just think, I might as well show my face and just flaunt it. Once your identity is out, your life is going to be incredibly difficult." Shin Ha-yeol was a bit surprised, staring blankly at Dane. Then he turned to grab the phone and said, "All right, that's it for today's broadcast. That was an unexpected situation and it exhausted me to death. There's a big event next month, so everyone stay tuned." Comments appeared. "What did you two talk about on the stream that you had to mute the mic?" After that, Dane immediately disappeared in a flash of light. "Well, goodbye." Shin Ha-yeol saw this, reached out her hand and said, "Wait." Her expression was a little saddened. By this time, Dane had teleported back home. Suddenly, blood gushed out of his mouth. Dane's face was devoid of expression. He looked like a hollow shell. Han Seo-yoon and Lee Subin saw this and rushed over with worried faces. "Older brother, Dane." At this moment, he collapsed to the floor. On the rooftop, Shin Ha-yeol found Dane's mask and picked it up. She examined the mask and pondered, "How did he know what I was thinking? Why, who are you, really egoistic?" Shin Ha-yeol was sitting in front of a computer screen, checking the news. On the screen, two breaking news headlines from KPS News appeared. Exclusive, chaos at the ice cream festival. A rank villain Crocodile Man has been apprehended. He was neutralized by Egoistic and transferred to the Eastern Hero Detention Center. The building was destroyed by the crocodile 4 hours ago. A close-up look at Egoistic, faster than anyone else. Is A-rank villain Egoistic a villain or something else entirely? Searching for Egoistic yielded about 20-30 results. Official Egoistic fan club, Mangastic, Mango Association, Hero Portal. The true hero of this era for Mango and by Mango, a fan club established to honor Mangastic. Shin Ha-yeol hugged her head in frustration. Then she caught sight of a comment, "What did the hero do today?" Lately, whenever Mangastic walks down the street, fans just cheer blindly. If Korea keeps going like this. And below that post was a funny icon comment from Doin. "Pretty great, right?" Ha-yeol blurted out, "Aish, damn it." She lay down on her bed, closed her eyes, and thought that she was the only one who didn't like Egostick. She recalled the ice cream shop owner showing off his Mango Association shirt with excitement. "I made this myself," Kim Ki-hyun next to him also praised. "Oh, that's so cute." Then she remembered the scene where he warned her, "Oh, Miss Stardust, next time if something like today happens, don't think you can just show your face and flaunt it." Ha-yeol struggled with the answer. Is everyone else right and am I the only one who's wrong? On the other side, Lee Subin and Han Seo-yoon were standing in front of a glass chamber. Daeun was lying inside. Seo-yoon couldn't hide her anger. It's all because of that Stardust person. Suddenly, a noise made the little girl freeze. Daeun opened his eyes, tapped on the glass, and asked, "Why are you two crying like that?" The two looked at him with undeniable worry. Immediately, Seo-yoon dove into his arms and sobbed loudly. Seeing this, Daeun reassured her, all right, all right." Finally, he recovered and had dinner with them. He couldn't believe he had been unconscious for 3 whole days. Looking back, it was probably due to the excessive use of teleportation, plus lifting his body with telekinesis. It really was exhausting. Suddenly, Seo-yoon spoke up. "From now on, you have to take proper care of your body," Daeun quickly promised. "All right, I will." He looked at her happily, thinking, at least this kid shed tears for me. Acting along with her seems to be working. On the other side, Subin said worriedly, "Doin, why did you run off so fast? People might mistake you for a hero." Seo-yoon also chimed in, "That's right, I don't get it at all. You're always talking about being a villain this and a villain that." Doin replied calmly, "If I hadn't stepped in, Stardust would have done it anyway, so what if she doesn't understand?" He suddenly replied, making Seo-yoon pause, "It's dangerous." Doeun explained, if that situation happened, once a hero reveals their face, their personal information gets leaked completely. And then what happens? The villains who held a grudge or other evil people would hunt down and take out the hero. Seo-yoon still didn't see why it was so important. "What does that have to do with us?" Doeun patiently explained, "Seo-yoon, the world we live in is a tilted axis, the axis between good and evil. Most heroes don't actually follow the hero's path. They choose the path of a villain. The rewards for the effort of purging are too small and they're harassed all the time. So instead of falling and suffering as a hero, many people choose to be villains to live easier. According to what I say, just in Korea alone, there are only A-rank heroes like Stardust, Icicle, and Shadow Walker, only 3 in total, but aren't A-rank villains crawling everywhere." Hearing this, Seo-yoon could only sigh, "So that's why you plan to go take out villains on their behalf? What a dark hero. But still, what does that have to do with us?" Daeun scratched the back of his neck at a loss for words. "It's not that deep. I'm just a little concerned about the fate of Korea." Suddenly, Seo-yoon's face darkened as she asked, "You and that Stardust person, do you like her?" Immediately, Daeun became serious. "Hey, don't call her that." Seo-yoon, "Speak politely." The atmosphere between them became tense. Subin only knew how to mediate. Seo-yoon changed the subject. "Why don't you tell Daeun what we discussed earlier?" Immediately, Seo-yoon changed her attitude and blurted out, "Right." She turned to look at Daeun and said, "Brother." Daeun let out a confused. Seo-yoon begged, "Summer is almost here, let's go on a trip, let's go to the beach." Daeun replied, a trip sounds nice." The little girl heard this and cheered with joy. But Daeun suddenly got an idea, "But let's pull off one more terror plot before we go." Seo-yoon was confused. Another terror plot? He wanted to do it to lower his popularity a bit. Actually, Daeun had another goal, to make Stardust stronger. "I'm not sure if more crocodiles like that won't pop up. If Stardust has to face them, it will probably be very difficult." Seo-yoon acted a little sulky. "Are we really going on a trip?" To coax her, Daeun held out his pinky finger to make a pinky promise. The little girl cheered happily, "You promise, okay?" Then Seo-yoon ran off happily to pack. She worked at full capacity, saying, "Actually, I've already thought of a dozen plans." She declared clearly, "If I had to propose one." Daeun and Subin saw this and thought, "Wow, she's so proactive." She laid out the plan. The previous terror plots were at the observatory or the train terror on the ground. They were both land-based terror plots, right? She came up with a new idea. "This time, let's do it underwater or in the sky." Immediately, Daeun chanted a spell, "Underwater and in the sky. Come to me, oh god of terror, grant me an idea." Instantly, he felt like a current of electricity hit him, making him shout, "I've got it." Subin clenched her hands anxiously and asked, "What is it, Daeun?" he replied, try and guess. He thought of an idea, an airplane falling into the sea. The idea sparked and Dane and Seo Yoon smiled cunningly, while Subin was a little afraid of these two villains. An airplane was flying in the sky. Everyone on the flight was relaxed, unaware of what was about to happen to them. Suddenly the plane lost power. Everyone was still optimistic. Look at this, when the lights go out the sky is clearer. It's like a real travel vibe. The screen on the plane suddenly lit up, displaying the words, "The Ego Live." A voice echoed throughout the cabin. Everyone is very happy to see you all again. The biggest puzzle in the sky at an altitude of 25,000 feet. No, let's call it the biggest trivia game in the air. Welcome to the Ego Live. A passenger shouted angrily, flight attendant, what is happening right now? Dane continued to inform them, oh, that's right. And of course, the plane you are sitting on also has a bomb attached, you know. A bomb was attached to the fuselage. At that moment, the pilot realized it and wondered, when on earth did he attach that? Hearing this, everyone immediately panicked and screamed loudly. On the other side, Dane smiled cunningly. All right, let the game begin. The scene shifted to Hero headquarters. Ha-Yul rushed into the room and asked, how long has it been since the incident started? Sitting in the room, Mr. Junho spoke up. Even if you go now, you might not be in time to do anything. This remark immediately made her angry. She punched the table and shouted, is that something the association president should say? I have to go immediately. He turned around and said, did I say not to go? Daylight is truly very difficult. Suddenly someone walked in. Seeing that person, Ha-Yul beamed with joy, Shadow Walker. The person who just entered was the A-rank hero Shadow Walker, the king of the night. He turned to look at Mr. Junho and said, hurry to Ju Airport, then I'm going to rest. Fighting is too much for me, he cautioned. Don't overexert yourself, we can't save everyone. Shadow Walker used his power while Ha-Yul replied, I'll keep that in mind. Just as she stepped closer to Shadow Walker, the two of them were enveloped in a dark stream of power. Instantly, they transported to the location of the incident. Ha-Yul quickly rushed out, not forgetting to thank him. Thanks for your hard work. Whatever. On the other side, someone else clutched their mouth and collapsed on the stairs, nearly fainting. Ha-Yul rushed outside quickly. When she looked up at the sky, she couldn't help but be horrified. Her running feet suddenly froze. Her face revealed a look of despair. How can I stop this? Before her eyes, the airplane was burning in midair. The scene shifted to a year ago. At a building, some villains were having a meeting. Everyone looked toward the person sitting on high as he said, the day I put all of Seoul, all of the Republic of Korea under my feet is not far away. That man laughed triumphantly. He was Needle Thousand, an S-rank villain. Suddenly, a voice rang out, but I think differently. They were on alert. Who's there? Shadow Walker appeared in the corner of the room and replied, the hero is here. The A-rank rookie hero Shadow Walker, the king of the night, crossed his arms and said coolly, you evil people. Needle Thousand stepped forward to show off. Hey, kid, do you know whose territory this place is? A villain henchman was confused. How did he manage to sneak in here? Suddenly, Shadow Walker stood still with wide-open, blank eyes. Needle Thousand lunged forward, throwing a punch while shouting, this is my territory, Needle Thousand is here. He unleashed a powerful heavy punch. The blast of force surged toward Shadow Walker, but he just stood still. Suddenly, the force came to a complete stop the moment it touched Shadow Walker. This left Needle Thousand in disbelief. He and his underlings looked around in confusion. Where did he disappear to? Suddenly, something strange happened beneath the shadow of one of his men. That man was immediately swallowed into the shadow. The remaining underlings quickly met the same fate. Needle Thousand immediately wrapped himself in power, thinking, don't be careless, he's no ordinary opponent. Shadow Walker's darkness crept toward Needle Thousand's shoulders. Shadow Walker appeared from behind and lunged forward. But Needle Thousand had some tricks up his sleeve, launching spikes from his back like a porcupine toward Shadow Walker. You're getting too arrogant. He turned around smugly and said, this little brat dares to point his claws at me. However, when he turned back, Shadow Walker was lying on the ground, covered in dark energy. Suddenly he vanished, leaving Needle Thousand panicked. Shadow Walker, with glowing red eyes, appeared behind him and asked, hey, you porcupine, you said this was your territory earlier, didn't you? He reached out with gray, swirling energy. Sorry, but this place has become my territory now. A dark hand engulfed the area, trapping the man in another dimension. Recalling that scene, Shadow Walker lay on the stairs, panting breathlessly. I'm out of reach. I think I'm going to die. All this time, Daeun had been observing the whole scene between Ha-Yul and the King of Shadows, thinking, okay, the protagonist has finally stepped onto the stage. He smiled deviously into the microphone. All right, now let's move on to the final dramatic riddle. Shall we begin? Everyone clutched their phones, praying in despair. A man couldn't help but tremble in fear, sweating profusely. Flashing back to 30 minutes earlier when everyone was still terrified. A piercing sound rang out, accompanied by Dane's image on screen. Everyone waited anxiously in silence, not daring to make a sound. Just then, he spoke up. All right, before we start the game, I'll announce the rules. Everyone, take out your phones, turn off airplane mode, and you've all received the message, right? Everyone looked at their phones, their hearts pounding in their chests. A message appeared on the screen. The Ego Live Nonsense Trivia. There are 10 questions in total. If just one person answers all questions correctly, the bomb will be defused. But if no one gets even a single question right, everyone will be erased. Send your answers to this number. Ready? Dane continued. From now on, absolute silence. No cheating or discussing aloud. Is that clear? Make a sound and you're immediately eliminated. All right, question number 1, begin. A question popped up on the phone screen. How many people can a Titanic lifeboat carry? A 59-second countdown began for this question. A woman tried to sneak a glance at the person next to her, and Dane immediately announced, "The girl who just cheated is eliminated." Startled, she let out a cry and he added, "You just made a sound, right? You're eliminated. And hey, the uncle next to you gets eliminated along with you too." The live stream viewers commented heatedly, "This is truly the hell of trivia games. Just watching is stressful. That's so cruel." Who called Egoistic a hero? Truly terrifying. As the timer hit 0, Dane announced, "All right, too easy, right? The answer to question 1 is 9 people. Why, you ask? Because 9 sounds like rescue." Seo Yoon watched silently. Are you having that much fun? A diagram of the seating arrangement appeared on the big screen. He announced the losers. Over half have already been eliminated. It's only been this long and it's already this chaotic. You all should be more stressed. Come on, keep it up. Next question. Time passed, and the number of eliminated people continued to rise. Some let out sighs of relief after passing a question. Others clasped their hands in prayer. Finally, it was time for the last question, and only one person remained. How is it? Tense to the extreme right. Dane saw on the screen that Yahello was approaching, thinking good. Then, Dane dragged the time out. Since it's the final round, let's have a quick interview, shall we? Everyone's life depends on your words, Mr. Kim Dokbae from Banpodong. You've become the last one standing. How do you feel? The man whose name was called was panicked. That. The responsibility is truly, truly heavy. Suddenly, Dane teased him. Why is that? I told you what happens if you make a sound. The man and everyone else were terrified. But then he sighed in relief as Dane said, "Oh well, it's the final question anyway, so a small mistake like this can be forgiven, right? Isn't that right, everyone? But I personally don't like that, haha." Despite his pleas, the man was eliminated. The plane shook violently as everyone screamed. The plane caught fire and plummeted toward the sea. Dane smiled smugly. All right, the final performance is ready. It's time for the hero to appear, Stardust. However, Yahello saw the scene and was struck with horror. Despair was etched onto her face. She didn't know how to save everyone. Yahello looked up at the object exploding in midair, then asked silently, "What should I do, Association President?" From the other end of the line, a dismissive voice replied, "What else can you do? Forget it, I'm busy drafting a statement to deal with the criticism." Damn it, now the president is calling, I have to hang up. Yahello's hand tightened in anger. She then collapsed helplessly. I thought I had already stopped the train running at 100 km/h. In the end, is my current strength still not enough? Damn it, what is the right thing to do? Suddenly, Yahello seemed to recall a memory from her past. During a moment of desperation, the girl was helpless, tears streaming down her face as she grieved for her lost family. Mom, Dad, I will kill him no matter what. A heartbreaking scene of a girl hugging the bodies of her dearest ones in a dark, small alley. Remembering that painful memory, Yahello punched the ground hard, leaving cracks. She gritted her teeth in hatred. It was like that then, and it's the same now. I can't save anyone. Suddenly, there was a connection on her headset. To her shock, the voice on the other end spoke, "Hello, Stardust, this is Egoistic." Elsewhere, Kim Dane stretched and yawned. This terrorist act used a remote control, so it seems easier to handle. Seo Yoon, who was typing on the keyboard, called out tensely, "Hey, brother Dane." He peeked over curiously. "Yeah." Seo Yoon pointed at the screen and laughed. "That's Stardust." No, wait, Stardust is standing frozen on the ground. Seeing this, Kim Dane eyes widened in surprise. Then he suddenly jumped up excitedly, making Seo Yoon jump in fright. What is it, Stardust? The image on the screen showed Shin Ha-yeol listening intently to her headset. Dane seemed to realize something. Then he turned to call the girl. Seo Yoon, can you connect to the headset Stardust is wearing? Seo Yoon quickly manipulated the keyboard and asked, I can, but why? He urged, no time, hurry up. Back to Shin Ha-yeol, she was stunned to hear the voice over the headset. Hello, Stardust. This is egoistic. She immediately screamed in anger, you filthy piece of trash. Dane continued from the other end, you pique my curiosity. Why are you standing there instead of saving people? It's going to crash any second now. The plane is arriving. Shin Ha-yeol stared furiously at the burning plane falling. You're the one who did it. Now you want me to stop it? Dane retorted, if you don't do it, who will? Shin Ha-yeol was so frustrated that tears streamed down her face. Just touching that hunk of iron falling at 1000 km/h will shatter my body. Is this your plan? Are you trying to push me to my death? On the other end, Dane wore a dangerous smile. You can do it, Shin Ha-yeol. What? He continued, take action. Clench your fists, fly up there and save everyone. You can do it because it's you can do it. Shin Ha-yeol was even more confused. Damn it, what is this crazy person saying? In a white void, Dane walked toward her and asked, why would I want to kill you? Without you, Stardust, I would just be a mediocre villain. You are the one who helped me perfect myself. Stardust was momentarily stunned by these words. Then she quickly pushed herself up. Even if this is a plot to eliminate me, I'll try it once. As she spoke, she tore off the headset. On the other end, Dane was astonished. What? Shin Ha-yeol clutched the headset and crushed it. Then she braced herself. Following the surge of power, the space began to shatter, breaking into tiny fragments. She shot into the air with all her might like a fire arrow. She was headed straight for the nose of the falling plane. Shin Ha-yeol pressed her lips together and thought to herself, that's right, if I just stand by and watch people die like this, I'll live my whole life with the burden of guilt. Dane's image appeared, confidently saying, you can do it because it's you can do it. Shin Ha-yeol's face was filled with determination. Better to sacrifice myself to protect them than to live my whole life in regret. The two forces collided, creating a massive shockwave in midair. I killed them, if I focus just a little bit more at this moment. The image of a happy family appeared for a fleeting moment. Wife, kids, mom, dad. The man sobbed as he looked down at the scene. Then he squeezed his eyes shut as if surrendering. Inside the plane, a little girl covered her ears tightly, gritting her teeth and trying to stay conscious while looking outside. Suddenly, she froze in shock at the window. Tears streamed down her face as she muttered to herself, is the speed slowing down? The people outside, watching the situation in tension, stared with wide eyes. At that moment, the employee reported tensely into the radio, I don't know what happened, but the plane is currently receiving help from the outside, so it's slowly descending to the ground. A reminder sounded in the cabin, dear passengers, please keep your seatbelts fastened and wait for instructions. In midair, Shin Ha-yeol was giving her all to support the weight of the plane falling at a terrifying speed. She gritted her teeth, her facial muscles straining just a little bit more. Shifting to another place, a dim gaze slowly began to open. A flight attendant was watching the person waking up in a panic. Mr. Kim Dokbae, are you okay? The man identified as Kim Dokbae just woke up, clutching his head in exhaustion. Then he looked around in confusion. A moment later, the two stepped off the plane together. The flight attendant was supporting the victim, while Kim Dokbae stared blankly around. With a bewildered expression, he exclaimed, what on earth is this? In front, Shin Ha-yeol was kneeling on the ground to the curiosity of everyone. Kim Dokbae exclaimed, is that her? The flight attendant looked at him confusingly. Kim Dokbae's tears streamed down in joy. That is the person who protected us. A hero. On Shin Ha-yeol's side, she was looking up at the sky, panting with exhaustion. Tears flowed as she whispered, egoistic. The story quickly made it to the news. Of course, Shin Ha-yeol's image was printed very clearly. America is horrified, Japan is stunned, China is praising her loudly, and France is also in awe because of this hero. Who is Stardust? China had to admit that in terms of heroes, they were a complete failure compared to Korea. Even combining 10 Japanese heroes wouldn't be able to rival Korea, the Japanese Minister of Internal Affairs revealed shockingly. Following that, news reports quickly caught on to the hype. Hello, audience, this is the Morning 9 news to start your day. Yesterday morning, the rank villain Egoistic used a remote control to seize a plane and cause it to crash. Fortunately, all passengers were miraculously saved. The person who held the plane was none other than Stardust, our prideful hero. Many experts previously predicted that her known abilities wouldn't be enough to prevent this incident, but in the end, the plane slowly slowed down. Shin Ha-yeol returned home and heard the news about herself. She quickly turned off the TV and took a sip of water. Shin Ha-yeol, having just finished bathing, looked very relieved and cute. Suddenly her phone rang. She quickly picked up the phone. Hello. After hearing what the other end said, she asked back, really? On the other end of the line was a blue-haired person who confirmed, yeah, I asked the association president to give Shin Ha-yeol some time off. Let's go to the beach and enjoy the scenery to rest for a day. It's been a while since we went out together like this. Shin Ha-yeol cheered happily. All right, I'll head out tomorrow. The blue-haired person added, yeah, call Kim Jae-hyun to come too. A while later, Shin Ha-yeol went out to the balcony to get some air. Her expression turned serious as if she were thinking about something. Then someone's words rang out in her memory. You can do it because it's you, you can do it. Shin Ha-yeol smiled slightly, thinking, has anyone ever believed in me like that before, even if he's just a mediocre villain? Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. Wait a minute. But why did he tell me to save the plane? If he was sure I could stop and save the plane, why did he make it crash in the first place? Dane's words rang out again. I am just a mediocre villain. You are the one who helped me perfect myself. This left Shin Ha-yeol clutching her forehead in a headache, egoistic. There are too many mysteries, but somehow I have a feeling he did all of this on purpose for a specific reason. I have to investigate his movements thoroughly. Her eyes were filled with determination. Suddenly, the phone screen showed an incoming call from the Hero Association. After listening to the voice on the other end for a while, Shin Ha-yeol was surprised. What? Remeasuring the power parameters. Very quickly, it was the next morning. The sound of roosters crowing, cock-a-doodle-doo. Han Seo-yoon was excited with a yellow float around her waist. Finally, it's here. Dane came out to remind her, Seo-yoon, we're just getting ready to go, so let some air out of the float and put it in the trunk. The girl responded excitedly, yes, brother Do-in. Dane looked at her with a resigned expression, brother. Suddenly, he rubbed his chin in contemplation. Now that I think about it, this is my first vacation since arriving in this world. Should I actually enjoy it? Dane then flashed an expectant smile. But just a short while later, looking at the road jammed with traffic ahead, he groaned in misery. What is this? Inside the car, all three of them were flushed red from the heat with sweat dripping down. Dane sat in the driver's seat, thoroughly dissatisfied. Why did the air conditioning have to break down today of all days? Han Seo-yoon looked like she was about to snap, offering a suggestion. Hey, can't you just teleport this entire car? He panicked and said, I'd die right on the spot if I did that. Let's stop at a rest area to fix this first. Seo-yoon, you have supernatural superintelligence. If it's that hot, just take off your coat. Seo-yoon took off her coat while shouting, I knew we should have just taken the train. Why did you have to show off? Dane immediately retorted, we had too much luggage, it wouldn't have worked. Seo-yoon curiously opened the gray box next to her. What is this? Isn't this supposed to be vacation gear? It turned out to be a suitcase filled with guns. Dane gave a smug thumbs up. Who knows what might happen? Behind him, Seo-yoon was already fuming with rage. She yelled, what kind of vacation is this? Dane panicked and hurriedly tried to calm her down. I'm sorry, Seo-yoon, put the gun down and then we can talk. After a series of mishaps on the road, their group finally arrived at their vacation destination. Seo-yoon changed into a cute swimsuit, grabbed a yellow floaty and rushed toward the beach excitedly. The ocean. Dane sat on the shore watching her and laughed. At this rate, she really is just a kid. Lee Subin popped open a can of soda. Then she handed it to Do-in. I just bought some drinks, you should have a can too. She had also changed into a beautiful bikini. He took the drink and replied, thanks, Subin. Suddenly, Lee Subin stared intently at Do-in, making him look back in confusion. I'm always grateful to you. Do-in wondered, grateful for what? Subin said, just for everything. Thank you for saving me back then and thank you for treating me so well. Faced with such a beautiful and charming figure, Dane was as dense as a log. He squinted his eyes and gave a thumbs up. What are you talking about? I should be the one thanking you. You do the housework for us and the food you cook is delicious too. Lee Subin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, looking shy. Hearing that makes me feel very touched. Dane gulped hard. His expression began to grow suspicious as he thought to himself. Could this be a dead flag from a comic book? Or is she planning to betray me? He looked down at the can of soda in his hand in panic. Could I have been poisoned? His twisted expression left Lee Subin looking very confused. The scene shifted to a large building in the city. Shin Ha-yeol appeared there. Some employees were whispering to each other, our measurements aren't wrong. The data clearly shows she couldn't possibly have stopped the plane. Another employee replied. Maybe there was a mistake somewhere. Maybe we just don't understand the true extent of her power. Shin Ha-yeol stood in front of a power testing board, thinking, no, the aptitude test isn't wrong. When I stopped that seemingly impossible disaster, it was clear that, as she thought, she unleashed her power, preparing to test it once more. This impact caused the nearby employees to look over in astonishment. Shin Ha-yeol shouted as she swung her powerful fist. The punch landed directly on the test board. The board cracked from the sheer force. The screws all popped out. The blast of energy erupted into the surrounding space. The employees stared at the scene in horror. Shin Ha-yeol stood before her own fist and muttered, I've become stronger. The sun was still blazing down below. Seo-yoon, enjoying herself on the floaty in the ocean, noticed something on the shore. Dain replied to Lee Subin tensely, ha ha, I look forward to your help in the future, Subin. Seo-yoon quickly climbed onto the shore, pointed at the two of them and exposed them. Hey, you guys. Are you two trying to be all lovey-dovey and leave me all by myself? Lee Subin panicked, shyly retorting, lovey-dovey, what are you talking about? Dain remained calmly confused. The little girl fumed. If it's a family vacation, we have to play together. He flashed a sinister smile. Oh, is that so? Seo-yoon frowned, looking at that expression with confusion. A second later, Dain transformed into a scary uncle. He lifted both Seo-yoon and the floaty, making her panic. Hey, what are you doing? Wait. Dain playfully tossed her flying out into the sea, laughing wickedly. What am I doing? We're playing together. Seo-yoon fell into the sea and struggled to surface. Immediately after, she threw a piece of seaweed at Dain's face, shouting, I got water up my nose. This is so annoying, seriously. Dain laughed awkwardly, picking the seaweed off his face and thinking, anyway, it's been a long time since I've had this much peace. It feels good. Then he bared his teeth like a demon king and lunged at her to splash water. Lee Subin sat on the shore, watching the scene and laughing happily. Time passed quickly, evening had arrived again. On the road, strange vehicles sped by, accompanied by voices. Where should our team raid tonight? The Busan Marriott, Royal Hyperion, Hilton, Grand Ambassador, Hyatt, all of them. The bald man in the gloomy space shouted, let's make it a grand finale. The scene shifted to the Marriott Royal Hyperion Hilton Grand Ambassador Hyatt Hotel. After a fun day at the beach, Dain's group returned to the hotel to rest. The receptionist asked, welcome, what is the reservation name? Dain replied, it should be Han Seo-yoon. The receptionist smiled brightly, handing over a room card. Yes, I've confirmed it. Here is the key for room 2708. Dain asked in confusion. Wait, only one room? Seo-yoon walked up, stood beside him, pouted and whistled as she guiltily explained, well, saving a little money is a good thing, right? And then she just let it go. The three of them went to wait for the elevator to their room. Suddenly, Seo-yoon cheered, oh right, the bed is super huge, so let's sleep together. Dain widened his eyes. Wait, there's only one bed? Lee Subin, though excited and looking forward to it, acted calm and said, it's been a long time, sleeping three in a bed is fun too. Forget it, Dain said, breaking into a cold sweat as he looked at them. Well, it's not like we've never slept together before. But deep down he prayed silently, nothing weird is going to happen, right? Honestly, nothing happened at all. What was I even expecting? Ha ha. The three of them really slept in the same bed with Seo-yoon in the middle, fast asleep and snoring loudly. Dain was closing his eyes to rest when suddenly a whisper came from outside the door. Wait, I want to get into this room. Then came the sound of counting down. 1, 2, 3. Two robbers dressed in full black gear kicked the door open, holding guns, and screamed, FBI, open up. Dain flicked a finger upward. Instantly, the two guys were struck in the chin and fell backward. A moment later, Dain sat up, rubbing his eyes and yawning. Where on earth did these guys come from? The two robbers were already lying unconscious on the floor. Dain carefully peeked out the door. He saw guests from other rooms still in their pajamas being dragged away by the FBI team. Hurry up, you lot, he exclaimed, terrorists, seriously. Then he gritted his teeth and crushed the door frame. Damn it, I've only gone out for vacation twice and both times something stupid happens. Why? On his phone screen, Dain was looking up information. Wait a minute. Shadow Walker is still around. How do they dare cause trouble at night? On the screen was the news. Shocking news. A-rank hero Shadow Walker found collapsed in Western Incheon. Oh my god. Seo-yoon had also woken up. She yawned and asked, what's going on, terrorists? Dain replied, yeah. Deep down, he rolled his eyes and thought, at this point, I'm not even surprised anymore. Then he vanished from his spot, adding, wait here, I'm going to check the parking lot. Wake Subin up and wait in the room. Seo-yoon was still dazed, rubbing her eyes. We're on vacation and we still run into terrorists? Fine, fine, I'll do as you say. By now Dane had appeared inside his car. He looked outside and saw the terrorists creeping around the vehicles. I can't just quietly walk away without dealing with this. After thinking, Dane searched for something in the car. He pulled out a creepy mask and flashed a sinister expression. I didn't expect the spare mask I brought to come in handy so soon. Serves you jerks right for ruining our vacation. Come on out and show your faces. After grabbing his gear, Dane teleported back to the hotel room, where the two girls were already up and waiting solemnly. Dane threw the equipment to them and announced, "Just take the orders through the in-ear. Let's go, everyone." His expression was extremely delighted. Seo Yoon sighed in resignation. He looked so excited at times like this. Outside in the hotel lobby, the terrorists piled chairs into a small mountain. The leader sat on top while his underlings below held guns, aiming in every direction. The bald guy, Monkey Spanner, an A-rank villain, stroked his beard and spoke up. "Is it ready?" Two guys below nodded done. He praised them good. Then he shouted loudly, pointing below, "Declare this to the Hero Association and the government. We are holding hundreds of hostages here right now. If you don't transfer the money to the provided account immediately, everyone will be eliminated." Below, the hostages were tied up, kneeling on the floor. Monkey Spanner continued to yell, "The account number is 1002. Suddenly, a noise echoed, causing both the hostages and the terrorists to look in one direction. Monkey Spanner became alert, stopped talking, and listened to the sound. Dylan, now wearing an orange mask, stepped out, clapping and laughing. "Enough! This crappy terrorism ends right here." Then he reached out his hand, generating a surge of energy. Instantly, a gun in a terrorist's hand was pulled away by that power. Then, countless guns were controlled by the power, aiming their barrels at the foreheads of the terrorists themselves. Dane swung his fist. A wave of power radiated out from the large hotel area. Inside, the hostages were terrified by this and screamed. Dane's pupils turned purple. He thought tensely, "Did I really burn through all the energy I saved up over the last few months just for this?" Then he leaped up. He lunged forward to attack Spanner. Dane kicked him down to the floor. Then he sat in the leader's chair. Looking down from above, he flashed a wicked smile. "How ridiculous. Weaklings like you dare to commit terrorism." Suddenly, Monkey Spanner's eyes flashed red. He pulled out a gun and aimed it straight at Doan. A gunshot rang out, and a bullet embedded itself straight into his stomach. Even he was shocked, looking down at his wound. Rapidly, a manic laugh rang out. "Ha ha ha, was that really just one bullet?" Dane's expression left Monkey Spanner stunned. Dane sat above, the bullet still embedded in his stomach. He was still calmly laughing. "Is that all you've got?" Monkey Spanner looked like a giant who could control everything in the palm of his hand. Above, Dane was secretly breaking out in a cold sweat. Behind the mask, his face was twisted in pain. "Damn it, this is a dangerous situation. If I move, I'll die from blood loss." Below, Monkey Spanner began to pace. His instincts told him to get away immediately. He calculated in his heart, "You jerk. I intended to take advantage of Shadow Walker's absence to make a quick hit. That guy must be egoistic. Is it possible I was on his target list and that's why he was hiding here?" Above, Dane tried to endure the pain and laughed. "You seem very tense. I'll give you a chance to run if you can." Monkey Spanner gritted his teeth, raised his fist, and challenged, "What are you plotting?" Dane continued to tease, "The thing you're racking your brain over is the real conspiracy. You've already ruined my vacation. Don't be a nuisance. Get out while you still can." Deep down, he desperately urged his opponent, "Please, stop thinking, just leave. Even opening my eyes is making me dizzy now." Monkey Spanner thought, "This is my chance. That's right, I just need to boost my ability and I can bounce back anytime." Then, to the shock and panic of the hostages, he transformed into a lightning bolt and bolted for the hotel door. "I, Monkey Spanner, will one day become the king of Korea. I can't die here." But just outside the door, a fist swung in, accompanied by sharp shards of glass. The punch sent Monkey Spanner flying backward with great force. His body became deformed. He flew off like a deflected missile. Shin Ha-yeol had arrived just in time. She warned the terrorists loudly, "You're surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender, Monkey Spanner gang." But when she looked at the floor, she saw a pile of terrorists who had been lying there for a long time. At that moment, a pair of straight legs stepped inside. Shin Ha-yeol was bewildered by the situation, while Icicle, an A-rank hero with a cold expression, muttered, "Huh, they're all dead." Shadow Walker, an A-rank hero next to her, looked bored. "So boring. Are they all down already? I heard the rumor about the terrorism and rushed over." Then he noticed Dane sitting on the pile of chairs. but who is that guy? Dain was stunned with pink bubbles floating around his head, thinking, why is she here? Shin Ha-yeol frowned and asked, who are you? Did you take down these terrorists? Dain tried to hold his wound tightly, thinking, if I don't focus, I'm going to die right here. Luckily, they don't seem to know I'm egoistic, so I have to buy some time. I just need to recover enough energy to teleport twice. Elsewhere, Seo Yoon and Subin were listening anxiously through their earpieces. Dylan, outside, continued to play the dangerous role, who am I? I'm an S-rank hero working secretly in Korea. This statement made the three people below look up in shock. Shin Ha-yeol pointed her finger and exposed him. There's no record of an S-rank hero in the association files. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Who are you, really? He replied calmly, A-rank hero Stardust. Don't you know what secret operation means? A-rank hero Icicle, A-rank hero Shadow Walker. I'm a hero who has been active since the generation before you. Seo Yoon wondered in confusion, Dylan, what the hell are you doing? Subin knitted her brows, worried. Dylan outside remained arrogant. When meeting a senior, you should greet them first. These guys are so stupid. Shin Ha-yeol looked up with an expression of annoyance mixed with suspicion. He continued to shake his head in disappointment. Looking at your faces, I can tell you don't understand anything. Then I'll introduce myself properly. Listen closely, I am a hero. His eyes drifted to a young boy wearing a t-shirt that said Apple Mango on the back. An image of a delicious-looking fruit appeared. Dain promptly blurted out the name, Apple Mango. The released hostages, upon hearing the name, stared blankly, confused by the strange choice. Icicle, startled, listened to some information through her earpiece and replied, yes, yes. He said it's an apple mango. She then coldly gestured and debunked it. Hey, you, they said there's no hero with a nickname like that. Who are you, really? Dun shouted in anger, you ignorant fool, I even know the association president's real name is Park Mansion. Oh, wait, it's Park Junho now, isn't it? My name was too countrified, so I changed it. Go check if you don't believe me. This statement left all three of them stunned. Inside, he was incredibly tense, thinking, I didn't expect that some random tidbits from the original story would actually come in handy. Icicle retorted, well, the president said he doesn't know you anyway. At that moment, a hostage spoke up. Hey, you heroes, I've been watching this and I'm so frustrated I have to say something. That voice, filled with deep dissatisfaction, rang out. The guy in the mask just controlled those bad guys to help us, so who he is really shouldn't matter, right? Icicle was flustered, breaking into a cold sweat. I mean everyone, please stay calm. Dane screamed inwardly, oh my god, you're spot on, old man. I just need to recover a bit more energy and I can escape. The old man continued, and I saw him make the gun float in midair and shoot around. What was it? He's like that person who's always on TV. Shin Ha-yeol caught the important point. Dan froze awkwardly, old man please. The old man below gave him a thumbs up, and if that's the case, so what? Just thinking about it gives me a thrill. Dane screamed inwardly again, stop, please stop. Icicle chuckled coldly, seems quite suspicious, doesn't it? Dane was silently tense, sweating bullets just a little bit more. The three below began to release their power. Let's neutralize him first. Then we'll see about unmasking him. Icicle reached out, unleashing her power forward. An ice pillar pierced deep into the floor. Dane gritted his teeth, damn it. 3-2. Shadow Walker had silently closed in on him from behind. Dane clutched his wound, screaming inwardly, please, please, just move. Shin Ha-yeol's eyes were sharp as she stared at her opponent. Then she lunged toward him like a rocket. Dane's expression was twisted in extreme anxiety at the situation. Just then, Dane finally managed to use his power, shifting downward to evade the control. It was Seo Yoon and Subin who had appeared just in time to catch him. The two quickly disappeared, taking the injured Dayan with them and fleeing the scene. A moment later, their car swerved, and they all tumbled inside. Seo Yoon's eyes were spinning, unable to sit steady. She asked hurriedly, brother, are you okay? Dayan was in such pain his face distorted. Seo Yoon, right now, hurry and wipe all evidence that we were in Busan. The hotel check-in records and the CCTV, if they find out. At this point, he couldn't finish his sentence. The two girls looked up in a panic. Brother, what's wrong? Blood was gushing incessantly from the wound on his abdomen. Subin screamed, we have to get him to the hospital right now. Dane tried to stop her. No, you can't. I don't have the strength to teleport anymore. We'll definitely be caught. Take me to Ego Base. Subin gritted her teeth in tension. She then gripped the steering wheel and shouted instructions to Seo Yoon. Seo, first, get the first aid kit and give him some emergency treatment. Seo Yoon's eyes were welling up with tears as if seeing a haunting scene. Oh, oh. Subin turned back and shouted, urging her, hurry up. The girl pulled herself together and quickly wiped her tears. Yes, yes. Subin drove with a serious expression. I'll get us out of here first. On the dark road, the car sped away like the wind. Back at the hotel lobby, the hostages were being comforted by the police. Icicle stood to the side, sighing, honestly, such a rare vacation, and these villains still won't let us have a single day off. Shadow Walker looked gloomy as he asked, I'm going to go rest for a bit. She turned to answer, okay, good work. It's all my fault for inviting you here to relax. Icicle turned to Stardust. Well, since we're already here, Stardust. Meanwhile, Shinha Yul was pursing her lips, lost in thought, not paying attention to her surroundings. On the road, a car was driving. The driver was yawning from exhaustion, so sleepy, I'll just chew some gum. Suddenly, he saw another car racing behind him in the rearview mirror. What is that? The car was driving so fast it seemed to be smoking. The other driver shouted, is that car crazy? The speedometer had already exceeded 220 km/h. Seo Yoon tried hard to treat Dane's wounds. Subin held the steering wheel with a terrifying expression. He was covered in blood. The wound wouldn't stop bleeding despite the bandage. He was sweating from the pain. Meanwhile, Shinha Yul clenched her fists, saying seriously, I have to check his movements a little. A flashback to the past in Dane's room. A voice rang out, it's the villains again, always the villains. They're harassing Stardust every which way. Dane snapped the book shut. He lay on his bed with a listless expression, muttering, and it ends like this. This was the 19-year-old Dane from the past. With dark circles under his eyes, he sighed, this story is full of depressing themes, that ending. Then the book fell to the floor. Dane tossed and turned on his bed, lamenting Stardust. He mumbled something before falling asleep. Just then, a streak of light flashed across the night sky outside the window. Cutting back to the present, in a certain residential area, Seo Yoon was tending to Dane's wounds. The girl's face was pale from extreme fatigue. Subin brought over a tray of food, but the girl refused. I'm not eating. She tried to persuade her, Seo Yoon, eat a little. Brother Dan will wake up soon. Dane was currently lying unconscious on a glass bed. Seo Yoon buried her face in her hands and sobbed, while Lee Subin sat beside her, comforting her with a heavy heart. Just as the girl was crying while swallowing a mouthful of rice, a voice suddenly rang out, you're still eating well, aren't you, our Seo Yoon? Dane turned to look, smiling as he said, and here I am about to die. The two girls looked over in astonishment. Then Seo Yoon wailed and cried loudly once again. She cried and thrashed while punching Dane. Subin sat beside them, moved. He could only force a bitter smile, saying, ouch. Outside, the sky was still pitch black. An image of Dane appeared, wearing a white mask and holding a golden mask in his other hand. The internet was flooded with news about him. Is the terror attack that caused no casualties really a terror attack? Shinha Yul sat in front of her computer, searching for news. Interesting. There were no casualties on the plane either. If Egostic hadn't called and I hadn't been able to act, what would have happened? Dane's image appeared, smiling as he said, you can do it because it's you can do it. Shinha Yul hung her head, feeling tense. He thought I could definitely do it, as if he knew my powers would be enhanced. Then she suddenly smirked and muttered, how would he know? It must just be a coincidence. She clenched her hand into a fist again, but the fact that I've gotten stronger is undeniable. Then she picked up someone's information board. There's one more suspicious point. The villains Egostic killed were villains who would have caused large-scale disasters someday, and he saw that too. Egostic is definitely not a hero, but calling him a mere villain is also not quite right. I have a feeling he's playing some giant game. The next terror attack, I must reveal his identity no matter what. Shinha Yul was extremely determined. On Seo Yoon's side, the girl was also deep in thought, searching her phone. So, what is the purpose of those terror attacks? Egostic knows the Hero Association president's real name, Park Junho. Their names are Park Manchun. Could it be that Egostic was a 5th-rank hero in the past who switched sides after a conflict with the association? Conspiracy theories about Egostic's conflict with the Hero Association are spreading. The three were sitting at the dining table. Hearing that info made Dane choke. Seo Yoon, I'm going to throw up. Let's eat. Subin gave an awkward smile and put her phone away. Seo Yoon, don't bother brother Dane for now. He's very tired. The girl was still very dissatisfied and questioned him. What are you planning? Are you going to go back to I am a villain, I must act like this and continue the terror in that body again? Dane jumped at her expression. Seo Yoon, he was speechless. Suddenly, the two girls across from him looked at him with sharp eyes. Dane had no choice but to make a decision. We will rest for a while, about 3 months. This made their faces relax with joy, really. He continued chewing his food while confirming, yeah, stay hidden for a while. With the current public attention, if I disappear for a while, it will die down. Inside, he thought to himself, during this break, I have to recruit new members. An image of a mysterious person appeared, and Dane calculated if I leave him be, he'll become a villain who causes a massive imbalance in the future. If I don't kill him, I have to bring him over to my side. Very quickly, 3 months passed. A notification sounded, villain spotted, Stardust prepare to deploy. Shin Ha-yeol asked hurriedly, is it Egoistic? The other end denied, no, it's a villain who calls himself Rock Bottom. Hearing that, she answered with disappointment, ah, I see. A while later, Shin Ha-yeol, in her hero form, rocketed through the sky. As she flew, she wondered, Egoistic, where did you go and what have you been doing for the last 3 months? Cutting to Dane's house. He was watching a large TV screen showing Shin Ha-yeol. Oh, she's here, she's here. Dane was eating popcorn just as excited as if he were watching a movie. Seo-yoon sat beside him, looking at him with a weary expression. At this moment, a monster called Rockbottom, an A-rank villain, was roaring while unleashing his power. Dane cheered from the screen, go for it, Stardust. She lunged to attack Rockbottom and shouted, are you Egoistic? No, you're not. Shin Ha-yeol seemed to fall into a rage, punching her opponent to pieces. A moment later, a bald man with bulging eyes was left unconscious on the ground. Dane excitedly threw his popcorn tub into the air. Look at that, the power boost was definitely worth it. Stardust. Seo-yoon frowned with annoyance, is that so fun? Dane felt a guilty jump. Yeah, it is. Suddenly, the girl sternly reminded him, making him spit out his water. Now let's get to work. Brother, I can't stand you lurking in Stardust's fan club all day anymore. He looked over in confusion. What? Seo-yoon? Seo-yoon spoke with a dark tone. Delen, leader of the Stardust group. Did you think I didn't know? I'm a famous hacker, you know. Being exposed like that, Dane quickly snatched the remote to turn off the screen, making excuses. It's just a small hobby. The girl repeated, anyway, we decided to work today, didn't we? Dane sat up and asked, let's see, today is the 17th, right? The girl was excited. What, are we doing a terror attack? Dane denied it. No, Seo-yoon asked again. Then we're destroying a villain. He denied it again, not that either. Then Dane smiled brightly. We're going to recruit a new member. Cutting to a high vantage point overlooking the town, an old couple was admiring the view below. The man exclaimed, oh, this place is still the same, isn't it? This scenery hasn't changed a bit in 20 years. Just then, someone bumped into the man. That person was wearing a hat and bowing their head, hiding their face. Ah, I'm sorry. He waved his hand. It's okay, I'm fine, student. But after the girl passed by, she was holding a wallet in her hand. This girl had blue pupils. When she glanced down, she saw a group of people. These people were obviously a group of thugs, each with a cigarette hanging from their mouths, looking up at her with arrogant, hooligan-like expressions. The girl gritted her teeth in anger. Just then, a little boy with clear blue eyes like hers appeared and ran over, laughing brightly as he called out, Sister! This boy's name is Lee Ki-hyun, 13 years old. She pinched her younger brother's cheek and asked, are you having fun? The boy answered happily, yes. She then noticed her younger brother's injured knee. Your knee is scraped. Where did you get hurt? Ki-hyun innocently replied, I tripped and fell on the way home. The girl held out her hand, emitting a healing aura, and reminded him, goodness, be more careful next time, okay? Seeing the wound on his knee gradually healing, he exclaimed in amazement, whoa. A moment later, the scrape had completely vanished. Then the girl took off her cap. She placed it on Ki-hyun's head and said, you go home first, okay? The boy obediently nodded, okay. With her cap removed, she revealed herself to be a beautiful girl with orange hair. She smiled brightly and instructed, I'll go buy some good food and then head back. Introduction, this is Lee Haru, who later becomes a villain known as X-Saintess. Sometime later, night had fallen. Lee Haru was on her way home with a bag of groceries. As soon as she opened the door, she called out with a bright smile, Ki-hyun, I bought a bag of delicious snacks for you. Suddenly, Lee Haru's face turned pale at the scene inside. A voice rang out from within the house, I knew it, this brat. Her grocery bag dropped to the floor. Inside were members of a gang, the stray dogs from the dam area. Ki-hyun was being held by a masked man. One of them spoke up, you're in our territory and you still dare to pickpocket? If I catch you hiding anything else, I'm sending you straight to heaven. You hear me? The man had one eye larger than the other, which looked ridiculous, but he was trying to act menacing. Even though she was terrified, Lee Haru screamed, that's enough. leave Ki-hyun alone and take all that stuff and get lost. The man sighed, looking at her with a bored expression. Then he grabbed Ki-hyun's hair, making the boy scream in pain. He took sadistic pleasure in others' pain. Hey, little girl. By this time, two other men had lunged forward to restrain Lee Haru. You bastards. The man kept grabbing Ki-hyun's head and said, look at that, your sister doesn't seem to understand what's happening, does she? The scarred man held a knife to the boy's neck. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Seeing this, Lee Haru screamed in horror. No, I was wrong, please. The cruel scarred man swung the knife. Too late, you bitch. Ki-hyun squeezed his eyes shut in despair. Suddenly, a mysterious force ripped the knife out of the man's hand. He glanced back stunned. Then some force slammed him against the wall. A moment later, the muzzles of several guns were pointed menacingly at the heads of every stray dog gang member. Seizing the moment, Ki-hyun broke free and lunged forward. Lee Haru hugged the boy tightly, calling out in agitation, Ki-hyun. At that moment, Dane appeared outside their house. He thought, Friday the 17th. Lee Haru's brother was supposed to be killed by that gang today, and Lee Haru would have been corrupted and followed the path of a villain. Good thing I came early. If I'd been any later, it would have been a disaster. Ki-hyun looked outside, saw him, and gasped in surprise. Could it be? Lee Haru turned and stood protectively in front of Ki-hyun, asking guardedly, are you egoistic? Din immediately flashed a villainous smile. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lee Haru and Ki-hyun. I'm here to take you both with me. Hearing this, Lee Haru's face darkened and she shouted, why would you take us? You're clearly that cruel villain. Din explained calmly, why, to save you too, of course. Didn't you see what just happened? Besides, it would be a hassle if the police showed up. She tried to refuse. I'd rather die than go with you. You jerk, what are you planning? Ki-hyun had already dashed outside like a gust of wind. Lee Haru was struck dumb by the scene. She hurriedly screamed, Ki-hyun, no. In her eyes, Ki-hyun was running toward a dangerous, evil demon. By then, Ki-hyun had reached Do-in. He grabbed Do-in's hand and exclaimed, egoistic, I'm in the Mango Association. The boy looked at him with an expression of pure admiration and pride. Even Dane felt flustered by the boy's affection. A short while later, Dane brought the siblings to his hideout. Then he introduced them to the rest of the members. All right, these are our new members. Say hello. Ki-hyun's eyes shone with excitement. Whoa, it's the beautiful internet terrorist Beauty from Ego's team. Subin broke into a cold sweat at the nickname Internet Terrorist Beauty. Ki-hyun's eyes remained sparkling with admiration. So are you a hacker? Lee Haru cautiously bowed. Hello everyone, I'm Lee Haru and this is my younger brother Ki-hyun. Seo-yoon looked serious as if assessing a new item. A new member with healing powers. So it's a girl, huh? A while later, the five of them had grown more harmonious. Dane happily opened the fridge. Mango, anyone? Ki-hyun's expression was still excited. I knew it, it's mango. Seo-yoon stared ahead thinking, this is exactly how it was when I first met Do-in. Meanwhile, Lee Haru sat next to them, looking very tense and guarded. Do-in was by the fridge, tilting his head back to chug some juice. Seeing this, Seo-yoon bared her teeth and shrieked, don't just put your mouth to the bottle and drink like that, making Do-in jump and spit it all out. It's mango juice? Hey, that was mine, Seo-yoon, yours is in the fridge. Even though she knew she'd overreacted, Seo-yoon sulked and reminded him, well, try to be more careful next time. Subin gently brought out a plate of sliced apples and asked happily, Ki-hyun, would you like some fruit? The boy's eyes lit up even more. Whoa, thank you. Ki-hyun quickly took a fork and stabbed a slice of apple. Lee Haru called out in a tense voice, Ki-hyun. The boy was opening his mouth to take a big bite. Then he chewed while looking over with a puzzled expression. Huh? Lee Haru helplessly turned away, still looking very anxious. Oh, it's nothing. At this point, Dane called out with a bright smile, Seo-yoon, Subin, I want to have an honest talk with them for a moment. Could you two go outside for a bit? Seo-yoon stuck her tongue out, mimicking his tone. Go outside for a bit, could you? Dane was speechless at her personality. Subin, go back to the main house with her for now, please. A moment later, only the three of them were left in the room. Dane sat facing the siblings. He spoke first. Lee Haru, you killed the orphanage director and ran away, didn't you? This remark made Lee Haru knit her brows in guard. Dylan continued, I've investigated everything. That director abused you too frequently. I didn't find you two by accident, I had a purpose. She asked suspiciously, what purpose? Dane blurted out, so you two could live happily. Lee Haru stared intently at him, then exclaimed in surprise, what? Dane smiled, then continued, well, obviously not in this cramped underground place. I've already set up a teleportation gate. We're moving to the big house, you'll live there and go to school. Lee Haru found him very suspicious and questioned, why on earth would you do that for us? We only met today. Dane thought of Seo-yoon and said, because I have a little sister too. That's why I'm doing this. Ki-hyun's eyes shone bright. I've watched all of Mangastic's terror incidents. I've watched them a dozen times. Dane answered awkwardly. Is that so? Thanks, kid. Internally, he worried, is it really okay for an elementary schooler to watch that stuff? Lee Haru glared. Ki-hyun, Dane spoke up again, just try living together for a while. It'll be more fun than you think. We aren't as bad as you imagine. Ki-hyun clasped his hands together in anticipation of a beautiful life ahead. Lee Haru seemed to be thinking seriously about it. All right then. A moment later, Dane led the siblings to a location, this way. A secret gate opened on its own. It revealed a mysterious spatial gateway. Dane turned back and smiled brightly at them. Follow me. Then he stepped into the gate, his body gradually disappearing. Lee Haru still had a very tense expression. Meanwhile, Ki-hyun excitedly jumped to the gate and waved back. Sister, aren't you going yet? I'm going first. Making Lee Haru panic. Ki-hyun. Still, she couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Goodness. Finally, she decided to follow them inside. A moment later, Lee Haru climbed the stairs with a look of astonishment. The sight before her eyes was Ki-hyun standing by the glass window, bathed in bright, warm sunlight. Dane said, do you like it? This will be our home. Ki-hyun seems to like it. I'm on the 3rd floor and you two are on the 2nd. There are 2 rooms for you. Don't worry about tuition. Kids your age should be in school. I have plenty of money. Lee Haru still looked at him with suspicion. Dane continued gently, if you feel uncomfortable, just stay for a few days and then decide. If you want to go back, you can refuse anytime. Okay. Lee Haru stared at him with wide eyes. Suddenly she became agitated, looking around with a pale face. She remembered the sight of the scarred man holding the knife to Ki-hyun's neck earlier. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Back then, the boy had looked on in utter despair, squeezing his eyes shut. Then, the image of the happy Ki-hyun now appeared in her mind. Lee Haru nodded in acceptance. Thank you very much. Dane patted her shoulder to reassure her, it's nothing, let's live well together. Elsewhere, Dane flashed a super smug villainous look. Recruiting the older sister was a success. Suddenly, he scratched his head in confusion. I feel like I forgot something. What was it? It was nighttime, and the moon had risen high. On the internet, news about his deeds from that day popped up. What did the hero do today? Hero news board, is Egostic really dead? A flurry of comments asking about Egostic's whereabouts appeared. Shin Ha-yeol sat in front of the computer screen in frustration. Where on earth are you and what are you doing, Egostic? Her expression was sullen and expectant, to the point that she seemed to be losing all her patience. In the laboratory, which was bathed in a green glow, the thick liquid in the massive tank began to boil violently, with bubbles rising and bursting as if something colossal were stirring inside. 2 scientists stood on the balcony looking down, their eyes a mix of fear and excitement. One of them said with a trembling voice, every time I witness this, I still get goosebumps. The bespectacled man was covered in beads of sweat, struggling to swallow, his smile twisted with a mixture of terror and thrill. He exclaimed, it's truly astonishing, his eyes sparkling like someone intoxicated by the madness of science. Behind him, the silver-haired man stood silent, his expression cold as steel. The silver-haired man offered a thin smile, his voice resonating with confidence. Project Behemoth must be completed. He turned to his colleague and said, we will present it to Dr. Kim Seon-woo when he is released. The green light shining on his face made his smile look even more terrifying. Beneath the surface of the liquid, the giant creature continued to thrash, its pitch-black tentacles lashing against the tank walls with blood-curdling thuds. The silver-haired man curled his lip and said, when that happens, Korea will collapse. His eyes flashed with a barely concealed insanity. And the Hanun group will dominate the entire world. No one can stop us. All around, a crowd of scientists stood surrounding the experimental tank, stretching their hands toward the roiling creature. Cries erupted frantically, the room shook in waves and green light flashed brilliantly. The entire scene resembled a ritual to summon a monster. Scene changed to inside a ghostic base. Inside the bright kitchen, the sound of a knife slicing through mushrooms rang out rhythmically. Lee Haru was carefully cutting each slice, her expression serious but slightly flustered, her hands trembling slightly because she wasn't used to kitchen work. Beside her was Subin washing vegetables. She smiled kindly and asked, you could just rest at home, why do you have to help me? Lee Haru replied flusteredly, no, I feel more comfortable when I can help, her voice small and shy. Subin whispered, thank you, Haru. Her eyes closed, her expression gentle and filled with appreciation. Lee Haru knit her brows slightly in sadness, as if worried about something. Subin smiled faintly as she watched Lee Haru helping to clean up. Her voice was gentle, we'll be finished soon, it's all thanks to you. Liharu bowed her head slightly, her green eyes reflecting confusion. Inside her head, she whispered to herself, the beautiful victim of the egoistic terror attack, Miss Subin. 4 months after that case, she is living a happy and affluent life, to the point where it completely dispels the ominous rumors that she was harmed. Seo Yoon's voice rang out from nearby. Hey, can you help me stand up? Dain cautioned. Try to stay steady while you walk, Seo Yoon, you're going to hurt yourself. Lee Haru's thoughts continued, and the true identity of egoistic is Kim Do-in. Do-in flopped down into his chair, his voice slightly sharp. This house is so bright, so why do you still sleep in the dark basement? He still tugged lightly at Seo Yoon, who tiredly countered, you're the one who keeps talking about that ego base. After a few seconds of silence, Dain switched his tone in a flash. All right, let's eat. Dain was incredibly eager as he looked at the food in front of him, but Lee Haru's train of thought didn't stop. Someday, if he comes back injured with my healing ability. She held her hand out in front of her. Then she clenched it with determination. Scene change, Dain lay sprawled on the bed in an empty room, light streaming through the window and hitting the calendar on the wall. He muttered with weariness, it's time. His face showed a hint of exhaustion, his eyes gazing thoughtfully at the ceiling. Time to prepare for the black disaster that the bastards at Hanun Group are creating. Suddenly, a violent quang explosion echoed and the window rattled. A cold voice resounded, so you were hiding here, Mangastic. Seo Yoon lunged straight into the room with a pumped-up expression, shouting, time to go terrorize. I'm bored to death here. Dain replied, all right, we're going to terrorize now. The little girl asked in surprise, really? He just offered a faint smile. Then he declared, Ego team, all members assemble. By then, everyone was present. Suddenly, Lee Haru spoke up, but why are we terrorizing in the first place? The other three darkened. Dain put on a proud expression and began to explain, if you're curious about the reason for our terrorist actions, the world's compassion is the answer. Seo Yoon crossed her arms and said wearily, stop it, get straight to the point, honey. Dain felt speechless at the little girl's personality. It's not honey anymore, it's hey. His face became serious. Lee Haru, the truth is we are villains. She broke into a light sweat, I see. So we have to terrorize? Seo Yoon raised a finger and continued. However, we must absolutely not cause any casualties to the citizens. We need to create a dilemma perfectly suited to the egoistic concept. Oh, and it has to involve Stardust, that bitch. It has to be an act of terrorism that benefits her in some way. Dain just laughed helplessly. Thanks for the summary, Seo Yoon, but did you just swear? That was just a slip of the tongue, right? He popped the cap off a pen and smiled confidently. Anyway, he drew an image of a bridge. The idea for the next terrorist act is, has the Seoul Bridge collapsed yet? Lee Haru looked at it with some confusion, wondering why it had to be Seoul Bridge. Because right here, a giant monster will appear at this location in Uido, and it will head straight north, sweeping across the entire Korean peninsula. But what if we collapse Seoul Bridge during the terrorist act? Splatter, the monster whose weakness is water, will be finished off. We have to terrorize and catch a villain, in other words, kill two birds with one stone. After finishing, he bowed his head, ending his presentation. Seo Yoon looked at the plan and had to ask, where on earth have you been getting this information? He only left her with one sentence, that's a trade secret. Seo Yoon covered her smile with her hand. It feels like we're simultaneously taking down a villain while performing an act of terrorism. Besides, it doesn't seem like it's for that damn Stardust this time. Dain could only laugh helplessly. Could you stop using the word damn? Hearing this, the little girl sat down and replied happily, perfect. Is the plan decided? Dain responded with a confident smile. What is the one thing we have in abundance? Seo Yoon replied suspiciously, money, but he dismissed it with a gesture like a billionaire. No, that's money. That day finally arrived. He appeared in front of everyone's lenses. He was hovering with a speaker and a camera. Behind him was Seoul Bridge. Floating above, he began to speak. Greetings, everyone. Chosen as the most influential villain by the Hero Association. His eyes narrowed slightly. I, Egoistic, have returned. Everyone knows what I'm about to do, right? What else could I do at Seoul Bridge? Hahaha, naturally a bomb threat. A man driving a car shouted loudly. It's a terrorist attack. The sun still shone brightly before the impending catastrophe. Dain's face darkened as he brought the remote switch up and announced, everyone hold on tight. Following his button press, a series of explosions appeared on the bridge. As the bridge lay in ruins, his voice still echoed, it seems the selection of new guests to help with our little game is complete. Below, someone commented, who recruits guests like that? His voice continued to be transmitted to everyone. The participants of this game are... the good citizens of this country watching this broadcast. Yes, that's right, it's you. The method is very simple. Send your bank account number to the link mentioned in the video and I will immediately transfer 100,000 won. However, before 7:00 p.m. tonight, if the number of people accepting 100,000 won from me exceeds 500,000, I will blow up this bridge. Naturally, that includes everyone currently traveling on it. As people received this information, some were panicked and worried, but others eagerly started entering their account numbers. Make your choice, 100,000 won for free or this bridge that could explode. Time, make your choice everyone, 100,000 won or the bridge, start. As he finished, the screen cut to black. Before ending, he left one final sentence that made the chat explode. Oh, Stardust, no need to show up today. Get some rest. People started commenting excitedly, I will personally protect my woman. Sweet villain Mangastic gives Stardust a break. LMAO, as if she's sitting out just because he said so, she's a hero. Finally finished, he stretched. His eyes closed. He offered a smile and thought to himself, maybe she's relieved because she wasn't bothered by some crazy villain. Before he could finish, Stardust was flying in from the distance at extreme speed. This left him unable to help but gasp in surprise. Stardust. Seeing her made him flustered and he flicked the remote detonator into the sky. Stardust saw it and immediately recognized the object. Looking at the girl in front of him, he thought, long time no see, Stardust. Her face darkened as she looked at him without saying a word. Facing the weight of this deadly silence, he could only call out, Stardust. She still said nothing, only staring at him with cold, sharp eyes. Dane didn't understand what was going on, so he looked back. At that moment, he looked incredibly small before the pressure of this woman. What the hell, what's going on? Scene changed to inside a workspace. The middle-aged man spoke up, hey Kim, what's wrong? Sneaking out for a smoke? The young man on the other side held out his phone and happily replied to the captain, look at this. Inside the phone was a replay of Dain. If you enter your account number here, he'll actually send 100,000 won. The older man looked at the phone, knit his brows and said, let's see. If more than 500,000 people receive it, he'll blow up Seoul Bridge. The young man replied, yeah, you know, egoistic, right? He's staging some kind of terrorist act on the bridge right now. The man next to him also remembered, oh, that crazy villain who wants to act like a mental patient? What a joke. Who would be stupid enough to believe that? The young man responded with an expression of having struck gold, I just did it. 100,000 won. Hearing this, the captain yelled loudly, hey you, don't do that. The young man immediately crouched in fear and stammered, I'm sorry, Captain. But immediately afterward, the captain flipped his attitude, held out his phone and answered with a smile, I accepted it the moment it appeared. Seeing this, the young man recovered, gave a thumbs up and replied, Captain, you scared me, you're a great actor. Afterward, they continued their conversation, are we really going to hit the 500,000 mark? Forget it, let's have a company party tonight. The young man replied, sure. Inside a kitchen, a mother was checking on her child over the phone. Hey, did you eat yet? My account number. She was confused, what's wrong with him all of a sudden? Since when does he give me an allowance? On the screen, it flashed, 100,000 won transferred from Ego Team. She exclaimed, oh my god, is this real? And what is the Ego Team anyway? Scene changed to the burning bridge. Dane was sitting there, trembling uncontrollably. Today, who would have guessed it would be this cold? Then he became serious anyway. He recalled the image of Stardust. Her eyes were as sharp as knives. She was ready to lunge in if I blew up the bridge, as if the air itself were freezing. Why was she glaring at me like that? Does Seoul Bridge contain some memory that wasn't in the original story? I didn't think she would be this angry. It almost made me feel guilty. But then he became firm again, no other choice, it's all for Stardust. Given how the Black Disaster was described in the original version, her current strength will never be able to stop it. In the original plot, it was the first real threat. It marked the moment this comic book moved past pointless heroic tropes to enter something much darker. Brushing everything aside, Dane pulled out his phone to check the progress. He was stunned by the number on the screen. 450,000 people have already received it, and there are still 3 hours left. He slowly jumped down to the ground, gnashing his teeth and saying, these people really. Raising his hand to his neck and letting out a soft sigh, Dane whispered to himself, I don't need to lift a finger to win. Are they really this reckless? But before the camera, he still had to smile and speak. Good citizens of Korea, I don't believe any of you would stoop so low as to accept that money. Below, a flurry of comments appeared. Correct. Obviously. He placed his hand on the white car and continued. everyone, you haven't forgotten, have you? Look forward to our new guests. Their lives are hanging in the balance, subject to the whim of a heartless villain. He looked inside the car and thought to himself, this part is out of my control. I wouldn't call it anyone, but he offered a smile to the person inside. Hello, thanks for joining us. Could you introduce yourself? The man sitting in the car smiled gently. Yes, hello, my name is Choi Jung-jin. Dane assessed his calm expression, no signs of anxiety. He leaned against the car and continued the interview. It's a pleasure, Mr. Choi. Your life is in danger. Aren't you afraid? Aren't you worried at all? Hearing this, Choi Jung-jin laughed even louder. Dane was slightly surprised. He's laughing. Choi Jung-jin radiated a holy aura as he replied, as long as everyone doesn't accept the money, both Soul Bridge and I will be fine, right? Dane was also affected by that light and covered his eyes. I'll apologize to them for you right here. Below, comments appeared one after another. I thought about receiving it, but never mind. You're a good man. Am I trash? That's right, I'll take the money. I'd rather it be him than me. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Dane was also speechless. Well, an excellent statement from Mr. Choi with faith in his Korean countrymen. Any last words? Stardust observed from a distance, yet still heard Choi Jung-jin saying, Go Korea, I believe in you all. She knit her brows. What is your game, egoistic? Dane was still dragging himself along the bridge at this point, secretly praying, I'm so tired, please just this once let there be a normal reaction. He looked through the window of another car. Upon seeing him, there was a loud screaming from inside the car, like they had seen an idol. The girls expressed themselves one after another. It's mangastic. Oh my god, he's even more handsome in real life. Hey, after this, let's buy lottery tickets. We're going to die before we even scratch the ticket. We're your loyal fans. But are you really going to kill us? You always save people at the end, right? Another friend said, Hey, haven't you seen him crush a plane? That's true. The chattering made him feel scared and he whispered, what a headache. Din made an excuse to run away. All right, the interview is over. Let's get out of here. A girl quickly grabbed him. Wait, you're so impatient. She pulled out a tablet. Sign this before you go. He had to sign it for her. People started whispering. He actually signed it. Now it's hard to say who the real victim is. Inside the car, they thanked him for the 100,000 won. Total of 400,000. Great, let's go eat malatang later. You know, we wouldn't even be able to eat if we died here today. Oh, right? Dane was determined. I will never interview civilians again. This terrorist act is a failure. The drone hovered. Dane commanded, Seo-yoon, pull the screen up. The image of Dane was projected onto the large screen. A series of cameras focused on him. Well, everyone, the 7:00 p.m. appointment time has arrived. The national 100,000 won event with the bridge. Now I will announce the results. People started discussing, let's go. No way, it's over 500k, don't let Jung-jin lose, everyone. Jung-jin, I'm sorry. Damn it, if Seoul Bridge collapses, how am I going to work tomorrow? And then the shocking results were announced. 1,250,000 people have chosen the 100,000 won option. Following his words, fireworks appeared on the screen. Not believing their eyes in the heart of beloved South Korea, the girls from earlier also screamed in panic. What? Dane snapped his fingers. Please enjoy this final fireworks display, a gift for each of your selfish soul. Following that, a series of explosions occurred. Stardust witnessed it from afar, completely furious. He finally. Dane raised his hat, bowed formally, and said, Your host, Egoistic, is signing off. At the same time, the camera panned to the bridge exploding into ruins. Oh my god, he killed them. Everyone, don't watch it. They left the chat room. Dane felt a bit weary. I've been hanging up here for too long. I'm about to pass out. I think that's my limit. He stood in the night air filled with fireworks and thought, well then, I'll let Stardust deal with them. I'll just stand back and watch. Suddenly, a beam of light shot past from somewhere. Stardust was darting by at terrifying speed. It turned out she was diving toward the falling car. She strained, reaching out her hand to grab it. That wasn't it, she couldn't catch it. He began to channel his mana, cursing under his breath, damn it. The car was slowly enveloped by Dane's power. Both Stardust and Dane were giving it their all. Fortunately, Stardust managed to get a hold of the car. She slowly lifted the vehicle up. Dane breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing everyone is safe. No sooner had he finished speaking than his strength vanished, his heart feeling like it had stopped. His entire body plunged downward just like that. Luckily, he managed to use teleportation in time. His body hit the ground of the ego base with a loud thud. Subin and Seo-yoon rushed out in a panic, screaming in worry, no, Dylan. Blood was gushing from his nose and mouth. his pupils rolled back and there wasn't a hint of life left in him. The two girls watched with immense worry and fear from behind the glass. Inside, Daeun lay receiving treatment. They prayed silently, "Please, Daeun, open your eyes." Lee Haru was also standing outside the door. After a long moment of contemplation, she took a deep breath. Her hand lightly wiped away a tear. Elsewhere, Ha-yeol stood staring blankly at the night sky. She carried a deep melancholy within her heart filled with thoughts of Egostick. She held the newspaper in her hand. It was filled with articles concerning the two of them. She remembered his words, "Never show even the slightest hesitation. That is where you and I end. If you hesitate for even a second, your life will become a living hell." Even so, if he hadn't forced me not to back down, I never would have been able to make it out here. She fell into deep thought, but that was definitely the perspective of someone convinced that they could do it, as if he knew everything about me. Images of Egostick encouraging her surfaced. "You can do it, step up and save them." Ever since he said that, I haven't been able to stop thinking about it, even though he was the one who pushed them into danger in the first place. Meeting him again after all this time, I'm filled with a mountain of questions. Are you truly a villain? Are you really a bad person? Egostick, who on earth are you? Ha-yeol clenched her fist, but due to some strange emotion, she couldn't utter a single word in the end. An image of her and Daeun as small children appeared. Then came the scene of her struggling to grab the car. "Please, just reach it." Suddenly, energy surrounded the car. She was startled to realize it was slowing down. She turned her head upward. It was the image of Daeun straining to hold the car with his power. Even after saving the car, she couldn't shake her lingering questions. What on earth is Egostick? While lost in thought, a voice rang out, "Why are you sitting here alone? I heard it was a terrorist attack with no casualties." Icicle stepped closer, holding 2 cans of cold drinks. "My lovely little Shin Ha-yeol." Seeing her, Ha-yeol beamed with joy. "Seola, thank you for coming." They shared a tight hug. Seola replied, "What are you talking about? Of course I'd come. We're friends, aren't we?" Ha-yeol's face turned red, feeling the warmth from her friend. They started drinking. Seola puffed out her cheeks and took a deep gulp. She cheered happily. "Ah, this is great. Looking at the panorama of Seoul, spending a quiet night with my Ha-yeol." Suddenly she realized something. "Hey Ha-yeol, why are you still buried in work when you're off the clock? Is it because of Egostick again?" Forget that guy. Even the old Hero Association president is secretly happy that the crime rate has dropped. Of course, he'd never admit it. Looking at his latest attack, it seems he stopped trying to harass you anymore. Ha-yeol turned and replied, "But Seola, can I tell you something?" Ha-yeol's gaze became resolute. "From my perspective, maybe Egostick isn't a bad person." Scene changed to inside the ego base. A pair of legs opened the door and walked in. Lee Haru watched quietly as Seo-yoon lay on the floor. She gently covered Seo-yoon with a blanket to keep the little girl from getting cold. Her gaze shifted to the door of the room where Daeun was lying. Slowly, she pushed the door open and entered. Daeun still lay there, showing no signs of waking up. Standing in front of Daeun, she was skeptical. Should I really have walked in like this? Even if he seems a lot better now, what if he's just like the others, trying to exploit my power? What should I do? Din's face twitched slightly. Lee Haru placed her hand on the glass to observe him more closely. "He didn't even know who I was, yet he saved me. He treated me well without asking for anything in return. But he's in critical condition, right here in front of me." A tear fell. "Can I really just let him die? I'm sorry, Daeun, I just didn't have enough courage. You are truly a good person, but if you knew about my power, I was afraid you would be like the others." She wiped away her weak tears. Looking at his body covered in wounds, she became determined and used her power. "This time I'll be braver." His wounds were being healed by her, slowly but surely. Not long after, they completely disappeared. Daeun still lay there. Lee Haru gently walked back outside. She didn't forget to look back. "Thank you." Finally, she stepped outside, leaving Daeun alone. On this side, Daeun had regained consciousness, secretly rejoicing in his heart. "Finally, I've managed to recruit a healer." He slowly sat up. His face beamed with vitality. "Lee Haru, thank you." Returning to Ha-yeol's side, Seola's voice rang out. "Then let me be blunt. It's very strange that Egostick's attacks never have casualties except for the villains. And that call during the plane incident, something no one else could have known. And what about him catching the falling SUV this time?" Ha-yeol responded with a puppy dog face. Exactly. Seola mocked. "Oh my god, Ha-yeol, don't tell me you actually believe that conspiracy theory that Egostick is a secret S-rank hero in the shadows?" Ha-yeol was furious, her face blackening. "I shouldn't have told her everything." Ha-yeol turned away and replied, "It's not about whether I believe it or not, I'm just saying it doesn't feel like a conspiracy theory anymore." Seola continued teasing. Hee, just kidding, I'm just teasing." "Calm down, little Ha-yeol. Anyway, you're right, there are a few things that don't make much sense. This point grabbed Ha Yul's attention, but then Seola added, but he still does bad things, doesn't he? Even without civilians getting hurt, he still crosses the line. Ha Yul hummed in agreement, that's true, but Seola began to advise, so what's important? You have to treat him like a villain, Ha Yul. Ha Yul sank into thought, I think Egoistic is aiming for something bigger. I still don't know what it is, but Seola's voice cut across Ha Yul's train of thought. Workaholic Shin Ha Yul, stop talking about that masked guy anymore. Anyway, are you interested in any guys lately? You should rest and go on a date. Ha Yul looked dismissive. Someone who has never been on a date wouldn't know how to meet someone, would they? Seola turned red with embarrassment upon hearing this. It's because my family is extremely strict about my private life, okay? It's not that I can't date. A rank hero Icicle, real name Lee Seola, is the heir to a major corporation in Korea, Uiseong. Ha Yul seized the opportunity to tease, hey, you look cute when you get angry. Seola pouted in response. Hey, what do you mean by that? Seriously. Scene changed to a certain prison. The door inside slowly opened. An old man walked in. He was S-rank villain Kim Seon-woo, technical advisor for the Hanun group. A white-haired young man spoke up. Well done, Professor. Kim Seon-woo was escorted by 2 bodyguards and replied, skip the pleasantries, what's the current progress? The young man replied, we've completed 56%. At this rate, the project will be finished around September next year. Before he could finish, Kim Seon-woo scolded him, damn it. He shouted angrily, too slow, I said everything had to be ready before winter, no excuses. The man was a bit startled. Sitting in the car, he whispered, let's go. He calculated secretly in his head, just wait. Before this winter is over, everything in this Republic of Korea will kneel before me. Professor Kim Seon-woo. Scene changed to the ego base. The television was playing a news report. The news stated that Dr. Kim Seon-woo, who had been accused of covering up unethical human experiments, had been released around 7:00 a.m. this morning. He is expected to return to the Hanun Group's research lab. Din's gaze sharpened, his voice becoming devious. All right, the players are stepping onto the field. Seo Yoon walked by, heard him, and became suspicious. What's with that tone? 3 months later, the outdoors were full of snow. Ki-hyun cheered excitedly, it's snowing. Seo Yoon shouted from behind, hey, come back here, I was here first. They played around. In the distance, Subin and Haru were carrying a pot of tea to the table. Sitting down, Subin took a sip. After finishing, her face beamed as she remarked, this feeling is so pleasant. Haru, beside her, chimed in, yeah, it's really wonderful. From behind, Dane's voice rang out, hey, Seo Yoon, which made the little girl who was busy making a snow duck turn around involuntarily. He chided her, can you walk properly? What was that path? You ruined the whole snow layer. The snow was so beautiful and untouched just a moment ago. Let's start playing. But before he could finish, a snowball hit him square in the face. The kids in the distance shouted excitedly, come on, Mangostic, over here. Dane wiped the snow off his face, irritation in his eyes as he began to condense mana in his hands. He didn't let the kids stay excited for long. Right after that, they each took a snowball to the face. His eyes lit up like a war god descending. You little brats, get over here, I'll teach you some manners. His body hovered into the air, his eyes glowing like stars as he prepared to use a very cool skill. Special skill, Supersonic Frost. Seo Yoon was shocked, screaming, huh, what in the world? Hey, that's cheating, Mangostic. Ki-hyun chimed in from behind, that's clearly breaking the rules. The boy raised both hands and shouted, I surrender. Dane happily accepted, while Seo Yoon turned to look at her teammate in shock. Seo Yoon's face darkened, she grabbed 2 snowballs ready to fight. Dane's voice boomed like a demon, Seo Yoon, are you ready? The very next second, Seo Yoon's entire body had turned into an adorable snowman. Dane laughed loudly after his victory, ah, I'm starving, let's go eat something light. Ki-hyun happily followed behind, yes sir. Eating cookies in the winter is truly wonderful. They couldn't resist yelling, this is delicious. They were only focused on eating, completely unaware of a white figure slowly approaching. Dane turned and said with a vacant expression, can you ask Haru to bring some more? Before he could finish his sentence, Seo Yoon lugged a massive snowball and smashed it into his head, making his eyes feel like they were about to pop out. Seeing him lying there with a huge lump on his head, Seo Yoon felt a bit scared. Oh no, Mangostic is done for, was I too heavy-handed? She yelled, are you okay? She worriedly shook his body, calling Do-in. Haru was carrying cookies out and was surprised to see it. She remarked, he's smiling, that's clearly fake. At this moment Dain turned and mocked her voice. With his annoying face he continued, "So touching, was Seo Yoon really worried about me?" The little girl, embarrassed and angry, turned bright red. A second later, another chaotic battle broke out. Seo Yoon carried a giant snowball with 2 cups on top, looking like a shrimp head, chasing after Dain. He ran while yelling back, but that hurt a lot, to which the girl, not believing him, yelled back, "Shut it." Din began to muse. Over the past 3 months, we've been relaxing and enjoying the winter. I had thought about staging another terrorist act, but Stardust is already as strong as she was in her 3rd year in the original timeline, so it's not necessary anymore. Actually, the only change is that Haru has started smiling more. Perhaps she's finally becoming less cold and opening up to us little by little. Oh, and public opinion about me has shifted as well. Everyone blames the Soul Bridge collapse entirely on Egoistic. My reputation has completely collapsed. I mean, 1.2 million people received my money. Obviously, they have to find someone to blame. It's the fault of that guy Egoistic who staged that bizarre terrorist act. That's right, he manipulated everyone and then called us accomplices. Convenient, isn't it? Regardless, becoming a villain was my original goal anyway. Now I just have to wait for the black disaster to appear. Returning to the present, Seo Yoon's voice rang out, "Gotcha." The little girl had grabbed Dain by the hair. A triumphant smile bloomed on her lips. "I won." The very next second, she turned into a snowman again. Dain ran off while Ki-hyun stood by, laughing happily. The 2 women saw this scene and burst into laughter. Subin asked, "What's with the tragic screaming?" And Haru warned from the side, "You're going to get hurt if you keep playing games like that." Dain walked to his chair, exhausted and whining, I'm starving. What should we eat tonight? We played so much, should we do barbecue?" Ki-hyun ran behind him, chiming in, "Ooh, great, let's get inside quickly, it's freezing out here." Haru agreed, "But you have to call Seo Yoon first, she's probably angry somewhere." Scene change, a red alarm bell rang loudly. The laboratory began to crack. People were clutching their heads and running. Kim Seon-woo sat before the ruins and screamed, "Impossible, this cannot be, damn it, where did everything disappear to?" Someone beside him approached and urged, "Professor, you have to get out of here." But he wouldn't listen, turning back and yelling, "Let go, how can I abandon my entire life's work?" Suddenly he froze when he heard a strange sound. A gruesome monster appeared. Others pulled him away, begging, "Please, Professor, we have to run." Even as he was dragged away, he tried to look back. "No, this cannot be." Behemoth, what? Experimental subject number 1. It was only a prototype, how could it be conscious? The scene shifts to a certain building. The staff members are all in a state of panic. Explosions are erupting everywhere. Stardust rushes off at lightning speed. Opening a room door, Stardust asks, "Mr. President, what is happening?" Terrified, he points to a screen and replies, "Emergency, look, Stardust." On the screen is an image of a monster wreaking havoc on the surrounding houses. He asks, "Where did that terrifying thing come from?" Witnessing this, Stardust freezes for a beat. Outside, people are screaming and running for their lives as the monster attacks. Every lash of its tentacle triggers an explosion. A man in a car looks on in panic at something flying toward him. Fortunately, he managed to escape in time. Still worried about his car, he shouts, "My car!" Someone standing nearby yells, "What's the point of worrying about the car now? Run." The monster continues to devastate everything, while people remain helpless. A father and child can only hug each other and pray, "Oh Lord." Suddenly, the monster leaps into the air. On the other side, Stardust takes off, shouting back, "I'm deploying immediately." Seeing this, the president yells, "Stay calm, Stardust, you can't face something that big alone." Hearing that, she turns around and snaps, "I can't just sit here and watch it rampage. Just sit there and eat your popcorn, Mr. President." The president is left speechless. "What did you say?" Suddenly, a scream makes Stardust turn around. The monster has jumped into the water. Its body gradually vanishes beneath the surface. Seeing this, they are all left stunned in place. The president turns dark and says, "Stardust, I want a full report on my desk by tomorrow morning. What's this about popcorn?" She can only apologize. The scene cuts to Dain, who is eating popcorn. It's unclear what they are watching, but they are all shouting intensely. On a quiet night under the light of the full moon, the sound of a gentle breeze echoes throughout the city. Inside her apartment, A-rank hero Stardust is browsing websites on her computer. She is scrolling through comments about the infamous villain Egoistic. The public seems confused, with some even questioning if he is truly a villain at all. Her eyes stop at a popular post titled "A must-read for those who still think Egoistic is a villain." The post praises him, calling him by his fan nickname Mangastic, for saving Korea from the recent black disaster. Stardust sips on a snack, a wry smile on her face as she pieces everything together. So that's how it is, she mumbles to herself. She realizes that if Egoistic hadn't destroyed the bridge in that supposed terrorist act, no hero in Korea could have stopped that monster. This realization makes her feel uneasy. She thinks to herself, this can't be right. Troubled by this new doubt, Stardust decides to go out for a walk in the dead of night. Her internal conflict surges. Despite his actions, she clings firmly to her belief, he is a villain and I am a hero. She starts to run, her resolve hardening. No matter how complicated things get, she reaffirms her duty. Even if I have to protect him, the protector will be me. Just as she is reinforcing her determination, a television news report reveals a shocking truth to the entire nation. The recent black disaster was not a random event. It was caused by experiments conducted by a major corporation, Hanun Group, which collapsed overnight. The news report continues, stating that there were no traces of human presence at the Hanun Group building. The chairman, the lead scientist Dr. Kim Seon-woo, and the entire research team have vanished without a trace. Elsewhere, the villain Egoistic, whose real name is Kim Do-in, is happily having dinner with his 3 teammates. Hearing the news of Hanun Group's collapse, he cheers, woohoo tilde, so that's how it ends. His companion, the hot-tempered orange-haired girl, bursts into a rage. Serves them right, the bastards, she yells, wishing death upon the corrupt officials. Not yet, Kim Do-in says, his voice suddenly serious. We need to catch every single straggler left behind. His 2 remaining teammates, Seo-yoon and the brown-haired girl, agree, humorously imagining hunting down the remaining Hanun members. But Kim Do-in just smiles happily, waving his hand. Don't worry too much, he says confidently, they'll crawl out on their own soon enough. More importantly, he continues, can everyone gather here? This sudden shift makes the whole team anxious. Seo-yoon immediately has a bad feeling while her friend cautiously asks, what are you planning this time? Kim Do-in dramatically unrolls a massive blueprint revealing their next target. His teammates stare in astonishment, exclaiming, Hanun Group's underground lab. The group erupts in chaos. As Seo-yoon nearly has a light panic attack, the others demand to know why that lab is important enough to warrant such a risky mission. Ignoring their frantic questions, Kim Do-in calmly takes a red marker and circles a specific location on the blueprint, Sector B9. With a wide, terrifying smile, he finally reveals why they must go there. Deep inside that lab, he declares, exists something completely insane. He explains that this insane thing is a project codenamed Behemoth, an army of artificial superhumans all connected to a single monster entity. It was designed to be the ultimate weapon, composed of a miracle material capable of withstanding a nuclear explosion and even neutralizing the power of S-rank hero Shadow Walker. He reveals that the black disaster that Egoistic helped stop was only a prototype version. If Behemoth is truly completed, its power would be unimaginable. Even Kim Do-in seems overwhelmed by the scale of it, letting out a startled huh. His entire team is speechless, their eyes wide. Seo-yoon looks around at her frozen teammates, wondering why everyone suddenly went so quiet. The shock quickly turns into excitement for Seo-yoon. Her eyes flash as she realizes danger means an opportunity to become stronger, asking if it's time to break her body again. Kim Do-in jokes that having a few more holes in her stomach might actually look better. Seo-yoon explodes, lunging straight at him. Are you kidding me? She screams, demanding to have her strength increased. The meeting immediately descends into chaos as Seo-yoon unleashes a series of attacks. Kim Do-in dodges and yells while his other 2 teammates fail to soothe the situation, begging them both to stop. While dodging the playful attack, Kim Do-in recalls a crucial detail from the original plot. The Hero Association never took any action. Relying on that, he dismisses the risk. Nothing serious will happen, right? But he was wrong. Just then, inside the high-rise headquarters of the Korean Superhuman Association, the situation had begun to escalate. Inside the association headquarters, an emergency meeting is underway. An official reports that multiple life signs have been detected within the buried laboratory. The monsters Hanun Group created are still alive. A high-ranking official at the head of the table demands a report from one of their top heroes, Shadow Walker. Hero Shadow Walker appears on screen. He reports that he tried to infiltrate the laboratory the night before, but his shadow-based power was completely neutralized by a strange wavelength emitting from the scene. The official turns to the only other option. You've heard it. Support will be very difficult. Are you still planning to go, Stardust? Below, Hero Stardust is hovering over the mouth of the giant black hole. Without a moment's hesitation, Stardust looks up and gives her answer, yes. With her confirmation, the official officially approves this dangerous solo mission. Shrouded in a brilliant golden aura, Stardust dives headfirst into the darkness of the collapsed laboratory. At the same time, another figure appears at the edge of the pit. It is Kim Do-in, now in his full villain persona known as Egoistic, complete with his signature mask and top hat. Speaking to his team from afar, he admits, "It's making me a bit nervous since it wasn't part of the plan." From the base, Seo-yoon immediately teases him, asking if he wants to turn back. He lets out a HMPH, acting brave for the livestream camera. "Oh my god, Kim Do-in, as if I'd be afraid of those monsters," he boasts. At the base, his teammates just roll their eyes at his antics. But behind the teasing, their smiles reveal genuine concern. "Be careful," they say in unison, seeing him off as he prepares to go live. And with a striking burst of purple energy, Kim Do-in begins the broadcast. "It's a pleasure to meet you all. This is Egoistic." In the blink of an eye, 10,000 viewers flood the stream, the chat exploding with questions. He jokes and asks if they are curious about today's terrorist act before clarifying that today is simply an expedition. Then he reveals his location, the secret underground laboratory of the defunct Hanun group. Feigning curiosity, he invites his massive audience to join him in uncovering the dark secrets of the lab. Back at the Hero Association, officials are watching the stream in horror. They realize the nation's most notorious villain is currently at the exact location as their top hero, Stardust. The head of the association frantically tries to contact her, but there is no signal. He realizes in terror, she's gone so deep that radio waves can no longer reach her. An official punches the table in anger. "Damn it, who does Egoistic think he is to just barge in there? This is insane." However, the high-ranking official remains strangely calm. He turns to his bewildered assistant and gives an unexpected order. "Assistant, go get some popcorn, half caramel, half salted." Meanwhile, Egoistic takes his first steps into the dark, abandoned laboratory using a small drone as a floating flashlight. The eerie atmosphere immediately affects him as he wonders what horrors transpired here. He looks around, his masked face showing genuine unease in the ghostly green light of the abandoned testing chambers. As the audience comments on the scary atmosphere, Egoistic quickly regains his persona as the host. "Me, the one who has made all of Korea tremble, am I afraid of such trivial experimental traces?" he boasts. His bragging is immediately interrupted by a loud metallic clatter echoing through the hallway, making him jump. Letting out a terrified shriek, he instantly summons an arsenal of blue glowing guns, ready to wipe out whatever made the noise. But the source of the horrifying sound turns out to be nothing more than an adorable little white cat, peeking innocently from behind a corner. Egoistic breathes a long sigh of relief, though the floating guns are still aimed at the tiny creature. "What, it's just a cat, right?" he stammers, trying to regain his composure. His relief quickly turns to suspicion. In a sealed underground lab where everyone has vanished, the random appearance of a live cat is extremely strange. His suspicion proves correct as the cat begins to distort, its body twisting and warping unnaturally. Egoistic stands still. Terrifying red tentacles begin to spread across the floor, signaling the arrival of a much greater threat. The cute animal has vanished, replaced by a grotesque monster with glowing red eyes, sitting on a writhing mass of flesh. Egoistic turns back, his face a mask of horror as he finally understands the disgusting creature before him. With its transformation complete, the monster reveals a face like a hideous mask and lunges straight at the panicked streamer. The monster screeches, its giant jaws opening wide as it closes in on Egoistic. Screaming in pure terror, Egoistic instinctively opens fire, unleashing a panicked barrage of bullets at the monster. Elsewhere in the dark lab, Stardust stops in her tracks. The clear sound of gunfire echoes through the desolate corridors, telling her she is not alone. Her eyes narrow, her expression turning serious as she recognizes the sound, foreshadowing an imminent encounter. Gunfire. In the midst of the chaos, Do-in recalls the moment before he initiated the plan. He and Seo-yoon were lying in bed and she had nagged him that he shouldn't go. He himself is regretting it deeply, wishing he could be stronger. Back in reality, Do-in is in a state of extreme panic. He blames himself, thinking he should have listened to Seo-yoon and practiced teleportation at home instead. He didn't expect increasing his strength to be this difficult. Just then, a hideous monster covered in jagged mouths lunges straight at him. Its eerie sound echoes through the dark corridor. Dane quickly regains his composure. No, regretting it now is useless, he tells himself, using his superpowers to conjure guns out of thin air ready to fight. Behind his mask, his face becomes determined. There's no turning back now, he has to risk it. Dane throws himself into battle, controlling his weapons to attack the monsters. He yells, "If I've come this far, I must catch Behemoth before I leave." He moves with extreme agility, dodging enemy attacks by a hair's breadth. Amidst the battle, Dane doesn't forget to lift his camera. It seems he's trying to record every moment, even in this life-or-death situation. And then, the giant monster Behemoth appears right in front of him. Dylan doesn't flinch, reaching his hand toward it and shouting, "Die." Suddenly, a massive beam of energy shoots from somewhere, hitting the Behemoth directly and pushing even Dylan back. The monster roars in extreme pain as it's scorched by the energy, its body beginning to disintegrate. The explosion is so powerful that it makes the entire cellar shake and collapse. Dane falls to the ground, staring in astonishment at the scene before him. In the chaos, the weapons Dane created fall scattered to the floor and vanish. Sensing the danger, Dane hurries to escape. He panics, realizing he left both his camera and guns behind in the chaos, and he doesn't know how deep this place goes. He tries to contact his teammates via his communication device. Right, Seoyun, can you hear me? But the only reply is the static of interference. Signals can't penetrate this far. Dane starts to feel genuine fear, though he tries to act tough, telling himself he's only a little scared. Suddenly, his ears twitch. A strange sound has just echoed, signaling that someone else is nearby. Another explosion, even bigger than the last, occurs at the end of the corridor. Stardust is standing at the epicenter of the blast. Dane quickly raises his hand to shield himself. As the light fades, the figure of Stardust appears. Heat radiates from her fist. Dylan feels a strangely familiar sensation. Dylan is stunned, unable to believe his eyes. The person who just saved his life is the very S-rank female hero he always wanted to face. "Stardust," he exclaims. Stardust, radiating a powerful aura, turns back and also recognizes the familiar villain. Her blue eyes flash with sharpness, egoistic. Both stand facing each other in the ruined hallway. Stardust coldly asks, "What are you doing here?" Dylan, a bit flustered, stammers back, "Stardust, if I may ask, what are you doing here?" "I am a hero," Stardust replies decisively. "So, it's not surprising that I'm cleaning this place up, is it?" Dylan offers a forced smile, Yeah, I guess not." But inside, he's cheering, perfect timing. His plan seems to be going exactly as he wanted. Stardust offers a menacing smile. For her, this is a surprising harvest. Contrary to her intimidating presence, Dane is feeling incredibly excited. He can't believe Stardust is smiling at him. She warns him, "If you follow me quietly, it won't be too painful." But Dane doesn't seem to understand the threat, he's just dazed by her beauty. Without another word, Stardust lunges to attack. Dane hurriedly uses his powers to dodge in the nick of time. The battle between the two officially begins. Stardust relentlessly launches powerful attacks. Dane can only struggle to dodge, his defensive ability gradually becoming overwhelmed. He screams in desperation when the hero girl doesn't give him a second to breathe. Realizing he can't resist, Dane hurriedly raises his hand to signal a stop. "Wait, stop!" he yells, trying to prevent Stardust's next attack. Pushed into a corner, Dane starts his plan. He says in a panic, "I know, in your eyes, I'm just a villain," but deep inside, Dane is screaming, "Damn it, what should I do?" Dane begins to persuade Stardust. He points at the ruined landscape around them and says, "Look around. This place is extremely dangerous and you don't even know where this is, do you? How about we form a temporary alliance until we reach the deeper levels?" Stardust looks suspicious. She crosses her arms and asks back, "Why don't you tell me why you're here first?" Dane stammers a reply, saying it's out of curiosity about knowledge. Stardust explains that she came here to investigate the Hanun group, the ones who created the terrifying Black Disaster earlier. She suspects they are plotting something even more terrible in this place. After a moment of silence, Stardust smirks enigmatically. "Fine," she says. Dane is completely taken aback by her answer. Stardust declares, "Then let's form an alliance. Follow me." She admits that she was struggling to deal with the monsters alone and Dane might be able to help. With that, she turns her back and walks away, leaving Dane still bewildered. Dane can't believe what just happened. He just blurted out a suggestion, not expecting Stardust to actually agree. This situation is playing out in a totally unforeseen way. Both have their own agendas. Stardust thinks that if she forces it, Egoistic might escape, so it's better to keep him by her side for easier monitoring. Meanwhile, Dane is thrilled because the plot is unfolding exactly according to his wishes, and he hopes to get answers to his questions about Stardust. Stardust starts rummaging through the cabinets, searching for clues about Hanun Group's activities. Dane follows stealthily, curiously peering over her shoulder to see what she's doing. He looks more like a fanboy than an ally. He gets too close, making Stardust extremely uncomfortable. Stardust suddenly turns around and yells in Dane's face, "You villain, what are you sneaking around for? This is classified information, get lost." Dane is startled, hurriedly backing away and apologizing profusely. Dane is so scared that he shrinks back, sweat pouring down. He thinks to himself, that was terrifying. However, immediately afterward, Dane quickly regains his composure. It seems he has another thought in mind. In Dane's mind, the image of Stardust suddenly becomes ethereal and gentle. He imagines himself and her together in a garden of white lilies. Dane's face turns bright red with joy. He thinks, I love this so much. Getting to accompany his idol is truly wonderful. Both continue deeper into the base. Stardust takes the lead, navigating with ease. Dane follows, secretly wondering, has her ESP developed to this extent already? They stop before a metal door. On it is a sign that reads, Superpower Suppression Room. Dane reads the sign out loud, Superpower Suppression Room. Stardust suddenly calls his name, standing so close it makes him a bit flustered. Yes, he replies, sensing something bad. Without a second's hesitation, Stardust points at the door and commands decisively, go inside. Dane is completely shocked. Me? He stammers, unable to believe she would use him to test such a dangerous room. Although he feels like he's being treated like a lab rat, Dane pretends to agree happily. But Stardust doesn't give him a chance to act, pushing him straight inside. Dane stumbles into the pitch-black room, not knowing what awaits him. As soon as he enters, Stardust slams the door shut, locking him inside. Instantly, Dane feels something wrong. His hat falls to the ground. He tries to use his superpower, but nothing happens. He realizes in shock, my telekinesis, it's not working, teleportation too. Dane stands motionless in the quiet room, bathed in a strange red light. For the first time, he feels completely helpless. The door opens and Stardust enters. Dane turns around, both surprised and curious. It really doesn't work, is that right? Well, what's the principle behind this thing, I wonder? Dane suddenly freezes, looking in horror toward Stardust. Stardust has used her bare hand to punch a massive hole in the room's metal wall. She stands there calmly, as if what she just did was a trivial matter. Stardust explains cruelly that she was just testing whether the room could truly suppress superpowers. Dane replies indignantly, it really works. Even as a villain, I don't lie about things like this. Dane's inner mind is a mess. He both admires Stardust's extraordinary power and fears her recklessness. His emotions are riding a roller coaster. Suddenly, an alarm goes off. Red warning lights start blinking continuously. The thick steel doors begin to slam shut, blocking all exits. Both are shocked, unable to react in time. They look at the sealed door, realizing they have been trapped. Both Dane and Stardust realize the desperate situation. They are trapped in an enclosed space where all superpowers are neutralized. Dane realizes the irony of this situation. A hero and a villain, two adults trapped together. He's living in a typical story trope. Stardust is trying her best to break the door, her whole body radiating bright red light, but the door doesn't seem to budge. Dane tells Stardust that trying to break the door is useless because it's designed to open automatically in about 3 hours, and he points to a countdown clock displaying 2 hours, 58 minutes, and 41 seconds. Dane continues to tell Stardust that this heavily guarded door will open in 3 hours, and advises her not to waste energy in vain, proposing they just go out when it opens. Stardust looks with an expression of surprise mixed with annoyance, standing in the dark space surrounded by strange rays of light. Blood flows from Stardust's hand. It seems she was injured when trying to break the door. Dane, watching quietly, also notices the wound. Dane slowly stands up, continuing to advise Stardust not to be foolish, saying she isn't even in a state to use her powers. Stardust stands there, her gaze resolute, hands clenched as she watches Dane's movements. Dane stands up straight, reaching his hand out toward Stardust and saying, give me your hand. Stardust looks at Dane, her eyes wide with surprise and suspicion as he maintains his posture with his hand outstretched. Dylan carefully takes Stardust's hand, which is now carefully bandaged, with traces of blood still seeping through the white bandage. Stardust stares at Dylan, her deep blue eyes wide open, a strange, indescribable surprise rising within her, along with complex thoughts about his actions. Stardust turns her back, saying she won't thank Dylan, but Dylan teases that her words sound just like a thank you. Stardust angrily punched the wall and then turned to glare at Dylan, forcing him to say, "Ah, okay, I understand. Let's stop here. Be careful with your hands." Dylan placed his hand on his hat and sighed softly. Dylan sat down on the floor, leaning against the wall, and said he would lie down for a while. Stardust stood there, watching him with astonishment. Dylan lay stretched out on the floor, saying that since there was nothing to do for the next 3 hours, he advised Stardust to rest as well, taking a nap to keep up her strength. Stardust looked on with a suspicious and annoyed expression, her face clearly showing her vigilance. An hour passed, and while Stardust sat leaning against the wall, Dylan remained lying there with his eyes wide open, thinking, though I said that, how the hell am I supposed to sleep? 2 lines of tears streamed down Dane's face as he thought to himself that he couldn't let his guard down for even a second, as the current situation was very dangerous. Dane turned his head, thinking to himself that he was like a mouse in a bottle, and Stardust, who was stronger than most grown men even without her superpowers, made it impossible for him to relax his vigilance at all. Just then, Stardust also turned her head, and the two made eye contact. Seeing this, Stardust turned away, looking a bit shy. Dane seemed to have caught this cute moment from Stardust. He pulled at his collar and smiled with satisfaction. 2 hours later, the situation became more serious as Stardust began to feel short of breath because the oxygen levels were dropping. Dane also appeared weary and said that he was truly exhausted this time. Dane observed that Stardust was having difficulty breathing, and then Stardust suddenly spoke up, "Soul Bridge." Dane turned toward her with a surprised expression, appearing not to understand what Stardust meant. Stardust gasped for air and asked Dane about the car incident, questioning if it was his doing. Dane stared intently at Stardust, his eyes wide with surprise, while internally he couldn't help but wonder, has she figured it out? Dane recalled the image of his hands wrapped in mana, trying to hold up the car falling into the sea during the Soul Bridge incident. Stardust, still weak, brought up the car accident again and emphasized the question. "I'm asking, you stopped it, didn't you?" Dane was flustered and denied it. "What are you talking about? I'm a villain, how would I know how to stop something? Besides, I'm always moving forward, aren't I?" Stardust looked at him with annoyance, thinking about what nonsense he was spouting. Stardust looked at Dane with determination, asking about the plane crash and questioning why he told her to save it. Dane revealed a horrified expression, his eyes wide and rolling as if he were trying to think of an excuse to cover this up. After thinking, Dane started to explain, "I already said it, didn't I? I'm a villain and you're a hero. Your existence makes me more perfect, doesn't it? That's the kind of relationship we have." Although he said that, internally Dane was questioning, wait, why is she acting like this? Finally, with his face covered in sweat, Dane concluded, "Is it so strange to tell a hero to go save people?" Dane sat on the floor still trying to explain while Stardust sat huddled, her face showing great displeasure. Dane thought to himself that he had overreacted because he was flustered, and quickly told himself that it was just due to a lack of oxygen. Stardust lowered her head, her eyes sharp and cold, deducing that the person who made Soul Bridge. Stardust continued her deduction, asking Dane if he knew in advance about the monster's appearance, and the fact that it would head towards Soul Bridge to do that. Dane gave an awkward smirk, teasing Stardust for believing the nonsensical conspiracy theories on the internet. Dane continued to sophistically argue that he was also a bit surprised, but clearly it was just a random coincidence. Dane looked at Stardust's determined face and thought, is Stardust actually testing me? Dane looked confused, wondering if he had missed anything. A horrifying image appeared, Mapo Bridge destroyed in fire and smoke. Next was an image of a plane in distress, falling freely through midair. And then an image of a giant, dark monster present as a disaster, the Black Disaster. Dane thought to himself, Stardust doesn't believe in the nonsensical conspiracy theories but is suspecting whether I am a villain or not. Looking at Stardust's suspicious gaze, Dane realized this was a result of their contact. Suspicions were arising naturally from the previous terror attacks. In other words, it was the hero's intuition. Dane caught himself thinking that if he explained clumsily, Stardust would only be more suspicious, and he giggled slightly. Stardust kept her suspicious expression and wondered, While Dun thought that the only way to escape this situation was to charge straight into a confrontation. Dun broke into a wild laugh saying, "That's right, I know everything, I knew the monster was coming so I brought it down beforehand." Stardust sat there completely shocked. The skill Dane thought of was ego-style secret technique. Dane continued meanwhile Stardust's face had darkened. Dane smirked, challenging Stardust. "So what will you do?" He thought to himself that this strategy was simply called "so what?" and it sounded very logical. Stardust sat leaning back, wondering how Dane knew and whether he had the ability to foresee the future, and then he pointed at himself, saying simply, "Hacking." Dane stood in a dramatic pose surrounded by glowing red code, his eyes shining. He bragged that as the one who manipulated South Korea's computer networks, was it really strange for him to know a bit of classified information? He thought to himself, prophecy, my foot. How naive. Stardust looked at him with lingering doubt and said, "It's still very strange." Din maintained his cunning smile, his red eyes glowing as he replied, What else is strange, Stardust?" Stardust looked at Din with rage, questioning why he had prevented harm to civilians when he was such a villain. Din, with a panicked expression, explained that he didn't like having the spotlight stolen from him. He had timed the monster's appearance and stopped it because if civilian casualties were too high, no one would pay attention to him anymore. It was all just to draw attention and serve his own personal performance. Dun's face dripped with sweat, his eyes darting around as he struggled to force a smile, saying that as long as it wasn't something beyond his control, he didn't care if civilians lived or died because it had nothing to do with him. Stardust turned away without a word. The room became silent. Dillon, looking slightly flustered, tried to emphasize his point, asking Stardust if she understood while his heavy breathing could still be heard. Suddenly, Dane maintained his cunning smile, his red eyes glowing, and Stardust jumped up, causing him to involuntarily sit flat on the floor. Dillon looked straight at Stardust, his eyes conveying a serious expression and a bit of contemplation as he wondered what Stardust intended to do. Stardust stared at him for a long time without speaking, which made Dane quite anxious, and he broke into a sweat. Her face darkened, her blue eyes wide open. Dane looked at Stardust carefully, waiting to see her next move. Stardust coldly ordered Dane to move, to the bewilderment of the man. Dane glanced at the digital clock on the wall. There were only 10 seconds left before the door would open. The moment the clock struck 0, a loud beep echoed and a heavy door slid open, revealing the path ahead. Stardust knelt on the ground, her hands still bandaged, and she picked up a pebble. Stardust's next action startled Dillon. The stone in her hand was crushed to dust by her, and a light radiated from her hand, signaling that her powers had returned. Charging straight ahead, Stardust ordered, "Let's go!" Behind her, Dane also tried checking his own power. Purple magical energy flowed from his hand, controlling the pebble dust Stardust had just crushed, and he replied, "MMM." The two entered a long, dark corridor marked by a glowing green grid. The air was thick with tension. They passed an information terminal that had been damaged, and Dane stopped to check the data on its flickering screen. The screen displayed information about a creature codenamed Teleporter, noting an A-rank threat level and the ability to teleport for surprise attacks. Dane seemed surprised, realizing this creature had evolved beyond expectations. A ray of light flashed, making both of them instinctively look up. The investigation led them to a massive, empty test tube labeled Behemoth Prototype 0. Dane confirmed that this was the holding area for the Black Disaster, which had escaped earlier. Dune then acted cheerful, suggesting that their work here was done and the lab was empty, as if trying to trick Stardust into leaving. But inside, he was astonished by Stardust. He realized she hadn't been fooled by his act. Her instincts told her there was more to find. He thought to himself that her intuition was truly amazing. Playing the fool, Dane anxiously suggested they check a random direction, but Stardust saw right through his flimsy attempt to distract her. Completely ignoring his suggestion, she confidently declared they would take a different path, leaving Dane confused in a comical way. And her instincts were correct. She led them to another room where they found their true target, a grotesque creature floating in a giant containment tube. Dane confirmed this is Behemoth. While the monster was still contained, Stardust immediately got to work, checking a nearby control panel for more information. Suddenly, Stardust turned and walked away from the control panel. Dane panicked, calling her and asking why she was leaving him alone with such a dangerous behemoth. But Stardust was simply reviewing some documents she had found. Dane was confused by her calm attitude. He had tried to prove he was a real villain, but she had casually turned her back on him. He thought humorously that his self-esteem as a villain had been wounded. A sinister smile appeared on Dane's face. He decided that talking just wasn't cutting it anymore. It was time to show her what a real villain would do. With a loud noise, the glass of the containment unit shattered. Stardust turned around in surprise as Dane declared that he would show her his true face himself. Dane raised his hand to absorb the monster's power, and a powerful wave of energy swept through the entire room. "What the hell are you doing?" Stardust screamed in panic. When Dane's grotesque arm covered by the behemoth emerged, Dane's calm, mocking voice echoed, "What does it look like?" He was clearly enjoying the chaos he had created himself. Dane's face twisted into an evil smile as red energy swirled around his clenched fist. He expressed his intention with a cold statement, "This is a betrayal." Stardust screamed in rage, her voice ringing out, filled with skepticism and anger toward the man she had reluctantly trusted. Dylan, watching his hand triumphantly, recalled the original story's plot. In the original story, a certain Dr. Kim Seon-woo had used Behemoth against her. He was deliberately recreating an event from the past. "That means," he said vaguely, implying he would play the villain in this scenario. He stood facing Stardust, ready for the battle. "I'll beat you to death!" Stardust shouted. She lunged, throwing a punch glowing with golden energy, and Dane didn't fall behind, charging forward with his enhanced arm. Dane's red and black energy flared, and his arm slowly began to transform. It began to grow larger and longer, and then it charged toward the attacking Stardust. Their strikes collided, sending shockwaves through the space. Stardust was surprised to see such a massive energy attack. She hadn't expected her strike to be blocked so easily. Dane smiled smugly, fully in control of the situation. Very quickly, Stardust regained her composure and threw another punch, but Dane easily blocked it as well. The battle exploded into a series of intense collisions. Stardust's golden energy and Dane's dark energy clashed continuously, causing a chain of earth-shattering explosions. Stardust valiantly charged through the explosions to attack, but Dane used his teleportation ability to dodge, making it impossible for her to get close. Dane laughed crazily, mocking her. "Ha ha ha, what's wrong? Are you planning to blow this whole place up, Stardust? Everything will collapse on top of us." Following that, Dane landed a blow that forced Stardust to block defensively, though she was still sent flying downward. Enraged, Stardust screamed, demanding he fight fairly. Dylan, with a mocking expression, retorted that since when was a villain supposed to fight fairly? Stardust's anger reached its peak. She roared and focused a massive amount of energy, preparing to launch a destructive attack. The two forces collided once again, creating a more terrifying explosion than ever, engulfing the entire area in blinding light. "This is what a real villain is, Stardust. Get it?" Dane mocked, teaching her a lesson about the nature of evil. Stardust gritted her teeth in anger, but behind her, the shadow of the monster began to loom, ready to join the fray. This caught Dane off guard on the other side. A mantis monster with long, sharp claws was approaching them at the speed of light. While clashing with Stardust, Dane assessed he's too fast. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Dane thought to himself that he couldn't find a good opportunity to teleport with Stardust as the monster's claw drew dangerously close to her. When the claw was nearly touching Stardust's head, Dane realized it's too late. A second later, Dane teleported behind Stardust. He pushed Stardust out of the way of the attack and took the full brunt of the blow meant for her. Stardust was completely shocked by this action. Stardust, in a panic and unable to believe her eyes, screamed the name of the enemy who had just saved her life. Before Stardust could understand what was happening, Dane's body began to fade into a teleportation flash. What just happened?" she stammered. Taking that attack caused Dane's blood to flow uncontrollably. In the final moment before disappearing, Dane's thoughts were directed only toward Stardust. "Just now. You owe me one," his thought finished as he completely vanished in a flash of light, leaving Stardust alone amidst the rubble. The scene shifts to a modern room where Dane's group members are anxiously waiting. Seo-yoon is complaining that he always disappears without a word, never thinking about the people waiting at home. Suddenly, Seo-yoon's expression lights up. "Oh, he's back," she cheers joyfully. The girl hurriedly runs to the door to welcome him. "Seriously, you suddenly go unreachable. Brother, why are you so late?" Her words carried a hint of reproach. Seo-yoon's smile freezes, replaced by a look of shock and extreme horror. The other two members go pale as they hear Seo-yoon piercing scream. They hurry over to see what has happened. Dane is lying unconscious on the floor in a pool of blood. Seo-yoon kneels beside him, horrified by the condition of her older brother. A gruesome wound is clearly visible on his side, with blood pouring out relentlessly. The group panics, Subin stammers about finding the first aid kit or calling 911. Meanwhile, Seoyun desperately shakes Daeun, trying to wake him up. Daeun remains unconscious, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looks as if he's on the verge of life and death. In the midst of the panic, Haru speaks up, telling the frantic Seoyun to step aside. Seoyun looks up at the girl, her eyes brimming with tears of despair and hope. Haru's hands begin to emit a green light, a healing energy full of vitality. She places her glowing hands over Daeun, focusing the healing energy on his wound. Green energy envelops the entire room as the girl pours all her strength into saving Daeun. Back to the collapsing lab, Stardust kneels on the ground, gasping for air. She looks at the empty behemoth containment tube and realizes that Daeun lost too much blood. Stardust is completely confused, her hands trembling. She asks herself, why did he save me? At this moment, Daeun has regained consciousness and is being fed by someone. Daeun mutters awkwardly, Subin, please. As it turns out, Daeun is handcuffed and being force-fed by Subin. Contrary to his image as a ruthless villain, the guy is screaming in despair. Please let me eat by myself, let me keep some last bit of dignity. Despite Daeun's weak resistance, Subin successfully feeds him a full spoonful. She cheerfully praises him, good boy Tilda, while Daeun can only helplessly accept his fate. The scene then shifts to the time when Haru is preparing to leave. Daeun waves goodbye. Haru turns back, hesitatingly apologizing for hiding her powers until now. Her eyes fill with tears, and she thanks Daeun for allowing her to go back to school. Daeun smiles brightly, dispelling the heavy atmosphere. He says that he is the one who should be grateful and wishes Haru a wonderful first day of high school. Everyone, including Seohyun, waves goodbye to Haru and Kihyun. The scene is warm and happy, just like a real family. But just as Haru leaves, the air changes. Seohyun suddenly gets angry, her eyes glowing red. She threatens that if her brother dares to go out one more time, she won't let it slide. Seohyun notices an odd object that Daeun brought back. It's a black ball of yarn and she finds it quite heavy. Daeun approaches with a mysterious smile. He explains that it's a tool for acupressure and asks to borrow it to try. Seohyun doesn't seem to trust him much. Right after that, Daeun uses his power to pull it toward him, then breaks into an evil grin. Immediately, Daeun whispers, wake up, behemoth. The ball of yarn in his hand begins to emit a burning red light filled with dark energy. Subin and Seohyun freeze, both sensing the terrifying power and not understanding what is happening. A clink sound rings out. The handcuffs locking Daeun's wrists suddenly shatter and fall to the ground. Red energy tentacles from the behemoth surge up, wrapping around Subin and Seohyun, lifting them into the air amidst their piercing screams. Daeun sits there comfortably, continuing to eat, mumbling, did I do something wrong or haven't I done it yet? He turns to ask the two girls hanging upside down, are you two going to offend me again? Subin and Seohyun can only scream in fear, I'm sorry, we won't dare do it again. Both quickly scream, we won't, put us down. The scene moves outside the apartment on a full moon night, ending Daeun's punishment session. In another room, Stardust is fast asleep. She suddenly wakes up with a start, screaming in terror. It seems Stardust just had a horrifying nightmare related to the scene where the monster attacked her earlier. She huddles on the bed, her whole body trembling with fear, her eyes gazing distantly out the window. The fear is still clearly visible on her face. Stardust clutches her chest tightly, trying to calm herself down after the nightmare. Images of Daeun appear in her mind. She whispers anxiously, egoistic, he'll be fine, won't he? Time passes and a month later the story shifts to a large school. This is where Stardust is living under the guise of an ordinary female student. In class, the hero girl sits resting her chin on her hand, her mind so distracted that she doesn't even notice a friend approaching her. A classmate approaches, seeing Ha-yeol looking distracted. She asks worriedly, Ha-yeol, why have you been so vacant lately? Is something wrong? Ha-yeol is startled, quickly replying, it's nothing. Her friend doesn't believe her, leaning in closer and pressing, what do you mean nothing? Tell me, come on, spill it. Faced with her friend's enthusiasm, Ha-yeol hesitates, her heart full of complex thoughts. She doesn't know where to begin. Finally, Ha-yeol decides to ask a hypothetical question, one that has been tormenting her for a month. Sister, if a villain saves a hero, what does that mean? Her friend is confused, not understanding why Ha-yeol would ask such a strange question. Ha-yeol stammers awkwardly, if, just if, only if, a villain saved a hero. Ha-yeol hurriedly waved her hands, trying to brush it off. It's nothing, I think I've just been getting a little too absorbed in the novel I'm reading lately. But hearing this, her friend excitedly pulled something out of her bag. The friend excitedly boasted that she was also hooked on a novel that seemed similar, taking out her phone as she spoke. She held her phone up in front of Yahello and said, "Ta-da, what do you think?" Yahello curiously looked at the screen. On the screen was the cover of a novel titled The Forbidden Love of Villain Egoistic and Heroine Stardust, featuring an image of Egoistic romantically hugging Stardust. Yahello was so shocked that she slammed her head onto the desk the moment she saw it. Lying sprawled on the floor, Yahello's mind was in turmoil. She couldn't believe her eyes as the anxiety welled up again. Will he be okay? He can't be dead, right? Seeing Yahello fall, her friend shouted in a panic, trying to reassure her that a thick-skinned guy like Egoistic, who had been toying with the whole of Korea, must still be alive and kicking somewhere. Even so, Yahello couldn't stop thinking about him, and she even wondered when the next terrorist attack would happen, revealing how much she missed Egoistic. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Dane was casually peeling an apple and declared, "There won't be any terrorism for a while." Seo-yoon and Subin were sitting in the backyard, and hearing Dane's declaration, Seo-yoon immediately jumped up in surprise. Dane lay stretched out on the chair, enjoying the fresh air as he confirmed, "It's true. I'm going to take a little break before carrying out the next plan." Seo-yoon frustratedly suggested he should just quit entirely, but Dane replied, "I'm not doing it anymore. Someone else will take over." Seo-yoon asked in surprise, "Someone else?" Dane clearly already had a plan in mind. Dane explained that he couldn't be the only one standing in the spotlight forever, and the problem was that he was currently the strongest. He cited how Stardust had easily blocked Behemoth, proving that they needed a more powerful assistant for the challenges ahead. Dane closed his eyes, his plan already set in his head. He was going to prepare a new member for Stardust. The scene shifted to a cafe where a barista with vibrant orange hair was happily greeting customers. Suddenly, a male customer holding a large bouquet of white flowers shouted, I love you, Sihi. Please accept my feelings." The girl named Sihi froze. From another table in the cafe, Dane was observing everything and muttered, "This scene is in the original work too." Of course it is. Contrary to her professional smile, Choi Sihi was exploding on the inside, hissing through gritted teeth, "Get lost, sir. I'm already stressed enough, and now there's a clown causing a scene in my sacred workplace." An invisible killing intent radiated out, making the guy opposite her feel a chill down his spine. Being rejected so bluntly, the poor guy could only cry and run away. From the corner of the cafe, Dane witnessed the whole show and couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself, "Watching this live is definitely way more fun." His target was right in front of him. After the annoying customer left, 23-year-old Choi Sihi let out a sigh of relief, leaning her forehead on her hand with a weary expression. Dune remained seated there, quietly observing his target, Choi Sihi. Choi Sihi rubbed her head, trying to wake herself up, wondering if she had just fallen asleep. Dune's train of thought revealed a shocking truth. In the original story, Choi Sihi would later operate under the alias Elektra, an A-rank villain, but for now, she was still just an ordinary citizen. This part-time job was just a temporary way for her to suppress the constant destructive urges from within. In short, Choi Sihi was a ticking time bomb, and Daeun knew it well as he left the cafe, leaving her with her chaotic emotions. That night, after a tiring day of work, Choi Sihi trudged home through a dark alley, lamenting her high-pressure life. She stopped, carefully looked around, and wondered, "There's no one here, right?" Her heart began to pound. Once she was sure there was no one, she began to release her pent-up energy, and small sparks of electricity started to flicker from her hands. The electrical current grew stronger, enveloping her body in a brilliant and powerful blue light. Lightning bolts danced on her fingertips, a sight both beautiful and dangerous. The tired face from earlier vanished, replaced by an expression of excitement and strength as she controlled the electricity. Finally, she could be herself, and a satisfied, somewhat crazed smile appeared on Choi Sihi's lip. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the shadows, "Beautiful." Choi Sihi was startled, and the electricity on her body became chaotic as Daeun appeared from within the alley. He stepped out in his familiar villain attire, making an offer. "I have been looking for someone like you for a long time, Ms. Choi Sihi. Would you like to use that power to help me with my terrorist work?" Hearing the word terrorism, Choi Sihi became furious, her power flaring up violently as she growled, "You crazy bastard. Do you think everyone with superpowers is a villain like you?" Daeun just smirked, summoning his fiery red behemoth energy as he challenged her. "Then attack me. let's see how strong you really are." Not wanting to disappoint, Choi Si-hee concentrated all her power, the blue lightning surrounding her body growing larger, signaling a destructive attack. Immediately, she released a massive burst of lightning, firing it straight toward the arrogant Daeun standing there. However, her lightning attack was easily blocked and completely neutralized by Kim Daeun's red energy threads. The two forces collided, creating a terrifying explosion that shattered everything nearby. Through the smoke, Kim Daeun still stood there without a single scratch, laughing maniacally and mocking Choi Si-hee, asking if that was really all the power she had. Choi Si-hee gritted her teeth in hatred, but deep down she felt a strange sense of liberation. This was the first time she could fight with all her might without holding back, and despite her anger, she had to admit it felt great. Before leaving, Kim Daeun made an offer, saying it would be valid until next week and telling Choi Si-hee to think about it carefully. Choi Si-hee was stunned, not yet understanding what was happening before Kim Daeun prepared to disappear, so she hurriedly called him back. But it was too late. Kim Daeun disappeared right before her eyes, leaving Choi Si-hee alone amidst the rubble. She looked down at her hands, where sparks of electricity were still flickering after the battle. Despite being exhausted and confused, she couldn't deny that the battle just now had been incredibly satisfying. The scene shifted elsewhere, where Kim Daeun in his casual look was acting incredibly miserable and desperate. Lee Subin next to him looked sympathetic and apologized, suggesting that things between them should probably end here. Kim Daeun angrily turned to yell at Seo Yoon, questioning why she could do that to him after everything he had done for her. Seo Yoon replied with a sinister smile and said a goodbye full of hidden meaning. As it turned out, it was all just an act while they were playing Monopoly. Kim Daeun screamed in bitterness over losing while Seo Yoon laughed in triumph. It turned out Kim Daeun had gone bankrupt in the game, and Seo Yoon couldn't stop mocking his pathetic state. Because he was the loser, Kim Daeun had to endure the penalty of washing the mountain-high pile of dishes for a family of 5 for 3 days. While Kim Daeun sulked to accept his punishment, Seo Yoon reminded him that 3 days had already passed since they discussed recruiting new members, wondering why he was still slacking off, but he only replied indifferently. Seo Yoon looked on with a suspicious gaze, not understanding what Kim Daeun was plotting. Kim Daeun put on his gloves and wore a smug smile, convinced that the prey he had been setting his trap for all this time had surely taken the bait. The scene switched to Choi Si-hee's daily life, where she was working at a cafe, blankly taking orders from customers with a hollow expression. The fatigue was clearly visible on her face, to the point where she accidentally spilled coffee while working. It seemed that daily life was draining her of her strength. The kind manager noticed Choi Si-hee's fatigue and advised her to go out and rest for a bit. Si-hee apologized and gratefully accepted. She wearily sat down on a bench outside. During her break, Choi Si-hee took out her phone, her hands trembling as she searched for information about someone. She was curious about Egoistic, the person everyone kept mentioning, and was shocked to find he was such a formidable figure, the most influential villain in Korea who even had his own fan cafe and was more famous than most heroes. But what surprised her most was the information that Egoistic's terrorist attacks had never caused any civilian casualties, only property damage. The casualty number was always 0. This made Choi Si-hee wonder if he was truly a good person, and the story returned to introduce her background. She was a user of electricity-based powers but had never truly used her full strength until she met Egoistic. The reason was that her parents hated people with superpowers and had tightly controlled Si-hee's abilities since she was a child. That suppression was like an overcharged battery, and the tension that accumulated over time had turned into destructive impulses, a unique trait of Si-hee's. Amidst her chaotic train of thought, Egoistic's offer echoed in her mind, urging her to think carefully. She returned to work, 4 days having passed since Dane's offer. She continued to work day after day, the 5th day, then the 6th day. At this moment, she suddenly froze, a name flashing through her head, Egoistic, and her expression immediately shifted from joyful to extreme horror. Finally, the 7th day arrived, 1 week since the two had met. That night, Choi Si-hee stood alone in a dark alley, seemingly waiting for someone. She bowed her head, her face full of determination, as if she had made an important decision. Suddenly there was a sound. She looked up and joyfully called out, "Ego." But it was only a stray cat. It was startled, fluffed its fur, and let out a fierce hiss. The cat quickly ran off into the darkness. Choi Si-hee was embarrassed by her confusion. She clenched her fists and whispered Egostic's name with a mix of frustration and anticipation. At that exact moment, Egostic truly appeared behind her and asked if she had thought about his offer. After a moment of silence, Choi Si-hee let out a breath and decisively replied, "I'll do it." Egostic couldn't hide his joy. Choi Si-hee took his hand and reaffirmed that whatever he asked, she would do. She blushed with excitement and suggested, "Terrorism or whatever, please just let me break something, hurry," and Do-in, slightly sweating in front of this girl, awkwardly replied, "Ah, yes, yes." Not wanting to keep her waiting, Egostic immediately teleported, preparing to take her to a special place. The place they arrived at was Egobase, Dun's secret base. Upon arrival, Choi Si-hee was introduced by Egostic to the members of his group. Egostic solemnly announced that Choi Si-hee was the newest member of the family. Met with the unexpected welcome, she awkwardly introduced herself. Everyone happily introduced themselves in turn. Subin in the middle waved and said, "Nice to meet you, I'm Lee Subin." And Haru, in her school uniform, politely followed suit. "Hello, my name is Lee Haru." Contrary to the warm welcome, Seo-yoon looked annoyed, muttering, "Another girl again." And Do-in, seeing this, awkwardly introduced her. The kid's name is Seo-yoon. After introducing everyone, Egostic turned to Si-hee and said, "And as for me," as he slowly removed his mask. He smiled and revealed his true identity. "I'm Kim Do-in." Choi Si-hee was completely dumbfounded. In her mind, an image of a familiar guy sitting and having a drink at the cafe where she worked appeared. She realized in astonishment that Egostic was the handsome guy who had come to her cafe last week. This unexpected truth plunged the whole room into silence. Kim Dan looked bewildered, Choi Si-hee was confused, and the other members were speechless. Too shocked and embarrassed, Choi Si-hee couldn't control her power, and a massive surge of electricity suddenly erupted from her body. The electrical current was so strong that it caused Egostic's entire high-tech base to lose power, and everything plunged into darkness. In the darkness, the group was in a scramble. Han Seo-yoon guessed that Si-hee's electrical current had caused the malfunction. Lee Subin felt a bit of numbness, and Lee Haru was just amazed by this incredible power. Everyone was stunned when the light finally came on. The light shone directly at Choi Si-hee, causing her to cover her eyes with her hand. Amidst the chaos, Ki-hyun appeared at the door holding a flashlight. The boy asked annoyedly what everyone was doing and demanded they turn the lights back on immediately so he could do his homework. The scene outside showed that the entire neighborhood had also plunged into darkness. The scene switched to Ha-yeol, who was reading some information on her computer. She had just received a notification that she had been promoted to a member in Egostic's fan cafe. She pulled at her hair and collapsed onto the desk in helplessness. Blushing with embarrassment, she thought of Icicle's teasing, "Ha-yeol has been automatically promoted on Mangastick's fancave, such an elite member, truly an elite member," and Ha-yeol told herself, "I should just go to sleep." She jumped into bed, tossing and turning in thought. She angrily clenched her fist, worrying about Do-in, and asked herself, "Is that guy okay?" The image of Do-in appeared in her mind again, along with the words, "You owe me a favor for just now." Ha-yeol's eyes dimmed, and she anxiously called out Egostic's name, as if there were some intangible connection between them. After the chaotic event, the warehouse door swung open. The group looked into the open box. Choi Si-hee felt guilty and apologized to everyone, but Seo-yoon said it was fine as she was bored anyway. Amidst that atmosphere, Kim Do-in unexpectedly placed his hand on Choi Si-hee's shoulder. He whispered in her ear, suggesting she go alone with him somewhere, and Choi Si-hee couldn't help but be surprised by this unexpected suggestion. She quietly followed behind Kim Do-in, the two separating from the group and heading into a more secluded area. They walked toward a large, luxurious mansion hidden in the silent night. Choi Si-hee's expression showed a hint of worry and uncertainty as she continued to follow him. Kim Dane led her to a wide courtyard, then turned back, spread his arms wide, and said, "All right, there's no one here now, just the two of us," and she looked at him and asked, "So what?" With a provocative smile, he encouraged her, "Just do it. Do whatever you want to write with all that power." Choi Si-hee looked at him with determination, as if ready for what was about to happen. She shouted, and electrical energy began to surge violently around her. She looked straight at him and said, "So you've been avoiding everything on your own? Ego." Kim Do-in. Even though her true identity had been called out, Kim Din remained completely calm without even flinching. Immediately, Choi Si-hee released all of her suppressed power, while Din slowly activated his ability, radiating a purple light. Her eyes glowed brilliantly, showing the incredible power being released. Faced with the massive surge of power, Kim Din simply used his teleportation ability to avoid the attack. He laughed in amusement, seemingly very impressed and delighted with the power she displayed. Choi Si-hee's power created a spectacular sight, a storm of electrical energy engulfing everything around them. After unleashing all her strength, Choi Si-hee knelt on the shattered ground, gasping for breath. She was completely exhausted. Kim Dane walked closer and Choi Si-hee looked up and asked, "Your terrorist attacks don't hurt others, right?" To which he nonchalantly replied, "Of course, I'm a pacifist after all." She scoffed, clearly not believing him. "Nonsense. If you don't hurt others, does that automatically make it nonviolence?" Then she suddenly changed the subject and asked his age. Kim Dae-in held up his hands to count dramatically. "Let's see, I'm 22. Oh no, I'm 23 this year." Choi Si-hee puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. "What? We're the same age. Didn't you look me up before you came here, so why were you talking so formally?" She smiled, held out a bottle of water and suggested, "Then let's drop the honorifics." Kim Dae-in agreed and took her hand. A deal was struck. Amidst the ruins caused by her own power, Kim Dae-in officially welcomed her to the team. "Welcome to the Ego Squad." Choi Si-hee didn't look very impressed with the name Kim Dae-in had chosen. "Squad? Ego? What the hell is that? Is your nomming sense really that bad?" A month had passed, and Choi Se-hee, now a member of the Ego Squad, was in a special training session with Kim Do-in. He guided her while she practiced doing a handstand. "That's it. Now try imagining you're wrapping electricity around your legs and firing it into the ground." She tried to follow his instructions, but the unstable electrical current caused her to lose her balance and tumble down. Kim Dae-in jumped out of the way, startled, as she crashed onto the ground right beside him. Just then, Seo-yoon walked out from the house, letting out a long yawn as she asked, "Owa, what are you two doing so early in the morning?" Kim Dae-in explained, "We're in the middle of some special training. She's going to be facing off against Stardust in the next attack." Meanwhile, Choi Se-hee remained sprawled on the ground, skeptically asking, "Hey, are you sure this stuff actually works?" Kim Dae-in also began to feel confused, muttering, "That's strange." But then he suddenly remembered something important. "That's it," he exclaimed. He excitedly re-explained, "It's like wrapping electricity around your legs and shooting it into the ground, get it? Do you understand now?" But Choi Se-hee still looked doubtful. "Around my legs? I'm not so sure about that." After a moment of surprise, Choi Se-hee seemed to have grasped the key to the problem. And she did it. The stable current around her legs helped her hover in the air. Kim Dae-in declared with satisfaction, "All right, that's enough for today." Behind them, Seo-yoon cheered happily. Wrapping up the training session, Seo-yoon happily brought some water over to Choi Se-hee. "Unnai, here's your water." Choi Se-hee smiled as she took it and thanked her. She gulped the whole bottle down in one go, soaked in sweat after the grueling workout. Noticing Kim Dae-in's gaze, Choi Se-hee turned to ask, "What are you looking at?" Kim Dae-in pinched his nose and said, "Go take a shower fast, you smell like sweat." His remark caused Choi Se-hee to lose her temper instantly. She shouted back angrily, "Of course I'm sweaty, I was training, wasn't I?" The rage of an S-rank talent is something you really don't want to experience. She threw the water bottle right at Kim Dae-in's face. Kim Dae-in was startled and a thought flashed through his mind. Is Se-hee planning on settling things with me? Contrary to his panic state, Choi Se-hee found it incredibly amusing. She laughed and challenged him. "Whoa, Tilda, bring it on." Watching the two bickering, Seo-yoon could only sigh in frustration. I wish they could act their age. The night before the operation, the whole team was highly focused. On a video game, Han Seo-yoon screamed, "Unnai, 9 o'clock, go to 9 o'clock." The atmosphere was extremely tense and chaotic. One person was yelling to press the button, another was screaming to shoot immediately. Choi Se-hee, holding the controller, was confused about what to do amidst the conflicting instructions. Suddenly, a noise made all three of them look visibly panicked. The screen went black. Kim Dae-in yelled at them to put the controller down, while Seo-yoon shouted for him to turn on the lights. Lee Subin walked in, seeing the three of them huddled under the dim light to discuss the plan for the next day. Gone was the noise from the gaming session. The atmosphere had become much more serious. Seeing the whole team still awake when it was almost dawn, she couldn't help but sigh. "The terrorist event is today, yet you're all pulling an all-nighter. I guess it's been a while, so everyone's excited, huh?" Facing Lee Subin's reminder, the whole group could only break into a cold sweat. she said gently, "You've all worked very hard." The atmosphere became extremely tense when Lee Subin mentioned the name of this terrorist plan. Red D, Red Edition 2. She gave a bright smile and suggested, "Instead of doing this, how about you all go to sleep right now?" Her smile terrified the remaining three. Hearing that, the group rushed back to their rooms. Choi Se-hee awkwardly said goodnight, and Seo-yoon also mentioned she had to sleep to prepare for tomorrow. When Kim Dae-in tried to leave, Lee Subin stopped him with a cold expression. "Dae-in, you stay." In the distance, Choi Se-hee and Seo-yoon whispered to each other, "Unnai Subin is really scary when she's mad." Kim Dae-in could only bow apologetically. The next morning, an emergency alert was broadcast everywhere. A terrorist attack by a villain occurred in Seoul. The noteworthy thing was that all civilians within a 250 m radius had been evacuated with no casualties. And then the question was raised, where is the hero Stardust? Stardust was on her way to the scene. She dove from the sky at a dizzying speed. At the center of the terror, among the rubble, Choi Se-hee looked up at Stardust flying in. Choi Se-hee, in her new villain outfit, sat perched on the rubble and gave a sarcastic greeting. "Hey, Stardust!" Choi Se-hee's villain alias was Elektra. Stardust landed, looking at Elektra with cold, vigilant eyes. Stardust ordered, "Villain, stop this terror immediately and surrender. If you refuse, I will use force to suppress you." Hearing that, Elektra just smirked and her hands began to spark. "Surrender?" She shouted, "No way," and fired a massive surge of electricity towards Stardust. Stardust was caught off guard by this preemptive strike. With a confident smile on her lips and eyes glowing with power, Elektra declared, "My name is Elektra, I'm here because of him to face you." The battle between the two officially began. The scene flashes back to 1 week before Elektra's attack. Dae-in was sitting in the park with Elektra. She wondered why they still had to train when it had ended yesterday, but Dae-in said it was because he hadn't taught her that finishing move yet. Dae-in proudly introduced the new technique he had named, the lightning punch. Elektra heard this and immediately felt that the name was terrible, mocking Dae-in's irredeemable naming sense. But she had no idea that Dae-in was secretly furious because the person who had actually chosen that name was none other than Elektra herself. Dae-in started the instructions. Instead of firing the electricity out, visualize rolling it into your palm, clenching it tight, and then delivering the punch. Elektra followed along, focusing her will into her fist, condensing the maximum amount of electrical energy. A massive amount of electrical energy burst from Elektra's hand, creating a terrifying explosion. She launched the punch forward, and its power leveled a vast area of land. Dae-in stood far away watching the results, asking Elektra how she felt about this lightning punch. Elektra could only exclaim that it was truly terrifying. Just like that, for the remaining week before the attack, both focused solely on hunting this technique. Dae-in even teased her, telling her to let Stardust have a taste of it. This remark excited Elektra a bit. She thought he was truly ruthless. Dae-in put on an act, saying he was just a villain carrying his own burden. Elektra was left speechless by this guy. Back in the present, Elektra was laughing maniacally, her entire body enveloped in a powerful current of electricity. She wondered if an A-rank hero really only had power at this level. On the opposite side, Stardust was struggling to defend against Elektra's relentless, storm-like attacks. She was constantly pushed backward. Even so, Stardust still tried to defend, waiting for the right moment to counterattack. Meanwhile, Dae-in was casually sitting in a safe spot, watching the match through binoculars while munching on popcorn. He saw this as a completely free show. Stardust gritted her teeth, enduring the powerful electrical currents constantly jolting her body. Stardust realized that to get close to Elektra, she had to endure this horrific electrocution. Elektra found it interesting that Stardust could push past this threshold of pain. If that was the case, a massive amount of energy began to gather on Elektra's leg. Elektra shouted, "Then how about this?" and then stomped her foot hard into the ground. A powerful bolt of electricity struck Stardust directly, forcing her to struggle and brace herself. The shockwave from the attack shattered everything around them. Elektra realized that defeating her was easier than she had anticipated. A look of excitement appeared on Elektra's face. From within the electricity, a pair of legs slowly stepped out. Stardust's entire body radiated a brilliant golden aura. This was her form when she used her full power. Elektra felt astonished and a bit fearful watching Stardust slowly approach. Stardust stood in front of Elektra, the powerful energy enveloping her. Elektra moved away very quickly, not letting Stardust get close. After landing, Elektra began to pant heavily from overexertion. Stardust lunged forward. She wanted to end the battle quickly. Elektra looked at Stardust, unable to stop thinking that Stardust was truly a monster. Could it be that Dane had been playing around with an opponent like this all along? Do-in, from afar, also realized that Stardust seemed to be gradually adapting to Elektra's attacks. Another thought crossed Dane's mind. The reason he had wholeheartedly strengthened Sihi was precisely to increase Stardust's endurance. He wanted Stardust to become stronger through battles like this. Compared to the trials she had to go through in the original story, this level was nothing. But Elektra still hadn't given up. She tried to pull herself up, continuing to use her power. Stardust spoke up, demanding Elektra surrender so she could be captured without further injury. Elektra was absolutely shocked. Elektra shouted in anger because Stardust dared to look down on her. On the other side, Stardust also understood her opponent's intent and replied, "You brought this upon yourself." Right after Stardust burst forward at full power, Elektra also prepared her ultimate move, the lightning punch. The two powers collided, creating a world-shaking explosion in the space between them. The pressure from the battle shattered everything. Din, watching from afar, had to shout out, thoroughly impressed by the power of the two. Immediately after, he used his ability to teleport elsewhere. Din landed on the balcony of a house far away from the attack. He couldn't help but break into a cold sweat from the pressure those two had generated earlier. He quickly pulled up the screen to see how the fight was going. A camera, shielded by Dane's ability, was still floating at the scene, undestroyed, recording the progress of the fight. At this moment, dust and smoke were thick, and only Stardust could be seen standing there. Her eyes were fixed steadily forward, not letting her guard down at all. The ground was cracked into a massive abyss, showing the terrifying destructive power of the previous attacks. Elektra, clutching her injured arm, slowly emerged from the smoke. Stardust then asked, "Who was the person you just called he?" Stardust recalled Elektra's image. She said that she had come here to deal with Stardust precisely because of him. Stardust continued to question, "Is there some mastermind standing behind Elektra?" Elektra gritted her teeth, determined not to say a word. Seeing that, Stardust said, "Fine, then I'll extract the information myself." Suddenly, a violet energy appeared, along with a hand embracing Elektra. Immediately after, Elektra vanished. Stardust's face darkened at this familiar power. She questioned, could it be? Just as she finished her thought, a familiar voice echoed, "Hello, Stardust." Stardust looked up, unable to hide her astonishment. She scanned the area for the source of the voice. Before her, Dane was carrying Elektra in his arms, hovering in midair. He replied confidently, "Yep, it's me." Dane smirked smugly, saying, "It's been a while since we last met, hasn't it?" At the same time, Dane's Ego Stream channel began broadcasting live. The viewership skyrocketed. Everyone was excited by his unexpected appearance. The audience on the stream was incredibly curious about the beautiful girl Dane was holding. They began speculating about the relationship between the two, even suggesting this was an affair happening right in front of Stardust. Stardust was still in shock. She held her head and asked, "Ego Stick, you actually survived." Din looked confused by Stardust's question, but then he laughed and replied, "Of course I'm still alive, even if that isn't good news for you at all, ha ha." Stardust looked at Dane and whispered, "Is that so? How lucky." Dane seemed to realize something, earlier. Stardust blushed with anger and embarrassment. Dane didn't miss the chance to tease her. "Oh my, I never expected Stardust to be so worried about me. Should I send a safety notification next time? Ha ha ha." Elektra asked weakly, "Hey, why did you come so late?" Dane smiled and said, "Sorry, I needed to observe until the very last moment." The image of Dane carrying Elektra was reflected in Stardust's eyes. She was trying to make sense of what was happening. Suddenly, Dane sensed a terrifying killing intent. He looked toward the source of the pressure with surprise. Stardust appeared, her eyes glowing red and her entire body ablaze. She looked at Dane and Elektra with hateful eyes. Elektra couldn't help but be terrified. She shouted, Hey, what's wrong with her? She looks so scary." Dane held Elektra tight, observing, Let's see. It looks like she wants to tear the two villains standing in front of her to shreds." Dane continued to tease, wondering if this was the wrath of a hero, which made Stardust blush even more. Before Dane's arrival, Stardust had asked, "Why are you here, Ego Stick?" Dane carried the female villain Elektra in his arms. He wondered if he was the one being called out, then answered himself, saying he had come to rescue his teammate. Stardust hung her head low. She muttered the word teammate with a look of skepticism and confusion. Dane didn't care at all about Stardust's attitude. he excitedly declared he would introduce everyone to his new teammates. Immediately after, a massive 3D hologram appeared in midair, displaying the words Ego Stream along with the silhouettes of the group members. The heroine Stardust looked up with a stunned expression. Dain proudly declared that this was an alliance, a group of villains working together under the name Ego Stream. Stardust was completely shocked. The thought of a villain alliance was unprecedented, leaving her stunned and shaken. Dain continued his act. He hovered, asserting that he had teammates just as powerful as Elektra, who was in his arms at that moment. Being turned into proof for Dane's words, Elektra showed clear annoyance. Meanwhile, Dain declared that from now on, he wouldn't be terrorizing alone anymore. Dain issued a warning to Stardust but then corrected himself, saying this warning was for all of South Korea. This made Stardust even angrier. Right after, Dain excitedly ordered Elektra, "Go for it, Eleku, fire a 1,000,000-volt bolt." Elektra followed suit, releasing a powerful surge of electricity, but she couldn't accept the nickname. She screamed in anger, "I told you not to do that." The powerful surge of electricity from Elektra struck downward. It sent Stardust flying away. Taking advantage of the chaos, Dain quickly escaped, not forgetting to leave a taunt that Stardust was still too green to catch him. Being mocked and watching her opponent escape right before her eyes, Stardust could only scream helplessly in a fit of rage. To vent her frustration, Stardust delivered a massive punch to the ground, causing it to shatter. Standing amidst the rubble, Stardust felt a sense of filth and humiliation like never before. She gritted her teeth, calling out both Elektra and Egostick, engraving this grudge deep in her heart. In Stardust's imagination, things were completely different from reality. It was an image of Dain and Elektra being intimate, with Dain proudly bragging that he had many cute teammates and that, of course, the cutest one was still Eleku, while Elektra replied shyly, "Ah, what are you saying? I told you not to do that." Thinking of this, the fire of hatred burned in Stardust's heart. She swore that the next time they met, she would definitely destroy Egostick. The scene shifts to a dark alleyway. Dain had reached a secret location. He stared at a brick wall and wondered if this was the right place. Suddenly, Dain poured force into his fist and shouted, "Come on." A powerful punch from Dain landed on the wall, causing it to crack and reveal a passage. After entering, Dain landed in a dark hallway. He looked around and said, "Found the right spot." Dain walked down the ancient corridor lit by blue-flamed candles. This was a secret path hidden behind a false wall. At the end of the hall, Dain faced a massive tar-like door, emitting a brilliant and dignified light. The door slowly opened and Dain stepped into a completely different space. Entering, Dain greeted, "Hello." It was a woman with enchanting blue hair, known by the alias Vine Witch. She sat in the middle of a mystical garden, looked up at the stranger, and asked for the reason behind his visit. Facing the Vine Witch, Dain went straight to the point. He had come to ask her to use magic to seal his items. Dain placed 2 journals and a chest on the table. One recorded every event that had occurred in the world so far, and the other would record what happened from now on. The Vine Witch glanced at the red gemstone Dain offered as payment. She seemed satisfied, remarking it was a beautiful stone, and agreed to fulfill his request. The Vine Witch asked about the duration of the seal. Dain replied decisively, asking her to seal both items until his death. Dain's request surprised the Vine Witch a bit. She closed her eyes, pondering this strange offer. After a while, the Vine Witch began the ritual. She held her hand over the journals and a brilliant magic circle began to form. Dain stood silently observing as the Vine Witch, surrounded by trees and magic, performed a complex spell. Green and yellow magical energy poured from the Vine Witch's hands, enveloping the diaries and the chest. Once the spell was complete, a glowing magic seal appeared on the books. The Vine Witch announced that from now on, no one would be able to peek at them except for the owner, and Dain politely thanked her. Having completed the transaction, Dain turned to leave while the Vine Witch watched him go in silence, the smoke from her pipe curling in the air. As Dain neared the exit, the Vine Witch called out a warning that the path he was choosing was an incredibly difficult one, causing Dain to pause. Dain didn't turn back but remained silent for a moment before offering a slight smile, replying that it was the path someone had to take. Dain appeared on the rooftop of a high-rise building, surrounded by purple energy currents amidst the vibrant city sunset. He looked down at the vast city and pondered, for this was also where he decided on his purpose for being in this world. On a large billboard screen, the image of the heroine Stardust appeared, and it seemed all of Dane's thoughts were directed toward her. Dane stretched and told himself that from now on, truly incredible things were going to happen. In a moment of weakness and raw emotion, Dane shouted desperately, begging Stardust to trust only in him. Dane's dramatic moment was interrupted by a phone call. Seo-yoon screamed over the phone, urging him to come home for dinner because everyone was waiting. Rudely dragged back to reality, Dane calmly answered the phone saying he would be home right away. But Seo-yoon on the other end angrily ordered him to be there in 3 seconds. After the call, Dane regained his usual calm and confidence, smiling slightly as he looked toward the sunset. He declared that it was now time for the final event of Phase 1. At the same time, on a South Korean highway, a truck was moving along as usual, completely unaware of the catastrophe about to strike. In a secret control room, a group of scientists were at work, and an elderly man, seemingly their leader, declared that the final moment had arrived. Suddenly, the highway pavement was violently breached from below, creating a massive explosion. From deep underground, a massive yellow mechanical component surfaced, signaling the arrival of a new threat. The giant machine fully emerged from the ground, a massive yellow combat robot that wreaked horrific destruction on the highway, causing drivers to scream in desperate panic. The elderly man leading the new villain group wore a wicked smile, calling out to his comrades and declaring that the nation of South Korea had oppressed them. The robot began attacking the city, causing massive explosions from afar, and amidst the chaos, the old man's voice rang out, declaring that it was time to destroy everything. Back to normal daily life in a classroom, where students were whispering and gossiping during class. A male student was watching a video of the villain Elektra and couldn't help but gush about how beautiful she was. He turned to ask his friend if Elektra was in a romantic relationship with the criminal Egoistic. And upon hearing this, Stardust was a bit startled and leaned in to eavesdrop. The other friend went on to speculate that Elektra was Egoistic's comrade-in-arms, which made Stardust breathe a slight sigh of relief, a faint smile appearing on her lips. The discussion continued, with the student claiming that Egoistic and Elektra being intimate in front of the camera must mean they had feelings for each other. Moreover, he argued that no one would carry a female friend princess style unless they were together, leading the brown-haired friend to mock him. Is that the level of guys who have never been on a date? It's precisely because they have no relationship that they dare to hug in front of the camera. If it were someone they truly liked, they absolutely wouldn't dare. And Stardust heard every word of this. The friend agreed and told him to continue, so the student analyzed further, claiming Egoistic's attitude had always been the same, never changing. Their next words startled Stardust. Egoistic only has eyes for Stardust, that's just how it is, to which the other student replied, yeah, that's probably why Stardust looks so pitiful, I almost cried watching the livestream. From her perspective, Egoistic is just one of many villains, but she still has to pay attention to him. Seeing Egoistic hugging another woman right in front of her, who could stand that? The other friend concluded that his buddy had fallen too deep into delusions. Suddenly, a blue-haired male student spoke up, saying that he personally was a big supporter of the Egoilect couple because they seemed more compatible. This statement was the final straw. Stardust was so angry she snapped the pen in her hand, her killing intent radiating intensely. The blue-haired student seemed to realize he had spoken out of turn, while the student sitting in front whispered to his friend that this blonde girl seemed to be a crazy fan of the Egoistic and Stardust pairing. The teacher entered the room and announced the start of the lesson, while birds flew outside the window, signaling just another day. But the peace was quickly broken as Stardust suddenly stood up with a look of astonishment. An emergency alert had appeared on her phone screen. Without a moment's hesitation, Stardust bolted out of the classroom. The alert stated that an unidentified giant weapon was heading north from the suburbs of southeast Seoul, ordering the whole team to sortie immediately. She quickly moved toward the headquarters of the Korean Superpower Association. Upon arriving, Stardust gasped for breath, having already changed into her hero costume. Before her eyes was a horrific scene. A giant robot was devastating the city. The robot continued moving forward, sowing chaos and destroying everything in its path. It raised a massive mechanical leg, preparing to crush a car blocking its path. Ironically, inside that car, a family remained panicking in fear. In the split second of life and death, Stardust exploded with power, rushing in like a lightning bolt to rescue them. After pushing the car out of the danger zone, she turned back to assess the situation, and receiving thanks and enthusiastic cheers from her classmates gave Stardust extra motivation. She focused her energy, her eyes full of determination, then soared into the sky to face the giant robot head-on. A voice rang out, sarcastically calling Stardust a puppet of the government and the association as she rushed toward the robot. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the chairman of Hanun Corporation, the creator of the robot, was monitoring the battle with a sinister smile, wondering if Stardust had the strength to defeat the final remnant of his corporation. Stardust unleashed a powerful energy attack straight at the enemy, yet her attack seemed to have no effect on the robot. It countered the attack and sent Stardust flying downward. Stardust was astonished by the robot's durability and its powerful aura, a blow that had sent her flying to crash into a wall. Not stunned for long, Stardust immediately gathered her momentum and flew off again. Stardust rushed forward at the speed of light, her eyes full of determination, when suddenly a shout came from inside the robot. "Doctor." Stardust was confused. She didn't understand what was going on. Inside the robot, only the panicked voice of the doctor rose up. "What could it be that you are?" Followed immediately by Dane's order, "Electu, move out." Inside, a source of electricity flashed, followed by pathetic screams. Suddenly, the robot stopped and another voice intervened. "Hey, move aside, move aside." The voice spoke up. "Can you hear me, Ms. Stardust?" Stardust froze when she recognized the familiar voice and shouted, "Egoistic." Dane confirmed it was him. Inside the control bay, the group of doctors had been completely overpowered, and Dane's voice continued. "My friends at Hanun Corporation created this wonderful giant machine." Egoistic appeared on the big screen, explaining that it would be a shame for a true villain like him not to use it. In the control room, Elektra frowned in disdain. Whenever he starts acting, he really looks like a lunatic. But Seo-yoon, who seemed too used to this, replied calmly, "You'll get used to it soon." Dylan continued his act, provoking Stardust by saying he would use this pretty toy to flatten the city and challenging her to stop him. Contrary to Dane's prediction, Stardust didn't flinch at all. Instead, she burst into a confident laugh. With fiery eyes and a challenging smile, Stardust declared that she would definitely stop his rampage and that Egoistic would pay the price. With that, she rushed straight toward the robot at breakneck speed, determined to end this battle. Back at the base, Seo-yoon reported that the machine's power calibration was complete, and Egoistic just smiled. Dane placed his hand on the control lever and thought to himself, "Ha yo, today let's try unleashing your power properly for once." Dane appeared incredibly excited. He shouted, "Here it comes," and decisively pulled the lever down. The robot, under Dane's control, lifted its arm back and struck straight toward Stardust. The blow was launched with immense power, colliding directly with Stardust, causing her to be shocked and pushed far back. From his control bay, Egoistic laughed loudly and mocked Stardust, asking if she really thought she could stop the giant octopus weapon with just that amount of strength. Egoistic ordered Seo-yoon to increase the machine's speed further, and hearing this, Stardust also decided to go all out for this battle. The robot rushed forward at dizzying speeds, its robotic arms transforming into sharp drills, attacking Stardust maniacally. However, with her supple body, Stardust was still able to dodge the attacks. Her speed was becoming increasingly stable, and she was able to keep up with the robot's attacks. Seeing her like this, Dane ordered Seo-yoon to gradually increase the speed even more. This time, Stardust had almost reached the robot's maximum speed. She moved at dizzying speeds, skillfully dodging the robot's attacks. Witnessing Stardust's performance, Dane couldn't hide his excitement. He cheered, "That's right, it has to be like that." He blissfully thought that today he would finally be able to return home safely, no longer having to suffer a tragic fate as in the past. Meanwhile, at a government building, a man reported that everything was ready. In front of him was a box containing an emergency red button. This man was none other than the president of South Korea, standing before an incredibly difficult decision. With a determined expression, he declared that to destroy that giant weapon, they had only one option left. Without a moment's hesitation, the president pressed the red button. Immediately, sirens wailed throughout the control room, signaling an emergency situation. At the same time, in Egoistic's control room, he was frantically calling Seo-yoon while she was frantically typing away. On the main screen, the words "maximum speed error" flashed in red. Stardust was now moving so fast it was like teleportation, easily dodging every attack from the robot. She shot a triumphant smile toward Dane. A horrific explosion occurred. Fire and black smoke billowed from a building in the city, signaling a fierce terrorist attack. In the control room where Dane was directing, he ordered Han Seo-yoon to increase the robot's power by one more level. Contrary to the panic of the other two members, Seo-yoon happily complied. Immediately, a massive surge of energy was fired, creating a horrific explosion with immense destructive force. Stardust confronted it directly without flinching. Amidst the chaos, the heroine Stardust still smiled confidently, as if she had gradually become accustomed to this power, and Dane silently encouraged her, "You can do it, Stardust." With a shout of determination, Stardust plunged into the battle, her body radiating a brilliant light. She quickly approached and unleashed a powerful attack on the robot, causing a massive explosion. The impact from Stardust's attack caused Dane's control room to shake violently, making Elektra and Subin scream in panic. While Seo-yoon was also startled, Dane remained determined, roaring that there would be no chance for Stardust. No sooner said than done, Dane stomped on the control pedal, deciding to engage Stardust himself. The giant robot under Dane's control began to move much more flexibly and nimbly, rushing forward with great speed. Dane was incredibly excited, boasting about his arcade gaming skills and saying it was time to show off. He controlled the robot to launch a tricky attack towards Stardust, roaring her name. Facing the attack, Stardust smiled again. She realized her strength was gradually becoming stronger. The more she fought, the more Stardust felt the energy within her surging powerfully. This was Dane's purpose. Instead of fear, Stardust felt incredibly thrilled. She challenged Doin, wanting him to launch even more attacks. Buffed by her strength, Stardust rushed straight toward the robot at breakneck speed, her body like a fireball. She easily landed on the giant robot's arm, showing the difference in speed and agility. Stardust performed a beautiful mid-air flip, completely in control of the situation. She confidently declared that she was now used to the robot's movements. With sharp eyes, Stardust ordered Dane to just stand there and wait for the finishing blow. Suddenly, Stardust's eyes flashed with surprise, and then an unexpected attack from the robot struck Stardust directly, causing her to lose her balance and fall straight to the ground. From the control room, Dane laughed crazily, mocking Stardust's confidence and claiming it was just her delusion, because everything was still going according to his plan. Unexpectedly attacked, she gritted her teeth and roared that Egostick's babbling was driving her crazy, and then her whole body radiated intense power. Dane explained the performance of this Octopass robot was designed to maximize efficiency when facing a single opponent. He had prepared this robot specifically for Stardust, and at that moment, Stardust rushed forward at bullet-like speed. Without flinching, Stardust glowed brightly, rushed forward, and unleashed a powerful punch into the robot, causing one of its legs to explode. Stardust's attack caused damage. A red warning appeared on Dane's control screen, showing that a part of the robot had been compromised. Seo-yoon screamed in a panic, asking Dane what he was doing, and the rebound shock from the robot surprised even Dane. But Dane quickly regained his confidence, saying that this was the feeling Stardust should have, and now he would fight seriously too. With that, Dane shouted, ordering the Octopass power to be increased to the maximum level. Strangely, Stardust just stood silently on the giant robot's head, as if waiting for something. Stardust's silence confused Dane. He wondered, then roared orders to increase power again, but the other team members just looked at each other in silence. Seo-yoon sighed, then typed on the keyboard, reluctantly carrying out Dane's crazy order. The robot began to transform, its parts shifting and assembling for a new combat form. Stardust frowned. She sensed the change, and Dane challenged her, asking if she could adapt to this speed. The robot began to move. It closed the distance and attacked Stardust. This time, she could not dodge easily as before. Stardust was sent flying, the robot's power and speed having exceeded her expectations. She landed on the ground, gasping for breath. It was clear Stardust was struggling against Octopass's new form. The battle was being broadcast live, and the audience was incredibly excited, commenting on the peak match and hoping Stardust would be promoted to S rank, while Dane still wanted to push Stardust even further. The robot moved chaotically, as if Dane was struggling to control it at maximum power. Seo-yoon screamed, asking him to focus. Stardust looked at the robot, and she had one more reason to take it down: Egostick's girls. Stardust clenched her fists, realizing an ironic truth: if Egostick weren't here, constantly pushing her to her limits, then defeating this giant robot would likely be impossible. It was thanks to him that her power had been unleashed. With renewed determination, Stardust declared that now they could do it. She rushed forward, ready for a decisive attack. Her immense power surged as she rushed straight toward the robot. In the control room, Dane gritted his teeth. The last attack had placed great pressure on everyone. Elektra was astonished that Stardust seemed even stronger than before. Seo-yoon anxiously announced that the robot's power could only be maintained for another 10 minutes. Despite the warning, Daeun laughed and said he would stubbornly enjoy this battle until the very last minute, his recklessness infuriating Elektra. Elektra screamed at Daeun, calling him a madman and warning him that the robot would explode. But Daeun remained thrilled, urging Han Seo-yoon to continue while the violent shaking made Subin moan about motion sickness. As for Stardust, after regaining her balance, she landed firmly on one of the robot's arms, ready for the next wave of attacks. She focused her strength, unleashing a flurry of continuous punches into the robot's body, each blow carrying destructive energy. Stardust's eyes became sharp. She had identified the location of the cockpit where Daeun was hiding. Over there, he's in there. Just as Stardust prepared to attack, an urgent voice rang out in her earpiece, ordering her to leave the area immediately. Stardust froze, not understanding what was happening. On reflex, she jumped back, keeping her distance from the robot and asking why such a sudden order had been given. And then, a horrific piece of news was revealed. The president had ordered a small nuclear missile fired at the robot's position. Stardust was completely shocked. Her commander at the control center confirmed the information, staring at the screen displaying a red dot closing in and warning that Stardust would die if caught in the blast. Even she couldn't believe this crazy decision. Stardust angrily challenged the order, arguing she could take down the robot herself and that firing a missile would endanger civilians. The commander explained that it was a political decision. The president didn't want to be criticized for doing nothing. Stardust still tried to argue about the recklessness of the action, but the commander cut her off, shouting at her not to argue and to leave immediately. While Stardust was still reeling, Daeun, completely unaware of the looming danger, spoke up and mocked her, asking how long she intended to stay distracted and saying his fist was getting itchy. Stardust looked toward the robot. She realized Daeun had stopped attacking and was waiting for her, a strangely thoughtful action for a villain. And she knew he was unaware of the missile. A major decision was forming in her mind. Stardust apologized, then decisively ripped off her communication headset, cutting off all orders from her superiors. At the command center, everyone shouted her name in astonishment. Instead of retreating, Stardust soared into the sky, heading toward the greater threat. At the association headquarters, the staff panicked to see Stardust had discarded her communication device. But her manager remained calm, believing that, as always, Stardust would find the answer. With absolute faith in the heroine, he nonchalantly sat eating popcorn and said, "Let's wait and see," despite the extreme anxiety of his subordinates. Dylan saw Stardust flying away and misunderstood, shouting to ask where she was going, thinking she was running away in frustration. But Stardust paid no mind. She soared high, her mind now focused only on Daeun. He was an A-rank terrorist, and the state had every reason to eliminate him, but for some reason, Stardust realized she didn't hate him at all. A slight smile appeared on her lips as she made her decision. This time she would save him. Stardust flew toward the missile. Stardust shot straight up into the air, quickly pinpointing the target she needed. It was the short-range nuclear missile launched by the government. An image of Daeun suddenly flashed through her mind. With no more hesitation, she collided head-on with the short-range missile. Stardust gritted her teeth, enduring the pain. The scene was witnessed by Daeun's group inside the robot, leaving them gaping in shock. Something is coming over there. What is that, and what about Stardust? Isn't that a missile? Daeun was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Stardust, why? High above, the standoff reached its climax. Stardust shouted, channeling all her power to boost her strength. Just as the energy at the tail of the missile began to fade, she quickly wrapped her arms around the missile's nose, changed its trajectory, and dragged it in another direction. Back in the robot, Daeun was so desperate he shouted, "Seo-yoon, have you figured out what that thing is yet?" Han Seo-yoon was sweating as she yelled back, "I'm looking, stop rushing me." The next second, the screen switched to the interior of the National Assembly building. "I've got it. It's something launched from the presidential office. The deactivation code. There's no time left, it's going to explode in 10 seconds. Daeun gasped in disbelief. What? 9 seconds remained, and the old president smiled happily. 8 seconds, 7 seconds. Stardust had successfully moved the missile to a different spot. 6, 5, 4, Icicle was still out shopping with her security detail. 3 seconds, and Daeun stared blankly at the screen watching Stardust. 2 seconds, and Stardust successfully tilted the missile upward. 1 second, and she used every ounce of her strength to hurl it straight into the sky. Just as the timer hit 0, a massive earth-shattering explosion occurred. The sky was stained a fiery red, causing the students to look out in bewilderment. The sight even made Old Man Park stop eating his popcorn. The smile on the South Korean Korean president's face froze. Han Seo-yoon hesitated. It blew up. Elektra stood up, wondering where did her Stardust go. Din was already rushing off while shouting, "Over there, Stardust is unconscious and free-falling." Instantly, a hand reached out and caught her. He held her in his arms, unable to understand why she had done it. Suddenly, Stardust weakly opened her eyes. She tried to speak, but he questioned her before she could finish. "Who told you to stop that missile? What would have happened if you died because of it?" She didn't answer, only closing her eyes again. Watching this, Dane felt a pang of heartache. She had unleashed such terrifying power, and now her body was left this weak. "She looks like she's going to be mad at me." While he was lost in thought, Stardust opened her eyes again, and that look in her eyes left him confused. "Why are you looking at me like that? You're currently being held in the arms of a villain, you know." Realizing this, he began to act. "I thought you were just busy running away. Since when did you become so quick at causing distractions? Stopping a missile?" He glanced at her, wondering if she had been aiming for something else. As he spoke, he realized the giant weapon was on the verge of exploding, and if the missile had hit, it would have been irreversible. If she hadn't realized it in time and rushed to stop that missile, they both would have been destroyed together in the end. "So why on earth did you stop that missile?" As if she understood his thoughts, Stardust whispered, "I just wanted to do it. Besides, doing this counted as repaying that debt." With that, Stardust forced another smile and drifted off to sleep in his arms. Egoistic stared at her, bewildered by the meaning behind that smile. Could it be that she had realized it? That "I am not a villain." He gently set her down and checked her over, finally feeling relieved. Luckily, it didn't seem life-threatening. She had always been incredibly tough after all. Suddenly hearing someone calling, Egoistic tapped his comms. Seo-yoon. Seo-yoon reported, "Sir, I've checked. It was launched directly by the president." He had suspected as much, nodding in silence. It was truly an unpredictable world, and clearly the whole world had seen Stardust stop the missile. Even now, people still can't understand the connection between us, and this situation can't go on like this. Thinking this, he finalized his plan. Seo-yoon, start the broadcast. Seo-yoon, who had been waiting for this, cracked her knuckles. "I've been waiting for this moment." Immediately, Egoistic's broadcast began. "Hello everyone, this is Egoistic." Instantly, 67,000 people joined and comments flooded in. "Oh, he's actually live. Why are you live at this hour? The battle got my heart racing, but I missed the end. Where is it? You cut the stream right when Stardust flew up. What's going on? Why are you outside? Where's Stardust? Why did Stardust's blonde hair glow brighter? I'm dying of curiosity." He spoke nonchalantly to the camera. "Where did Stardust go? You're all very curious, aren't you?" Immediately, the scene shifted to show Stardust lying unconscious, causing the viewers to erupt. "What is this? Did Stardust lose?" Egoistic, "That's too much. Oh my god, this is crazy." He immediately countered, "I am not the one who made her like this. The presidential office said they would capture me. They launched a nuclear missile at Seoul. The president of South Korea himself did it just to wipe out a villain like me. To capture me, they abandoned all the citizens of Seoul." Comments flooded in relentlessly, and the South Korean president watched, gaping in disbelief. Endless rounds of gunfire were unleashed on the building where his live stream was being projected. After the incident, countless news outlets began reporting, "Since the new administration took office, we are facing the worst crisis in history." Amidst calls for the president's impeachment, another news report followed. At the International Hero Association, foreign media reported that they were discussing an S-rank promotion for the hero Stardust. Icicle was relaxing in her office when she heard the news, and Egoistic exclaimed, "Our Haru is really something." The next news report, it is rumored that the villain Egoistic is also being considered for an S-rank promotion. Unlike Stardust, who has only just begun to be discussed, Egoistic's case has been under consideration for months. Association officials say a formal announcement might come at the end of this month. Outside, a voice spoke, "Miss Siala, may I come in?" Seeing this, she grabbed the remote to turn off the TV and replied, "Come in." She remained calm, gently stroking her pet. She was the heir to the Shooting Star Corporation and A-rank hero, Icicle. The secretary entered to report, "I have bribed the upcoming presidential candidates. They have pledged to follow the Shooting Star Corporation's orders." She nodded in satisfaction. "Good, and what about the other matters?" "The chairman has announced he will delegate full authority to you, Ms. Siala." Siala wore a calculated smile, finally. Then she returned to her normal state. "You may leave now." The secretary bowed and turned to exit. The room suddenly became strangely silent. Siala then wore an amused smile. "Thank you, Egoistic, for giving me the opportunity to swallow South Korea whole. I will make good use of it." The scene shifted to Dane's villa, where he exclaimed frantically, Guys, we have a big problem. His words caught everyone's attention, and he continued in a worried voice. It seems Stardust is starting to doubt me. Seo Yoon asked, doubt you about what? He replied, she thinks I'm not a villain. He wore a suspicious look and blurted out, are you stupid? Seo Yoon continued, isn't that true? Do you still think you're a villain at this point? He thought to herself while eating, he really is a lunatic. Constantly being attacked by the girls left him startled. What's wrong with me? I go terrorizing when I'm bored. The number of hostages I've taken lately is countless, isn't it? Haru immediately cut him off. You let them all go, didn't you? Hearing this, he stammered. I've done kidnappings too and killed many villains. He pouted. You're the one who keeps saying you killed a lot of villains. Seo Yoon followed up. Thank you very much, A-rank hero Ghost. He continued to explain. Anyway, I've lived very hard, whether as a villain or as an individual. This made Hee wonder, what does living hard have to do with anything? You really do have problems. Over the past while, I've tried to look like a villain. Of course I have, Dane shouted. Hearing this made Hee's temper flare even more, and she shouted, from the moment you tried to look like a villain, you were wrong. Just a glance is enough to see through you. There's no mistaking it. She continued to challenge him. Why do you think I agreed to join you? Look at last time. If you had left that giant machine to charge straight into Seoul, what would have happened to you? If it had attacked with full power from the start, could little Stardust have stopped it? Seo Yoon shook her head. Stop it, not a chance. Lee Subin, peeling an apple, wondered, but Dane blocked it for her and even adjusted his firepower while fighting. Seo Yoon mocked, if you can't see that, you really are a fool. He was left speechless but tried to explain, is that the only reason? Maybe you guys still don't get it. Stardust is the embodiment of justice. Based on just a few circumstantial pieces of evidence, suspecting an S-rank terrorist as brutal and inhumane as me is impossible. He narrowed her eyes. So what? Embodiment of justice, my foot. Do you think Stardust is an idiot? No matter how you look at it, you don't look like a villain at all. This remark hit Dan like a punch to the face, leaving him dazed. Then she turned to Seo Yoon. I'm right, aren't I? Seo Yoon agreed. Of course, someone had to say it. What a relief. He thought to himself. If she finds out that I'm not acting like a villain because I'm crazy, but actually to protect her and this world, if Stardust really knew that, she wouldn't be able to go all out when fighting me. Naturally, she wouldn't be able to grow, and in that state, she wouldn't be able to stop the apocalypse. He clenched his fist and shouted, that won't do, but his loud shout startled little Seo Yoon. He put on a confident expression. Oh, that's right, for Stardust, there needs to be someone constantly reminding her that I am an extremely evil person. Having thought it through, he immediately rushed off, calling out, you guys stay here, I'm going to Busan. The scene switched to Shin Haru, who was currently in front of a high-rise building. She was very excited about the scenery around her. As soon as she entered, a receptionist came forward and bowed. Welcome, are you Shin Haru? She nodded gently. Yes, I am. The receptionist reached for her backpack. I will carry your luggage to your room, she replied happily, thank you. She felt anxious inside, thinking, maybe this is even better. A soft voice called her name near her ear, Shin Haru. Recognizing the familiar voice, she turned her head happily and exclaimed, Siala. Then the two hugged affectionately. Siala, look at you, you've become even prettier, she replied shyly. You too. Really, why is that? Siala, let's make a suggestion. We must have a lot of fun today. She took Shin Haru's hand and raised it in celebration. Congratulations on the birth of South Korea's first S-rank heroine. After that, the two moved to Siala's villa. Looking at the view from the balcony, Shin Haru let out a gasp of excitement. The view in front of us is absolutely amazing. Siala stepped up from behind, smiling, isn't it? And Shin Haru nodded in agreement. Siala pointed inside, offering an invitation. Come on in. Inside the dining room, chefs were setting out countless delicacies. Shin Haru's eyes were drawn to something and she exclaimed, mango shaved ice. She immediately put a piece of mango into her mouth. Chewing with delight, opposite her, Siala teased, do you like mango that much? How cute. She wondered, mentioning mango makes me think of Egostic, doesn't it? Hearing the familiar name, Shin Haru was a bit startled. Siala, should we continue? Actually, I want to have a specialized villain like you too. There are only weaklings here. How am I supposed to reach S-rank like this? So, what if I move to Seoul for this? I also want to try facing Egostic once, and immediately Haru blocked her. No way. She hurried to explain, oh no, you know he's obsessed with me. He called me out, and if someone else suddenly appeared to fight him, who knows what kind of outburst he might have. Like the Seoul Bridge terror attack, remember, that guy occasionally does things that are uncontrollable. Siala thought that made sense. He has no reason to call me out anyway. Shin Haru continued, There's that reason too, and more importantly, if you leave, who will protect Busan? Suddenly, Siala's watch vibrated and a red alert appeared. She thought to herself in surprise, someone touched the desk in my office. She stood up immediately and turned to leave. Haru, I have an urgent call, so I have to stop by the company for a moment. You go ahead and enjoy yourself, Haru replied. Okay, go ahead. Siala felt a surge of anxiety in her heart. What on earth is happening? She arrived at the company immediately. As she examined the situation, she felt puzzled. It's just a system error, so why? Then her little cat let out a soft meow, startling her. A familiar voice then spoke up. It's not an error. Looking at the person standing before her, Siala gasped. You are that person? The figure continued. I activated the security program. It was all to meet you. Hello, Ms. Lee Siwa, I'm Egostic. Siala frowned and asked bluntly if Egostic had come here to turn himself in. His question made him burst into laughter, as if such a crazy thing could ever happen. Egostic leaned in close, saying he had come because he was interested in her true face, the person actually standing behind Yuseong Corporation. Siala retorted sarcastically, thinking that the villain who was busy babysitting for Stardust had finally decided to rot in prison. Their laughter echoed throughout the expansive office. Even the white cat lying nearby gave a long yawn, completely uninterested in the conversation. Egostic silently judged that Siala was indeed the mastermind behind everything in the original story. She was not simple at all. Meanwhile, she was also wondering what this mysterious man was plotting. Egostic suddenly proposed a partnership, leaving Siala stunned. He sat there casually, legs crossed, directly inviting her to join his side. A partnership, his smile hidden beneath the mask looked full of calculation. At the same time, in another place, Shinharu shivered while eating, as if sensing a bad omen. Stardust looked around, bewildered, not understanding where that uneasy feeling came from. Back in the office, the atmosphere between the two ambitious individuals became thick with tension. On the big screen, an image of Icicle flashed, smiling and waving at the citizens like a righteous hero. Siala sat back with her arms crossed, maintaining the cold exterior of a hero. But Egostic asserted that the hero label was just a mask covering her ambition to dominate the country. He smirked, declaring that he would be the one to help her achieve that goal. Siala slammed the table and stood up, snapping that these were just baseless speculations. A cold frost radiated from her, and she threatened to punish him right on the spot if he dared to talk nonsense again. Responding to that rage, Egostic simply and quietly placed a USB drive on the table. He turned and walked away, reminding her that she was secretly pulling the strings of the new government. He told her to consider this a small token of his sincerity for their new partnership. Then he vanished into thin air, leaving behind a promise to return in a week. Siala slumped onto the desk, her hands trembling from the terrifying pressure he had exerted. She gasped for air, feeling as if her heart had momentarily stopped beating. Her gaze remained fixed on the spot where Egostic had just disappeared, her mind in complete turmoil. The tiny USB drive sat there, silent on the polished desk surface. The name Egostic now haunted her mind more than ever. He was a villain who held immense influence over both the politics and culture of South Korea. His power didn't lie in violence, but in how he manipulated public opinion and the media. Siala realized that Egostic was more of an anti-hero, and that he had gotten a grip on her ambitions. Looking at the USB in front of her, she understood that she had no choice but to accept. Siala decided to plug the USB into her computer to check what was inside. A folder appeared with a shocking title, Necessary Information for Siala to Take Over South Korea. Her eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe what she was seeing. Inside were a series of extremely detailed and valuable data files. A smile gradually appeared on Siala's lips. She knew she could succeed sooner than expected. Her ambitions surged, and she laughed out loud at the prospect that this entire country would soon be beneath her feet. A week later, Do-in, in casual attire, appeared at Busan Station with a suitcase in his hand. He returned to Siala's office building exactly as promised. Egostic sat there casually, stroking the cat, then turned to ask if Siala was satisfied with the gift. Siala said she would no longer ask about the origin of that information. Egostic countered by asking about his partnership offer. She nodded, admitting there was no reason to refuse such a lucrative deal, which pleased him. Holding the stack of documents, Siala realized that this guy had started skipping the usual social formalities. Egostic sat there, idly stroking the cat, saying that since they were now allies, she should relax. He urged her to quickly check the terms in the contract he had just handed her. Egostic suddenly froze when he read a line, must meet in person at least once a week. Ciala replied nonchalantly that since they were on the same team, meeting often was a matter of course. He broke into a cold sweat when he saw her demand that he trek all the way down to Busan once a week. The two began a tense negotiation over their meeting schedule, dropping from once a month to 10 days and finally settling on 2 weeks. In the end, Ciala clinched the deal at once every 2 weeks with a knowing smile. She suddenly dug deeper, asking why he seemed so obsessed with Haru. Ciala realized that all of his villainous activities seemed designed just to help Shin Haru grind for levels faster. Egoistic secretly thought that this woman was sharp, while she admitted that she was feeling jealous. She said that every time he caused trouble, Haru's reputation skyrocketed, so she wanted to ask him for a favor. Ciala made an odd request. She wanted him to terrorize her just like he did with Haru. Egoistic froze for several seconds, unable to believe his ears at the suggestion. A loud noise rang out, breaking the silence between them. Ciala clutched her forehead and winced, complaining that his flick to the head had hurt like hell. He sighed, saying that nobody ever goes around asking a criminal to attack them like that. Ciala angrily retorted that he wasn't a real villain, and it was unfair that he only gave priority to Stardust. Egoistic noticed that Ciala was weaker than in the original story and agreed to help her get stronger. He clicked his tongue in agreement, making her overjoyed as she bombarded him with questions about when he would start. Egoistic said it would be soon, but in return she had to fulfill a small request for him. The condition was that every time she met or called Shin Haru, Ciala had to continuously badmouth and insult him. Meanwhile, Stardust was elsewhere, scrolling through social media with a dejected expression. Ciala looked at him with contempt, wondering if this guy was some kind of pervert with strange hobbies. Ciala crossed her arms, reiterating the freakish request from the guy in front of her, basically, that she had to go around badmouthing him in front of Shin Haru. Egoistic leisurely stroked the white cat, asserting that she should slander him as badly as possible. He wanted his image in the eyes of the heroine to be that of a perverted, trashy villain. Hearing those self-appointed titles like narcissist, Ciala began to worry about the guy's sanity, but he just smiled confidently and told her to trust him. As it turned out, Ciala was no pushover. She was a die-hard Stardust fan, having watched every single episode. She was confident she understood Haru's righteousness better than anyone. For the common goal of their partnership, she clicked her tongue and agreed to give it a try. With the deal sealed, Egoistic looked extremely pleased while the white cat hopped off the table. He reached out to offer a formal handshake to confirm the alliance. Ciala stared at those black-gloved hands in a daze. Egoistic adjusted his cowboy hat, flashing a mysterious smile beneath the mask as he told her that everything was counting on her. She had no choice but to reach out and take his hand, officially stepping onto the villain's boat. A handshake between a hero and a villain. It sounded dramatic, but it sparkled like something out of a teen movie. As soon as she turned away, she looked embarrassed, realizing she had just signed a strange deal with this madman. Ciala tugged at her hair, seemingly starting to regret her impulsiveness. But then she flashed a cryptic smile. To her, Egoistic was like a big fish that was incredibly hard to reel in. With flushed cheeks, Ciala clenched her fist with determination. She didn't just want to partner with him, she wanted to make him her own. That evening, at Haru's apartment, the doorbell rang incessantly, accompanied by the calls of an uninvited older sister. Haru opened the door and stood frozen, seeing her older sister Ciala looming before her. Ciala smiled brightly, blowing a kiss as if they were the best of friends. She didn't just come empty-handed. She dragged along a whole entourage of bodyguards and a pile of luggage as if she intended to move in permanently. Ciala made herself at home, kicking her high heels aside and demanding to come in. Haru was left bewildered, asking about the mission in Busan that her sister was supposed to be overseeing. She casually said that those small fries could be handled by B and C rankers. She had to give her juniors a chance to shine. 1 arrow, 2 birds, what a great deal. The bodyguards bowed respectfully and withdrew, leaving Haru to scratch her head, looking at this overly intrusive older sister. As soon as she entered the room, Ciala dove onto Haru's bed, rolling around like a cat. She inhaled deeply and complimented how good Haru's bed smelled. Haru could only scream helplessly at her senior's perverted behavior. Turning around, Ciala invited her to have a few drinks, bragging that she had brought the good stuff from home. Haru was speechless at her sister. It was truly impossible to understand this erratic personality. Seeing Ciala keep complimenting the scent, Haru sniffed herself to see if she really smelled like anything strange to warrant such a reaction. Ciala happily showed off the 2 bottles of alcohol she had brought, her eyes twinkling as she urged Haru to join her for a drink. Well, it was too late now. Haru clicked her tongue and agreed. Might as well blow off some steam for one night. Cans of beer and bottles of liquor were opened on the tea table. Ciala cleared her throat, trying to look serious so she could start the badmouthing script ordered by Egostic. She started her dramatic performance, calling Egostic a narcissist and the trashiest person alive. She pouted, saying she couldn't believe a pervert like him even had a fan cafe. Haru broke into a cold sweat hearing this, never expecting her senior to have such a harsh view of that villain. Sitting across from each other, Ciala continued her tirade, claiming that Guy only committed terror attacks to get attention. The more she talked, the more heavy words Ciala threw out. Society's garbage. A person above the law, leaving Haru to bow her head, unable to react in time. To top it off, she slammed the table and shouted that someone like that deserved to be torn to pieces. Haru began to think things were going a bit too far. She paused because her senior seemed unusually enthusiastic today. Unable to take it anymore, Haru spoke up in his defense, reminding her how Egostic had once risked his life to save her. Even if he was a villain, he wasn't as bad as Ciala said. Haru stared at the beer can in deep thought. She didn't think Egostic was the kind of person who only cared about himself as her sister was ranting. Just as she finished, she noticed Ciala had slumped onto the table at some point, still muttering that he was an incredibly evil person. As it turned out, she had gotten wasted from her excessive dramatic performance and was fast asleep among the beer cans. Haru sighed, hoisting her senior up to put her to bed. Watching Ciala sleep soundly, Haru couldn't stop wondering why she had suddenly unleashed such a terrible rant against Egostic today. Haru stood and looked at Ciala, who was sound asleep on the bed. She realized that the insults from earlier sounded completely insincere. Haru looked at her still glowing phone screen. It was Egostic's official fan cafe, and she was even in the Mango Squad group. Haru began to worry about when the next attack would take place. The scene shifted to a luxury villa on a beautiful, sunny morning. Little Chael was hurriedly finishing his bowl of soup, so he wouldn't be late for school. Egostic's group was gathered around the breakfast table very warmly. Chael said goodbye to everyone and dashed off to school. Doin, Sehi, and Subin happily waved goodbye to the boy. Seo Yoon sauntered in wearing pajamas, yawning repeatedly. Doin didn't forget to remind Chael to be careful on his way. Seeing Seo Yoon yawning as if she were about to dislocate her jaw, Doin teased her, asking what the hell she did last night to look like a hollow shell of a person. Seo Yoon scooped up some rice and secretly said it was a private matter. Dane could only look at her with a suspicious expression. Tapping the table, Dane asked everyone to focus on the new plan. He said Seo Yoon could listen while she ate. With a serious expression, Dane announced that the next attack would take place next week in Busan. Seo Yoon was a bit surprised, wondering if Stardust would show up there to stop them. Dane wondered to himself what had prompted the leader of the Stardust fan club to trek all the way there. Meanwhile, Seo Yoon was still hard at work on her bowl of rice. He revealed that they now had a partner in Busan, and it was this person who had requested the terror attack. Seo Yoon was shocked by the strange request of this mysterious partner. At the same time, Ciala was sleeping dreamily, completely unaware of the upcoming plot. A week later on Busan Beach, the atmosphere suddenly turned gloomy with dark clouds. People on the shore began to stir, pointing at the sky with terrified expressions. A massive pirate ship hovered right above the city. People began to scream and run in a panic. Egostic appeared proudly on the bow of the ship with a microphone in hand, loudly declaring his presence in Busan. He called out to his co-star, "Now show yourself, Icicle." Loud explosions rang out right on the pirate ship. From high above, a series of massive black orbs fell like rain. Those bombs were falling straight down into the densely populated residential area below. Suddenly, a massive block of ice erupted from the ground to intercept the bombardment. Icicle was standing tall on top of that ice block. Cold energy radiated everywhere, freezing all the black orbs in midair. Ciala pointed at the ship, shouting loudly, "You villain!" She looked exactly like a righteous heroine. But in truth, she was thrilled inside, blushing as she thought to herself that she finally got to say these cool lines. Haru happened to see this scene on a big screen on a building. She was stunned to see Icicle in Busan and immediately decided she had to go there right away. A golden beam of light tore through the Busan sky. Haru was flying at maximum speed toward the scene. As soon as she landed, Haru gritted her teeth in anger at the chaos before her. She roared, not understanding what the hell was going on. Above the Busan sky, the pirate ship Alice of the Lapis Dan pirate group glided arrogantly through the clouds. Yellow was sitting there cleaning his gun, still unable to believe his group had pulled off such a spectacular stunt. Blue stood with arms crossed, lost in deep thought. The whole group was secretly thrilled because they hadn't expected to be able to commandeer such a cool ship while successfully carrying out a terror attack. Blue admitted that his heart was also pounding with excitement. Captain Red, the guy in the red rabbit hat, yelled to encourage his brothers, preparing them to go looting across the Busan region. "Aye, Captain," the whole group echoed enthusiastically. Red was fired up, declaring that their group's style was to loot whatever they saw. When suddenly a strange voice interrupted, "Belongs to Egostick." Red and Yellow jumped in shock, having no idea what was happening behind them. Egostick appeared out of thin air with his signature grin and stated bluntly, "This ship belongs to me now." Red pulled out his gun, took a defensive stance, and demanded to know where this guy had crawled out from and how he dared to act so insolent. But just a few seconds later, all three of them were on their knees crying, with their guns discarded to the side. Egostick casually told them to relax, as there was no need to be so tense. He announced some good news. From now on, the Lapis Dan group would officially be allies of the EgoStream organization. Red looked grim, feeling anything but happy about being forced into this position. However, faced with Elektra's overwhelming power, the whole bunch had to shout that they were absolutely happy and thrilled. Egostick began assigning positions, demanding everyone get ready for the terror that was about to unfold. The amateur pirates ran about while whimpering, cursing under their breath that Egostick was truly an evil person. Egostick ordered Subin to take the helm, and the assistant agreed immediately and professionally. Sehi awkwardly asked what she should do, and Egostick told her to just go to the cabin, rest, and watch the show. Everything was ready to head toward Hyundai Beach. Sehi remained confused, wondering who was really behind all of this. Just then, Icicle appeared in the air, looking every bit like a true heroine coming to deliver justice. Ciala performed beautifully, laughing while pointing directly at the villain to put on a show for the cameras. The EgoStream live broadcast exploded in popularity, and netizens were in an uproar seeing this new villain alliance. Viewers started scrutinizing the Lapis Dan group, wondering why these guys looked as worn out as if they had just been drained dry. Egostick grabbed the mic to play the role of the villain, challenging the pride of Busan to try and stop him if she was good enough. Icicle didn't hold back, declaring she would freeze them all. And then, staged explosions began to echo through the streets of Busan, exactly according to the script. Icicle rushed forward like a frozen cyclone in the sky. Giant blocks of ice rose up, creating a spectacle that was incredibly pleasing for the viewers. The stream audience was extremely excited, spamming the comments to cheer for the manga stick pairing. Ciala unleashed her attack, determined not to let the evildoer Egostick escape. She leaped high into the air, aiming straight for the Alice airship. Her performance was truly perfect for a meticulously staged action script. Egostick stood on the deck watching, silently praising Ciala's acting skills, which were improving with every moment. Meanwhile, Stardust was rushing like a brilliant yellow lightning bolt, tearing through the sky. At headquarters, superiors reported that Icicle had handled the situation and told her to return, but she ignored them. Haru's eyes were full of determination. She was certain she had to get to the scene herself to feel at ease. A yellow streak of light shot forward at incredible speed, heading straight for Busan. On the ship, Yellow was still diligently shooting his gun according to the script, shouting, "Die." Ciala unleashed a wide area freezing attack, the blue aura radiating from her looking absolutely magical. One look at her serious expression showed just how deeply she was immersed in the role of the hero saving the world. With a leap into the air, Ciala aimed straight for the airship, rushing forward with icy rays. Egostick stood on the deck, silently assessing that Ciala was controlling her power even better than he had expected. Her mid-air acrobatic stunt was so artistic that the pirates below were left with their jaws on the floor. The two Lapis Dan leaders also played their parts well, screaming at Icicle to stay away. Ciala approached the ship at dizzying speeds, leaving shimmering trails in the sky. It was Egostick's turn to speak, shouting loudly to play the villain protecting his underlings. "You won't catch my people that easily." An incredibly powerful blast of frost was fired, colliding with the ship's defenses and creating a massive explosion. Ciala poured in more power, deciding to end this act with her largest scale attack yet. Ice and snow began to spread rapidly, covering a portion of the Alice's hull. The immense weight of the ice caused the ship to tilt violently to one side, amidst thick dust and smoke. Even Egostic was stunned, not expecting Ciala to go this big. Ciala wore a triumphant smile, perfectly embodying a heroine who had just achieved a great victory. A giant pillar of ice rose from the ground, locking the floating airship firmly in midair. The Alice now looked like a giant ice sculpture hanging in the sky. Egostic clutched his head to play the role of the defeated, blaming his own carelessness for letting Icicle attack the ship head-on. Ciala chuckled, asking what he planned to do now that the ship was about to explode. Egostic shouted, "We're retreating," and the ship began to shake violently as if it were about to collapse. Icicle continued her act, shouting that he couldn't escape and reaching out in a hopeless gesture. Egostic fell to the deck, muttering that terrorizing Busan wasn't easy at all, before silently cutting the livestream. As soon as the stream ended, both of them let out sighs of relief, and Egostic didn't hold back in praising Ciala's top-tier acting. He reminded her to thaw out Yahello, who was still stuck. The look on that guy's face was pitiable beyond words. Just as they were having fun, Egostic suddenly stiffened, sensing that something was very wrong. Ciala noticed Egostic's sudden silence and curiously looked on, not understanding what was happening. Egostic broke into a cold sweat, muttering, "No way, you've got to be kidding me, why is she here?" A brilliant yellow streak like a meteorite tore through the clouds, rushing toward the ship at terrifying speed. Stardust appeared with a face full of fury, leaving both Egostic and Icicle frozen in shock. Ciala was gliding rapidly using her ice abilities, telling herself she had to stay calm in this moment. Her eyes were intensely focused, preparing for the worst possible scenario. A blinding light erupted ahead, and Stardust stood alone amidst the glow, facing Ciala. Stardust stood still as the light began to fade, her expression looking incredibly severe. She looked up at the sky, where Egostic's Alice airship was fading behind gray clouds. Ciala hurried over, unable to hide her surprise at seeing Stardust here right now. Stardust just bowed her head, her hair covering her eyes, making the surrounding atmosphere heavy. Without a word, she sauntered along the shore, leaving Ciala to watch her with worry. Stardust suddenly turned back and asked a question that made Ciala jump. "What have you two been talking about this whole time?" Ciala laughed it off, trying to defuse the situation by saying it was nothing, just some back-and-forth bickering. But Stardust stepped closer with sharp eyes, firmly stating that she had seen them laughing very happily together. Ciala started to break into a cold sweat from being caught in the act, and could only stand in silence. She tried to justify it by saying she was just mocking him and there was nothing interesting about it. Seeing Stardust remain terrifyingly silent, Ciala began to feel genuinely worried. Stardust suddenly hunched over, making Ciala jump in fright, thinking she was about to do something. Ciala hurried to grab Stardust's arm to prevent her friend's next move. She asked repeatedly if Stardust intended to chase after Egostic. Stardust spun around with furious eyes, demanding that Ciala let go immediately. Ciala refused to let go, thinking to herself that something terrible would happen if Stardust left. She reminded Stardust of his threat. If anyone chased him, he would bomb the whole city to the ground. Stardust went still. Ciala continued to persuade her to think about the safety of innocent people. Stardust paused, seemingly realizing she had no choice but to stop. She silently turned her back and walked away. Ciala let out a sigh of relief, having finally stopped this hot-headed girl. Stardust announced she would head back to Seoul immediately and told Ciala to take care of herself. Ciala waved goodbye, not forgetting to tell her friend to call and let her know as soon as she arrived safely. As soon as she sent Stardust off, Ciala clutched her head and groaned, feeling like she had lost 10 years of her life due to the pressure. She looked in the direction Stardust had gone, still wondering about the strange atmosphere from earlier. Ciala stood blankly, watching the sky where the ship had just disappeared. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, making her jump as she asked herself, could that really be true? Ciala giggled to herself, thinking of Stardust's jealousy and realizing that her friend could be quite cute sometimes. Meanwhile, Stardust was rushing over the sea at light speed, creating a massive wake behind her. The image of Egostic kept lingering in her mind endlessly. She clenched her fist, silently affirming that he was a villain meant only for her. Back at the base, Dune was looking miserable as Subin scolded him for disappearing and making everyone worry. The news on the TV was chaotic because of Egostic suddenly switching his target to Icicle instead of the usual Stardust. Reporters were speculating that this was a sign the villain was entering a new romantic phase. Sehi heard this and was so angry she felt like she might explode. She couldn't believe the media could talk such nonsense. She and Seo-yoon looked at Dain with daggers in their eyes, leaving the guy sitting there in a cold sweat of fear. Subin didn't care, walking straight in and telling everyone to just eat some cold mango to cool off. Dain was staring blankly when a piece of golden mango was held right in front of him. It was Lee Subin, smiling brightly, but the atmosphere around her was radiating an incredibly intense chill. Subin shoved the mango right into Dain's mouth before he could react. This family dynamic was cozy in a strange way. Dain turned to tell Subin to come with him on a trip, leaving her staring blankly, not understanding what kind of game he was playing this time. The destination was the Excal auction house, where the wealthy and influential from all over the world gathered. As soon as he stepped in, Dain put on a serious face, saying this was where the tragedy that created a villain was born, which made Subin panic. On stage, the host began introducing the next item while Dain smirked confidently. It was the ring of a late B-rank hero, with a starting price of $10,000. But Dain knew full well that behind that ordinary appearance lay power capable of creating an S-rank villain, and he silently calculated his next step. An old man started the bidding at $25,000 with a very smug expression. Without hesitation, Dain raised his paddle and locked it at $100,000, shocking the entire hall, especially Subin. The old man was shaking with rage for being outbid, while Dain smiled victoriously, having stopped a future villain in their tracks. The old man grimaced and tried to bid 5,000 more, but sweat was already streaming down his face. Dain didn't care at all, shouting a bid of $150,000, leaving his opponent completely stunned. Finally, the ring belonged to Dain. He adjusted his glasses and smirked, saying this item was his now. Back home, Sehi and Seo-yoon were in a panic after seeing their account suddenly drop by 200 million won. Both stood with hands on their hips, questioning Dain and Subin, but the guy just calmly asked if they wanted to know where the money went. He opened his palm to show off the ring he had just bought with a very victorious look on his face. Sehi looked at the ring and insulted it as ugly, but Dain insisted it wasn't an ordinary item. He began to spin the ring on his finger, preparing to activate the power hidden within. Instantly, a brilliant purple aura flared from the ring, making Dain look incredibly mysterious. The girls scrambled back in alarm when they saw the dark energy enveloping the entire room. A vortex of darkness appeared in the air like a gate to the underworld. From out of the void, pieces of cold iron armor and glowing eyes slowly became clear. A giant knight stepped out, radiating a chilling aura, and asked who had awakened him from his long sleep. Subin, Sehi, and Seo-yoon were completely frozen, their faces pale before this terrifying entity. Dain looked at the knight for a moment and then asked with complete nonchalance, "Are you a Death Knight?" The knight tried to introduce himself with a grand-sounding name, but Dain brushed it aside and decided the name would be Death Knight. Moreover, the guy decided to shorten it to Dzik to make it sound cooler and shorter, leaving the knight staring blankly. A purple glow erupted from the ring on Dain's hand. A summoning ritual was being performed. From out of the purple smoke, a massive figure in horned armor and a demon mask stepped out, taking a deep breath and admiring the air and sunshine of the outside world. Dain was still relaxing on his chair, calling out Dzik and telling him to get to work. The demon was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Dzik was babbling about being a saint or something when Dain tightened his control over the ring, and purple lights swarmed the demon. The new subordinate screamed in pain as he was forcibly subdued. Dain didn't care in the slightest, his expression remaining calm. Choi Sehi asked, exasperated, what kind of game Dain was playing. He smiled triumphantly, saying he was just training him. Dzik knelt down, shaking as he begged his master never to lock him inside that ring again. For someone who looked so fearsome, he was clearly a coward. He complained that it was dark and terribly cramped in there. Dain just grunted in response. Dain promised to find him a real opponent to kill time after being locked up for so long, and Dzik was immediately excited. Dain gave a sly smile, saying Dzik would have to shoulder quite a bit of heavy lifting for him. Choi Sehi frantically asked if Dain really intended to let this smoke armor go fight Stardust. She couldn't believe her eyes. Sehi warned that Stardust was incredibly strong and wondered how long this thing would last against her. Dain remained very confident. He taunted Dzik, telling him to prove his worth to Sehi so she would know he wasn't just some pushover. Instantly, a giant axe appeared in Dzik's hand, and he was ready to carry out his master's orders. Dzik gripped the axe handle tightly, preparing to show his power as thick purple energy radiated out. He began to swing the axe, creating lines that tore through the air. The powerful swing made the ground shake and dust flew everywhere. This guy was clearly no pushover. A slash swept across the garden, blowing everything away in its path. Purple energy filled the entire space. Sehi's jaw dropped in amazement. Dzik just laughed, saying these were merely his basic skills. Dune revealed that Dzik was an S-rank villain by nature, so this level of power was to be expected. He looked quite pleased. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, making Dune jump. Sehi also turned around with a look of concern. It turned out to be Heyoll, crying as she looked at the ruined garden. Behind her, another woman's figure was trembling with rage. Heyoll turned and shouted, asking Dune if he had any idea how much effort she put into the plants they had just obliterated during their training. Dune and Sehi broke into a cold sweat. Dune quickly shifted all the blame onto Dzik. The underling naively asked if the master wanted him to do it again. That was definitely adding fuel to the fire. Dzik looked bewildered at everyone's reaction. He still didn't understand what he had done wrong. In the end, Dzik was punished by Heyoll to work out in the yard, forced to keep his arms straight while doing push-ups. Dune and Sehi just stood there, not daring to intervene. The next morning, the base was peaceful again with birds chirping. Everything seemed to have quieted down for the time being. On social media, netizens were buzzing about the new photos. Some even expressed envy toward the rising new couple. The photo of Egoistic and Icicle together was going viral at a dizzying speed. People had already started shipping them as a pair. The affectionate photos of the two drove fans wild. They praised the chemistry between the duo and supported them enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Haru was furiously typing away. She was extremely annoyed to see the Egoistic X Icicle ship overshadowing her own. Haru trembled with anger, unable to believe that this new ship had gained so much support. The heroine's heart was burning with jealousy. The scene shifts to the Hero Association headquarters, a modern and massive building in the heart of the city. A female staff member in a professional suit walked down the hallway. Haru was already there, wearing her familiar hero costume. The staff member greeted her warmly and asked why Haru was visiting. Haru replied that she was on standby, waiting for a deployment order. The staff member wished Haru luck and walked away. Haru forced a stiff smile, but her mind was elsewhere. Haru's eyes suddenly turned sharp. She was worried about what she should do if Egoistic continued his attacks in Busan. She bit her lip, her fighting spirit rising. Haru whispered to herself that if he appeared again, she would. Just then, sirens wailed throughout the building. A terrorist attack had just been reported right in the center of Seoul. Instantly, Haru flashed a knowing smile. This was the opportunity she had been waiting for all this time. Haru shot off, surrounded by a radiant golden energy. She flew over the skyscrapers at incredible speed. Her destination was an old apartment complex scheduled for demolition, where smoke was billowing up. The upcoming confrontation would surely not be simple. Stardust landed at the scene of the attack. The thick smoke from the buildings being demolished made visibility limited. She was stunned to feel a massive pressure approaching. It seemed the enemy this time wasn't some ordinary criminal. Dzik appeared in dark purple armor, calling himself the Dark Knight of Ego Stream. He arrogantly challenged anyone who dared to oppose him. Meanwhile, at the base, Dune was munching on popcorn, excitedly watching the live stream of the battle. Sehi, sitting next to him, was speechless at her brother's oblivious nature. Dzik loudly declared that he was the opponent she had to overcome today. The purple energy surrounding him grew stronger by the second. Stardust narrowed her eyes as she observed the new enemy. It seemed she wasn't very impressed by this over-the-top introduction. The two lunged at each other immediately. Their collisions created massive tremors in midair, shaking the entire area. Dzik swung his giant axe in a relentless barrage, forcing Stardust to constantly defend. Stardust's face was terrifyingly cold. The only thing she cared about at this moment was where Egoistic actually was. A massive energy explosion occurred when their two powers slammed into each other, creating a blinding flash of light. Successive explosions echoed throughout the demolition site. The battle was extremely intense and neither side showed any sign of backing down. Stardust's power collided violently with the Death Knight's purple energy, sending sparks flying everywhere. Dzik laughed loudly with excitement, appearing quite surprised by the young heroine's persistent strength. In the livestream chat, viewers began to complain about the lack of Egoistic's commentary. Stardust also felt that this fight was missing something important. She began to feel genuinely frustrated. Could it be that from now on, Egoistic was only going to focus his operations in Busan and ignore Seoul entirely? Powerful strikes were unleashed by both sides, destroying everything around the site. Dzik poured his full strength into a long-range energy attack, firing it straight at Stardust with terrifying speed. He laughed as he admitted that Egoistic was right to rate her as such a formidable opponent. Stardust gritted her teeth in anger. She couldn't accept that Egoistic had only sent an underling here when she had braced herself to face him personally. She screamed, asking where Egoistic was hiding, wondering if he was standing in some nearby corner watching. Dzik sneered, pouring a bucket of cold water on her hopes by saying that Egoistic wouldn't be coming, because he alone was more than enough. Haru was shaken, standing frozen for several seconds. Those words were like a blade piercing the pride of a top-tier hero. She muttered in utter disappointment, is he really not coming? The feeling of being abandoned hurt more than any of the enemy's attacks. Dzik began accumulating a massive orb of purple energy in his hands, preparing the final blow to end the fight. He urged her to quickly finish this duel. He had no more patience to keep playing around. Stardust suddenly laughed in a mixture of madness and bitterness. She recalled the last time he had brought an entire massive warship to Busan just to face her. And yet now he had sent only a single minion to deal with her. Haru felt she was being blatantly looked down upon, as if she had no value in his eyes anymore. Back at the base, Dylan suddenly froze, sweat pouring down his face. He realized something was very wrong when he saw a strange, awakening effect on the livestream screen. Stardust erupted with power, surrounded by a radiant, fiery aura. Her eyes were milky white and filled with killing intent, swearing she would show Egoistic that she wasn't someone to be trifled with. Flashing back to earlier, Dane was sitting on the ground, instructing his minion to follow an important plan. He told him to hold back his power while fighting Stardust, then wait for the right moment to pretend to lose and withdraw immediately. Hearing this, the Dark Knight felt deeply insulted. He was a nobleman after all, and he had to put on a show in front of humans. But faced with his master's sharp gaze, he reluctantly agreed, saying the mission wouldn't be too difficult. Returning to the battle, Stardust flew in from above with burning momentum. Dane's minion wasn't about to hold back. He decided to show a little of his true mettle. The knight swung his spear, challenging Stardust to dive into the fight. Observing from afar, Dane could only sigh at his minion's excessive enthusiasm. Through the slit in his mask, the knight saw Stardust charging at him like a streak of fiery lightning. She unleashed a massive punch, leaving him with no time to react. A terrifying collision created a major shockwave, blowing everything around Dzik onto the ground. Stardust landed with great force, while the Dark Knight began to vanish into thin air. Before disappearing, he didn't forget to leave behind a few threats full of wuxia flavor about being immortal. The purple smoke gradually faded, leaving a promise to return for revenge next time. Stardust looked after the vanished figure, while the minions secretly thought his master really knew how to make things difficult for him. She stood silently amidst the rubble, her eyes clearly showing exhaustion after the fight. Night fell, blanketing the quiet villa. On the Stardust fan forum, the video clip of the battle had been uploaded at a breakneck pace. Dan was now leisurely sitting in front of his computer, intending to read the netizens' comments. But his smile suddenly faded when he saw a strange message on the screen. Fans were whispering that Stardust's awakening wasn't because of a strong opponent, but because she heard Egoistic wouldn't be appearing today. Dun flew into a rage, immediately typing to warn that he would ban anyone who dared to talk nonsense on his channel. After venting his anger, he pondered why Stardust had suddenly become unusually strong. He had clearly told Dzik to hold back as much as he could. Just then Dun's phone rang, breaking the quiet atmosphere. On the other end was Siala, scolding him for sending someone else instead of appearing in person. She reminded him of their appointment tomorrow, leaving Dane to just click his tongue and brush it off. The call ended, and Siala sat in the dark office with a calculating expression. She rested her chin on her hand and smiled, seemingly very satisfied with what she was doing. The lights from the high-rise buildings still shone brightly in the cold night. Contrary to her strong exterior, Stardust was tossing and turning in bed, continuously murmuring the name of her archenemy, Egoistic. The next morning at the Yuseong Group headquarters, the atmosphere seemed quite solemn. Inside the luxurious office, Doin, in his Egoistic outfit, was already present and waiting on the sofa. A strange object flew through the air, and he caught it with one hand skillfully. It was a USB drive containing important information that Siala had just thrown to him. She affirmed that this was the final set of files he had requested. Dane took the item, offered a polite compliment, and told her to handle the rest of the plan. Siala stepped closer with a mysterious smile, acting as if everything was under her control. Dun wondered how she managed to obtain secret information that even large corporations couldn't find. He paused slightly when he saw a slightly unusual expression on her face. Siala suddenly blushed and hesitated, asking if she could visit his home sometime. Without a second of thought, Dane refused point-blank, causing her to shout in embarrassment. Siala demanded to know the real name of the villain sitting before her. Dane appeared indifferent, saying that being called by his alias all the time felt a bit strange. She even complained that his mask looked cumbersome and annoying. Dane remained silent, the gaze behind his mask still full of mystery. Siala gritted her teeth, asking if he actually thought she was the type of person who would betray her teammates. He secretly thought that revealing his identity wouldn't matter, but the problem was she was too close to Stardust. Seeing him not reply, she angrily told him to forget about it and save them both the trouble. Siala asked about the upcoming plan, but Dane's only answer was a headshake. He didn't know. He intended to rest and relax until the end of the year, waiting for a major event to happen. She was stunned that this guy intended to go on vacation for so long. Dane stepped into a portal, not forgetting to tell Siala to visit Stardust often. She was bewildered when he suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. "From now on, call me Dane," he let out his real name gently. Siala was completely shocked. She couldn't believe this cautious villain would actually reveal his identity. He vanished into purple smoke, leaving her standing dazed alone in the large office. The sound of Siala's heels clicked as she walked across the wooden floor. She returned to her desk, her hands typing on the keyboard incessantly with a focused expression. A mysterious smile bloomed on her lips. It seemed everything was going in the direction she wanted. The phone on the desk suddenly vibrated, signaling an incoming call. On the other end, a pair of hands held the phone, waiting for a response. Stardust was sitting in front of her computer when she was startled by the ringing phone. She picked up and Siala's excited voice rang out, insisting on going out to hang out immediately. Siala beamed, saying she was in Seoul and wanted to meet her best friend. However, Stardust felt that something was off. Her intuition told her that something unpleasant was about to happen. Returning home, Siala spread her arms wide to welcome Haru. Haru rushed over and hugged her sister, all her fatigue melting away. Knowing her little sister, Siala pulled a bowl of mango shaved ice from the fridge to coax her. Haru hesitated as if she had something to say. She bowed her head in apology. Siala placed the overflowing bowl of shaved ice on the table, asking what she had done wrong this time. Haru was still dwelling on what had happened in Busan, especially her cold attitude towards Siala at that time. Siala gently held Haru's hand, telling her not to let such trivial things weigh on her mind. She comforted her by saying that in that situation, anyone would react like that, so she should just relax and eat. Hearing her sister say that, Haru finally looked up with a less anxious expression. Late at night, Siala was alone with a glass of wine, quietly looking out at the city lights. Haru had fallen asleep after a long day, while Siala still couldn't close her eyes. Egoistic's gaze and smile from that day kept swirling in her mind. She guessed that he would probably stay quiet until the end of the year. However, Siala had a gut feeling that this criminal was plotting something massive for the coming year. The scene shifts to a gloomy space where the Moonlight Cult is holding a ceremony. Ancient frescoes are illuminated under the flickering torchlight. Beneath the dark stone steps, the cult leader declares that this world needs to be cleansed. He raises his staff high, calling upon the power of the moonlight. All the followers below scream fanatically in response to the leader's words. The leader suddenly raises his hand, signaling the crowd to fall silent. A large door slowly opens, releasing a bone-chilling coal. The appearance of this person makes the followers tremble in fear. The sound of shivering echoes throughout the shrine. A young girl walks slowly up to the high altar. Every eye is fixed on that mysterious figure. The cult leader wears a sinister smile. He declares that the yin energy is covering the world. The moonlight priestess with burning red eyes will be the one to execute judgment upon humanity. Back to Duin, who is shivering from the winter cold. Breakfast at the Egoistic base begins, and Subin explains that Cheon went on cleaning duty early this morning. Subin carries a bowl of steaming rice, urging everyone to eat quickly before it gets cold. But the peace is shattered when Subin yells after catching Seo Yoon sneakily picking peas out of her bowl. Over here, Sehi is doing the same thing but has also been caught. Dane sits to the side, sweating bullets at the pile of peas in his own bowl. He feels a strange sense of deja vu, like he's being nagged by his mother back home. Only now does Dane notice how truly reliable the members of his group are. Seo-yoon, who possesses super intelligence, is an S-rank right. Ha-yeol, who has a unique healing ability unrivaled in all of South Korea, is also an S rank. Choi Se-hee, in charge of combat, is currently A rank but will only keep getting stronger, eventually reaching S rank. And Dazik, if he was an S rank in the original story, then he is an S rank now too. Dane smiles to himself. His team's lineup is truly top tier now. Lee Ha-yeol politely says goodbye to the family and rushes off to school. Subin stands nearby reminding her to study hard, while Dane can only watch and marvel at her diligence. Se-hee watches her silhouette as she leaves, feeling nostalgic for the old days, and doesn't forget to cheer Ha-yeol on. Seo-yoon cheers enthusiastically. The atmosphere in the base is no different from a real family now. After eating, Subin starts cleaning up the dishes, urging Seo-yoon and Se-hee to hurry down to the basement to get to work. Subin wonders what those two have been sneakily doing down there lately, as they are never to be seen. Watching the two girls running thumpingly down the stairs, Dane thinks to himself that the nights are getting longer and the first snow of the season is about to fall. Outside the window, Death Knight stands silently on guard. Dane knows full well that the moment the moonlight cult strikes will coincide with the snowfall. He turns to call out to Subin while she is still busy with chores. Dane wears a knowing smile, asserting that while he's not sure about the sunlight, he will make sure they get a taste of the moonlight. Subin just looks back with a skeptical gaze, having no idea what her master is rambling on about. The scene suddenly shifts to a cold night, accompanied by a piercing, echoing scream. It turns out to be Seo-yoon, shivering from the cold on the rooftop. Dane can only sigh and tell her to remember to wear more clothes next time. Choi Se-hee is just as grumpy, asking if Dane called them all out here in the middle of the night just to watch the city lights for romance. Dane's expression suddenly turns serious as he asks the two girls if they have ever heard of the Moonlight Cult. He explains that they are a group of brutal fanatics planning to flatten this country in the near future. The assertion that no one in this country can stop them leaves both girls stunned. But right after, Dane flashes an arrogant smile. Other than him, no one else has the skill to do it. He orders Seo-yoon to quickly grab the special protective goggles from the bag. The specialized goggles are quickly prepared. Dane tells everyone to put them on to see the magic circles that the cult has secretly spread all over Seoul. Putting them on, he excitedly asks if everyone can see the wonder appearing before their eyes. But Seo-yoon and Se-hee's reaction is one of shocked silence. They stand frozen before this horrifying sight. Choi Se-hee shouts at him, calling him a fool because through the goggles, the entire city of Seoul is glowing with giant magic circles like a minefield waiting to explode. The entire city has been covered by the cult's magic, signaling a horrifying disaster about to descend without anyone knowing. In the dead of night, Se-hee is shivering to the bone. She complains because everything is glowing and she has no idea where to find that glowing circle. Dane floats beside her, telling her to try widening her view. He reminds her to try squinting a bit to focus her vision. Seo-yoon focuses on observing through her specialized goggles. The radar screen shows a strange bright spot. It looks like she has found the target. Seo-yoon points toward the edge of the city, where a faint light is flickering. Overjoyed, Dane picks her up and praises her endlessly. Being picked up so suddenly, Seo-yoon screams in a panic. She turns bright red and demands the weirdo brother put her down immediately. Seo-yoon mutters that Dane is an idiot, while Choi Se-hee still has no idea what is happening. The little girl turns her face away, her sulky expression clearly visible. The group lands in an alleyway. Se-hee is astonished to see glowing golden magic runes covering the walls. Dane explains that this is the work of the Moonlight Cult, who have been secretly drawing them for many years all across Seoul. According to him, anyone who touches this magic circle will lose their memory or have their abilities diminished, the very thing that caused the heroes to fail miserably in the original story. That event once left Seoul in ruins and sent Stardust into ultimate despair. Se-hee asks if they should wipe it out, but Dane has a different idea. Suddenly, a purple light flares up in the middle of the alley. Se-hee jumps in shock when a strange woman appears out of thin air. Dane introduces her as the Vine Witch, who will help him modify this magic circle to his liking. The Vine Witch looks at Dane with a knowing gaze. Seo-yoon and Se-hee start to sense something is off. Se-hee studies this alluring woman closely, thinking to herself that this is the type of person she has never met before. The Vine Witch leisurely approaches the glowing wall. She places her hand on the magic circle, causing the runes to begin moving and changing. A powerful green energy spreads out, enveloping the entire alley. The Vine Witch casts an ancient spell, creating vines made of light. She unexpectedly touches her finger to Daeun's chest, causing Sehi to scream out in worry. Magical energy from the Vine Witch slowly transfers into Daeun's body. After the spell is complete, Daeun asks if it's all done. The Vine Witch explains that now that the magic circle is activated, Daeun will have complete freedom within its range. He smiles smugly, knowing the plan is on the right track. The Vine Witch looks deep into Daeun, eyes, saying he already knew the result, so why ask? She glances at the two girls sulking behind him, immediately guessing they are his partners. Daeun claps his hands enthusiastically, telling everyone they've worked hard and it's time to go wash up and sleep. Seo-yoon and Sehi are still grumpy, demanding Daeun take them out for something delicious tomorrow to make up for it. The Vine Witch silently observes the lively scene of this family. Suddenly she leans down and plants a loud kiss on Daeun's cheek. Daeun freezes, raising his hand to touch his cheek with an expression of disbelief. The Vine Witch gives a mischievous smile, saying she will always support him. The two girls behind scream at the sudden cultural shock. The scene shifts to another place where a muscular man is gritting his teeth, crushing a stone in his hand. He spits on the ground with disdain. This A-rank villain laughs gleefully, declaring that his body enhancement process has been a resounding success. The newly enhanced villain is bursting with killing intent, his muscles bulging, declaring he will wipe out anyone who dares to stand in his way. Meanwhile, at the base, the atmosphere seems quite peaceful after a long day. Daeun eats popcorn while staring at the news, stunned to see Stardust end a battle with just one blow. Han Seo-yoon, sitting next to him, confirms it. The image of Stardust standing amidst the magical smoke after defeating her enemy so quickly leaves everyone in awe. The group sits gathered on the sofa and Daeun sighs heavily, worried about the current situation. He leans back, depressed because Shin Ha-yeol has become stronger than he imagined lately. At this rate, she will lack the necessary training and become complacent. Daeun mutters to himself, calculating that the greatest disaster will surely strike on the day of the first snow. Seo-yoon, sitting nearby, keeps mumbling something about costumes and destructive power. Daeun turns to ask what she's been so busy with lately that she's glued to her phone all day. The hacker girl doesn't bother to answer, her hands still flying across the keyboard. Daeun is bewildered when Seo-yoon suddenly shoves her phone screen in his face. It turns out she just set up an official fan cafe for Egostic called Mango Squad, nomming herself the group's white-haired genius hacker. Having said that, Seo-yoon runs off to finish her work, leaving Daeun standing there scratching his head in confusion. Choi Sehi sees this and turns to stick her tongue out at her brother. Daeun decides not to care anymore and sits at his desk to focus on his important work. He busily writes an anonymous letter to the president of the Hero Association, warning them to prepare to evacuate citizens because a major terrorist attack is set to take place on the day of the first snow. Just then, Lee Subin walks in. Subin sees Daeun writing a letter and teases him about suddenly becoming so sentimental lately. The group then heads out to celebrate because Ha-yeol has finished an important exam. Ha-yeol, in her school uniform, smiles radiantly and sends a sincere thank you to everyone. The dinner party is very lively. Daeun tells Ha-yeol to just enjoy the meal and not worry about her grades yet. While eating, Daeun curiously asks which department at the university she intends to apply to. Ha-yeol shyly reveals she has applied to medical school. Both Daeun and Sehi gape in shock, not expecting a healer like her to choose that path. The meal is going well until Daeun gets picked on by Seo-yoon. He yells at her to just eat and stop prying. Just then, the phone in Daeun's pocket vibrates violently, taking him by surprise. On the other end is Sia-la, who suggests Daeun join her for dinner, but he flatly refuses because he's busy eating with his family. But immediately after, Daeun's complexion changes completely when snow is mentioned. He stammers in shock. "What, you mean the first snow of the season is falling?" Looking out the window, a gust of wind carries strange pink snowflakes that begin to cover every street in Seoul. Daeun's eyes harden. He knows that the biggest act of his play has officially begun. Amidst the brilliant pink snow, a woman with glowing red eyes appears, looking threatening. That is the Moonlight Priestess, who will spark the impending first snow pink disaster. A pink vortex of energy was tearing up the ground, swirling with debris and rubble, while Shadow Walker sat in the eye of the storm, looking utterly wretched. He was slammed straight into the ground, his dark energy splattering everywhere like thin mud. Shadow Walker looked up in shock, mumbling to himself, unable to understand why this was happening. Seeing this, Icicle rushed over, while nearby Shadow Walker shrieked in agony. He gritted his teeth, realizing his power was completely useless against this bizarre energy. Icicle glanced back, her face visibly tense as she watched her teammate being tortured. The pink storm continued to rage wildly, turning vehicles and buildings into scrap. Shadow Walker was tossed around like a ragdoll, completely unable to fight back. Icicle tried to hold her ground with giant ice pillars, but they were quickly devoured by the pink energy. Shadow Walker screamed in desperation as he was pulled into the center of the hazy vortex. Witnessing the scene, Icicle could only stand frozen in shock. A massive energy explosion erupted, shattering a large area. A pillar of golden light descended, as if to flatten everything in its path. Icicle screamed as she realized the figure that had just flown past her was none other than Stardust. She was knocked to the ground and had to clench her teeth and summon every ounce of strength just to get back up. The heroine looked up with determined eyes, even though the situation seemed dire. In stark contrast to the battlefield, Dane's group was sitting calmly at a noodle shop, where the internet community was buzzing and chanting Egostic's name on TV. Si-hyun was screaming about going to save people, while Do-in was nonchalantly eating jjajangmyeon as if nothing had happened. The group gathered around the dining table, all watching the TV with worry except for Do-in, who remained loyal to his bowl of noodles. He smiled brightly, telling everyone to keep eating because it wasn't time for him to appear yet. Do-in began explaining his plan. He had to let that saintess cause a bit more havoc to make her easier to lure out. He even claimed this was for Stardust's own good, while the TV continued to show her getting beaten to a pulp. Do-in waved his chopsticks, arguing that a hero had to taste suffering so they wouldn't become lazy and complacent. Watching Dane's philosophical expression, Seo-yoon's group was left speechless, silently thinking their brother was truly a lunatic. Back at the battle, Icicle was sliding across the runway, dodging lethal energy beams. She focused her power into her hands, preparing to launch a large-scale attack. A giant ice spear was fired, piercing through the rubble with impressive force. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. The moment it touched the pink energy, it shattered into 100 pieces. A pink vortex continued to envelop Icicle. She turned back in shock, realizing someone was right on top of her. Streaks of energy bombarded the area in succession, shattering the ice structures she had just built. Icicle was sent flying, her face clearly showing panic. She tried to create an ice slide to reduce the impact, but it didn't seem very effective. Sweat poured off her like rain. She realized if things kept going this way, the whole team would be wiped out. Suddenly, Stardust shot past Icicle. Immediately after, Stardust dove straight into the center of the vortex. Stardust plunged into the heart of the explosion, ignoring the lurking danger. A powerful collision sent her flying back, spinning through the air. Stardust strained to regain her balance amidst the brilliant rays of light. She was shocked, wondering what on earth this energy was to be so terrifyingly powerful. Without a second thought, she unleashed powerful punches toward the vortex. The next second, Stardust's eyes widened in surprise. She never expected they could be this relentless. Stardust realized with horror that it was things like these missiles that had flattened the entire neighborhood. She gritted her teeth, trying to maintain her composure amidst the thick barrage of energy. Looking toward the eye of the storm, she gasped in astonishment to see the silhouette of a child there. The heroine flew through the air, trying to dodge the attacks aimed straight at her. A collision threw her off balance, and she cried out in pain. Stardust landed on the ground, her body staggering under the immense pressure of the pink vortex. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light struck, and she couldn't react in time. An incredibly powerful bolt of energy slammed into Stardust, making her scream in agony. A massive explosion occurred, with dust and rubble flying everywhere. The dust settled, revealing all three heroes collapsed on the cold ground. Icicle and Shadow Walker looked toward Stardust with faces full of worry. Stardust sat on the ground, blankly staring at the ruins before her. Gasping for air, a heartbreaking truth flashed through her mind. It turned out Egostic had been holding back on her all this time. The pink rays continued to tear up the ground, destroying everything that remained. Amidst that hellish scene, citizens were screaming and fleeing in despair. Stardust knelt on the ground, realizing she had been far too complacent when playing Egostic's games. Faced with this natural disaster-level power, the previous terrorist attacks were like child's play. Her eyes trembled violently, and the mental collapse began to show clearly on her face. Icicle watched the desperate scene before her, shivering and wondering how they could possibly stop this. Then she was startled when she saw a strange expression on her teammate's face. Stardust couldn't hold it in anymore. tears began to stream down her mud-stained face. At the restaurant, Dylan's complexion changed when he saw that, and he let out a cry of pure agony. Completely losing control, he tried to bolt outside to save his crush, despite the team's best efforts to hold him back. Han Seo-yoon and the others had to swarm him to hold Dylan down, while he kept screaming Haru's name like a madman. Seeing the situation get too intense, Choi Se-hee stepped forward with electric-charged hands, telling everyone to back off so she could handle it. A powerful electric shock made Dane, skeleton visible, and his scream echoed throughout the restaurant. While Dane lay face down, the others had to bow and apologize to the surrounding customers for the commotion. Dane lay unconscious on the floor, still uncontrollably muttering Haru's name in his delirium. Over there, Stardust was still sobbing amidst the ruins, a feeling of utter helplessness. Seoul was in shambles after the attack, with news constantly updating on the massive damage. Although no one had died yet, people were suffering deeply from losing their homes. The moment Stardust shed tears was being broadcast everywhere. Everyone was shocked as they had never seen her look so vulnerable. Standing amidst the rubble, Han Seo-yoon lamented the terrible scale of the destruction. Si-hyun repeated the villain's threat that they would be back, and Han Dane gloomily acknowledged it. The little girl worriedly asked Dane if he planned to intervene because at this rate, Stardust would get beaten again. Seo-yoon confessed that seeing her cry was a bit satisfying, but she was still worried. Dane firmly asserted that Stardust wouldn't collapse. Seo-yoon looked at him, confused since he had been throwing a fit and crying just moments before. He smiled brightly, proudly calling Stardust his hero. Seo-yoon got goosebumps at the nonchalant expression on her brother's face while he said those cheesy lines. Dane started to wonder what Stardust was doing right now, while Seo-yoon didn't seem to care much. Seo-yoon smirked, imagining Stardust hiding in some corner, crying over her defeat. In reality, Stardust was training crazily, lifting giant weights to the point where the number had reached over 12,000 reps. But then, a pink vortex suddenly appeared in the Seoul sky again. This was the third attack, but the hero faction still had no effective countermeasure. A strange, terrifying voice rang out across the city. The Moonlight Cult is starting a new terror campaign. Icicle bolted straight toward the heart of the storm amidst flying debris. Icicle panted, exhausted as she watched Shadow Walker collapse in helplessness, blaming himself for being useless. A brilliant pink blast of energy erupted in the center of the city. Icicle screamed Stardust's name as a giant pillar of light struck the ground. Stardust pulled herself up from the ruins, breathing heavily from the pain. Icicle tried to stop her, saying Stardust had reached her limit and couldn't take any more. But Stardust didn't want to stop. She clenched her fists and channeled her power. Ignoring the warnings, Stardust gathered her energy, light swirling around her body. She shot into the center of the pink vortex, tearing through the air at maximum velocity. Stardust gritted her teeth against the incredible pressure of the energy storm. Waves of shock hit her, but she stubbornly pushed forward. Her body was nearly exhausted, and she had to drop to one knee amidst the ruined battlefield. Stardust's eyes remained full of determination. She knew she was the only one who could protect the citizens here right now. The pink energy flared up violently again. She was alone, isolated amidst the enemy's encirclement. She told herself she absolutely had to overcome this challenge at any cost. Stardust flew straight up, heading into the eye of the storm where the leader was waiting. At the base, Dane was cheering enthusiastically when he saw Stardust awaken again. He even took the time to complain about how difficult it was to balance the power levels for the world's script. Se-hee wondered what would happen if Stardust actually managed to defeat the Saintess. Subin accidentally spilled the beans about recruiting a new member, the Moonlight Saintess herself. Seo-yoon immediately flipped out when she heard it was another girl. The little girl grumpily demanded to know why Dane hadn't told her anything. Dane frantically tried to brush it off, saying he just thought she was too busy. Si-hyun glared, threatening him to watch his back if he left her out again. Dane sweatily nodded in apology. Se-hee grabbed everyone's attention to the screen as Stardust closed in on the vortex center. Stardust faced the hazy silhouette of the Moonlight Saintess right in the middle of the sky. Choi Se-hee curiously asked if the Saintess would be easily captured. Dun laughed until he was nearly in tears, saying if she were that easy, he wouldn't be having such a headache calculating all this. The girls just stared at him, speechless. The Moonlight Saintess appeared with a somber and melancholy look. Stardust realized the opponent's power was incredibly terrifying as she saw her standing in the center of a giant magic circle. The heroine broke into a cold sweat, feeling the heavy pressure the moment they met. The Moonlight Saintess bowed her head and softly whispered an apology. Stardust froze, not understanding why her opponent would apologize at a time like this. The Saintess reached out her hand and repeated the apology, saying it was all her fault. Countless pink energy orbs floated around the Saintess, radiating a chilling pressure. Stardust's eyes clearly showed horror at the destructive power taking shape. The Saintess waved her hand, releasing all the accumulated energy toward her opponent. A massive pink pillar of light shot straight at Stardust's position. Stardust couldn't dodge in time. The energy was right in front of her. A direct hit created a horrific explosion, swallowing the heroine whole. Stardust was sent flying, crashing hard before falling straight to the ruined ground. She lay motionless amidst the debris. Icicle panicked and rushed over to check on her teammate. Dust and smoke blanketed the deep crater left by the fatal blow. Icicle looked up at the sky with a worried face, wondering what even worse things were to come. The Moonlight Saintess remained suspended in midair, surrounded by brilliant pink light orbs. The Saintess's face still held a trace of sadness despite having won a decisive victory. The energy sphere above flared intensely, covering the entire soul sky. Stardust remained in a deep coma after the blow that was too powerful. Back at the base, Dane silently watched through the monitor. The atmosphere became unusually heavy. Sehi watched him with concern. The group turned their attention to Dane when they saw his back radiating a rare, serious aura. He suddenly stood up, his clenched fist showing his extreme anger. Dane declared the moment had arrived and called out the name of his squad. Dane shouted the assembly order dramatically, while the girls around him could only cover their faces, embarrassed by this display. Stardust trudged wearily down the hallway, her shoulders feeling heavy after all the battles. Her face was haggard, her eyes bleary from lack of sleep and exhaustion. A staff member hurriedly asked how she was doing, but she just silently turned away. Stardust wondered where everything would end up now that her energy had hit rock bottom. She leaned her head against the wall, trying to find a bit of remaining strength in the empty hallway. Suddenly, the alarm bells rang out repeatedly, announcing a new terrorist attack. Stardust gritted her teeth. The news about the pink tornado in Yongnam district left her unable to sit still. Despite her exhausted body, she shot into the sky, wreathed in a radiant aura. Before her eyes was a true catastrophe, a massive whirlwind sweeping everything away in its path. Stardust secretly thought that Egostick wouldn't come to her rescue this time. She had to handle this herself. But right above her, a giant pirate ship slowly emerged from behind the clouds. The Lappy's team, wearing rabbit masks, saluted in unison on Egostick's command. Dane looked over his ragtag group of underlings and asked for Hale's whereabouts. Dane was satisfied to see his savior was ready. Lee Hyul appeared in a gorgeous ballroom gown, her expression still a bit shy. Dane smiled beneath his mask, preparing for the performance to come. The ship officially changed course, diving straight into the heart of the deadly pink storm. Meanwhile, Han Seo-yoon was still muttering unhappily about this debut performance. Subin pinched Seo-yoon's cheeks, reminding her to mind her manners. Hyul asked anxiously if she would do well standing beside Egostick. She still wasn't used to carrying out these kinds of terrorist acts. Dane nodded, his expression becoming solemn as he looked down at the chaos below. He observed the crystal shards flying chaotically within the tornado. Dane placed a hand on Hyul's head to reassure her, declaring they were going to help that person. Hyul blushed at the unexpected show of concern from her boss. Inside the crystal was the image of Stardust in agony. Doin felt a pang of sympathy for the young girl. He realized the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. Below, Stardust was struggling, bracing herself against the razor-sharp crystal shards. Din ordered the Lappy's crew to pilot the airship closer to the heart of the storm. The entire ship shook violently as it ventured deeper into the danger zone. The wind was so strong that even Egostick had to stumble to keep his balance. His eyes remained fixed on Stardust's lonely figure. Stardust was completely exhausted, beginning to freefall through the storm. Din rushed to the edge of the ship, reaching out to do something insane. His expression was full of tension as he watched Stardust in peril. A massive pillar of light suddenly descended, obscuring everything from view. After the impact, Stardust slumped on the ground, coughing violently amidst the rubble. She tried to force herself up, but her legs refused to listen. Her eyes were filled with despair as she realized she was about to die here. On the ship, the crew was bewildered to see their leader suddenly disappear. A glowing magic circle appeared on the ship's deck, marking Dane's teleportation. Stardust knelt there, her breathing ragged. Her mind was now just a void. Stardust collapsed to the ground, her breathing intermittent. She secretly wondered if this was hell. Before her was the pink tornado swallowing everything whole, She felt helpless, thinking Seoul or even the whole country was about to fall. She couldn't stop this villain. She could only lie there watching the disaster unfold in complete hopelessness. Everything really seemed to be ending. Stardust squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for the end. Suddenly, a shadow appeared, gently catching her amidst the thick smoke and dust. A familiar voice echoed in her ear. "Miss Stardust, you've done well." It was Egostick. Stardust snapped awake, her bleary blue eyes looking up in astonishment. Was it really him? She wheezed, asking why he had appeared here at this moment. Wasn't he a villain? Egostick flashed an arrogant smile, saying that when his hero was in trouble, a rival like him couldn't just sit by. He teased that she still had the energy to smile, even though her body was already a wreck. His hand gently stroked her disheveled hair, a rare gesture of comfort. Egostick told Stardust to rest, because from now on he would handle everything. He stood up and took steady steps toward the heart of the storm, leaving a bewildered Stardust behind. He walked nonchalantly into the eye of the vortex as if it were just a light breeze. Watching the villain's back, Stardust's heart suddenly raced. A strange feeling crept into her chest. Stardust stared after him, a sense of warmth rising within her. Reporters were broadcasting live from the scene, and the world was holding its breath, watching Egostick's every move. They didn't know if this was an act of provocation or the beginning of a new massacre by the notorious villain. A high-ranking association official watched the screen tensely, trying to guess Egostick's plan. The pink storm roared, with crystal shards circling Egostick but unable to touch him. Egostick's eyes were visible behind the mask, cold and resolute. The script was ready. A flashback to when Egostick met the Vine Witch to ask about the preparation progress for this plan. The Vine Witch explained that once the magic circle was activated, he would have full control within that area. Dun smiled confidently. Everything was proceeding just as he had arranged beforehand. The witch smiled cryptically, saying he already knew far too well what he was about to become. Back in the present, a radiant green energy began to envelop Egostick's body. Within this magic circle he was. Divine power exploded, creating such a terrifying pressure that all existence was forced to kneel. Egostick snapped his fingers lightly, shattering the crystal barrier blocking his path. A true god had revealed himself. Green aura blazed as he walked through the disaster like a lord of the battlefield. He uttered softly, "Ah, Tilda." His eyes glowed red with authority. Egostick smirked and asked why there were so many flies buzzing around here. Egostick stood in the center of the brilliant pink vortex. Just as the Vine Witch had said, this magic circle was working perfectly. Recalling the witch's advice, just stepping into the heart of the magic circle would reverse the entire flow of power. Egostick smiled confidently beneath his mask. The principle was actually quite simple. First, drain all the enemy's power. The energy was sucked out and began to redirect. Afterward, that massive influx of power would pour straight into his body. Lightning crackled, and green rays began to devour the pink tornado. The pressure was so great that even Egostick gasped in astonishment to see the energy exploding right in his hands. He secretly thought that if he possessed Elektra's power, controlling this mass of energy would be much easier. His entire body shone, absorbing the destructive power completely. Watching him now, so excited as if he had just snagged a bargain, the energy crackled and popped in his palm. The warm-up was over, now it was time for the main event. He headed straight for the heart of the storm to find the moonlit saintess. Below on the ground, Shin Haru looked up at the enemy's back, muttering his name with a complex look in her eyes. She sat down, stunned by the unimaginable scene unfolding right before her. The screens at the command center exploded with shouts. No one could believe that the storm's power was being transferred to Egostick. All analytical data pointed to a single conclusion: Egostick was devouring the disaster. Association staff panicked, wondering how many more terrifying abilities this villain was hiding. Contrary to his subordinates' anxiety, the chairman laughed heartily, knowing he had successfully stopped the disaster. Meanwhile, in the heart of the storm, Baek Yunwal was collapsing in agony and regret. She muttered a plea for someone to finish her off and end this torture. The saintess believed she was a monster unworthy of life because she had harmed too many people. Mired in tears, she suddenly froze when she realized footsteps were approaching. Amidst the chaotic space, a figure was walking leisurely toward her. She wondered if it was the hero from last time. But this speed was faster than any hero she had ever met. Yunwal believed a powerful hero had arrived to end this terror attack, and her life along with it. She closed her eyes, ready to accept death as a release. But the person who had just appeared nonchalantly remarked that this eye of the storm was unexpectedly quiet. Yunwal opened her eyes wide, staring in astonishment at the person standing before her. There was no hero, only the villain Egostic, who was greeting her extremely politely. He tipped his hat and bowed, introducing himself and declaring he was here to stop her. Yunwal immediately took a defensive stance, the magic circle under her feet glowing brightly with vigilance. Egostic stepped closer, quietly whispering an apology before taking action. He raised his hand, channeling the energy he had just absorbed to neutralize her power. A massive beam of light erupted, sweeping away all the Saintess's resistance. Yunwal was shaken by her opponent's overwhelming power. She didn't expect him to be this strong. Amidst the blinding light, Egostic still moved steadily toward the shivering girl. His figure appeared filled with pressure, covering Yunwal's entire field of vision. He stood right in front of her, the magical light still lingering on his cloak. Suddenly he called out her real name, Beak Yunwal, leaving her stunned, wondering how he knew. Egostic began to peel away each secret. She had been raised by the cult leader and granted magic by a god. He asserted that she didn't actually like this cult, but was forced to commit cruel acts of terror due to a demonic curse. Beak Yunwal stared blankly at the person in front of her, tears still clinging to the corners of her eyes. Egostic asked why she didn't just stop doing the things she loathed so much. He advised her to abandon the Moonlit cult immediately. Instead, join his side. Egostic promised he would be the one to deal with that cult leader for her. The young girl's eyes were full of confusion. Yunwal sobbed, asking why he was helping her when she was just a sinful monster. A hand gently placed itself on her head to soothe her. He told her to stop crying, because someone who had always fought against being controlled like her could never be a monster. Yunwal was deeply moved, secretly asking if someone like her was truly worthy of continuing to live like this. Egostic smiled reassuringly and told her to wait for him for a moment. A glowing pink magic circle covered the little girl. Yunwal stared around, her head full of question marks, not understanding what was happening. She looked frantically into the white void, afraid he had abandoned her. The little girl clenched her fists, loneliness enveloping her mind. But just as Yunwal was about to break down, another burst of light flared up. Egostic returned, but this time he was accompanied by Li Haiyel. He introduced Beak Yunwal to Haiyel, stating that she was the target to be rescued this time. Haiyel nodded in readiness, asking him what she needed to do next. But before he could say a word, Yunwal suddenly lunged forward. The little girl hugged Egostic tightly and sobbed like a child who had found a family member. Both Egostic and Haiyel froze in surprise. Seeing Egostic's awkward posture and Haiyel's look of contempt was truly funny. She wondered what he had done to make someone else's child cry like a downpour. He could only scratch his head helplessly, then gently patted the back of the sobbing girl in his arms. Finishing a disaster with a warm embrace like this, he really had it made. Reporters were screaming on the news about a strange pink tornado devastating Seoul. Amidst the rubble, rescue teams found Shinharu lying unconscious on a stretcher. The giant pirate ship appeared with the familiar villain hovering right near the eye of the storm. The reporter was frantic because Egostic still hadn't started the livestream as he usually did. The storm kept roaring, no one knew what was happening inside. A pair of tiny hands clutched his coat tightly, trembling incessantly. It turned out to be Han Dain holding little Beak Yunwal tightly to reassure her. Yunwal buried her head in his chest, tears streaming down her face from fear. Dain patted her shoulder gently, promising firmly that he would not abandon her. Yunwal looked up at him with eyes full of hope, though still tinged with anxiety. The guy introduced Li Haiyel to the little girl, saying she would help lift this curse. Haiyel seemed a bit stiff in this situation but tried to remain calm. Inside Yunwal's head, the haunting voice of the Moonlight cult leader still echoed. The old man appeared like a ghost in her mind, mocking that she would never escape his grasp. Yunwal clutched her head in pain and blue flames erupted, startling even Dain. Her heart-wrenching scream rang out as the cult leader's manipulation reached its peak. Dain immediately ordered Haiyel to use her healing energy right here and now. Haiyel placed her hand on the little girl's head, and a cooling green light began to radiate outward. A brilliant explosion of energy erupted, sweeping away the darkness that had been engulfing Yunwal. The little girl was stunned to realize that the terrifying voices in her head had finally gone silent. Seeing that everything was settled, Dain gave a thumbs up and a bright, congratulatory grin. Yunwal burst into tears, but this time it was out of sheer happiness. Immediately afterward, Dain began his ego stream with his familiar greeting to the audience. At the same time, at the scene of the incident, Shin Haru began to show signs of regaining consciousness. The heroine's eyes slowly opened after her long unconsciousness. Rescue workers hurriedly stopped Haru, telling her to lie still so they could take care of her. The first thing she asked upon waking was the whereabouts of Egostick. Looking up at the sky, the terrifying pink vortex was vanishing as if it had never existed. Haru could only offer a bitter smile, while the rescue worker beside her kept glancing at the sky in panic. She realized that it was that villain who had single-handedly cleaned up this mess. On large screens across the city, Egostick's live stream was dominating the airwaves. He appeared in style, with two beautiful girls in tow. Haru gritted her teeth in frustration when she saw the scene. Dane assumed a righteous tone, saying that some unacceptable things had occurred. He began to expose the person responsible for the previous Vortex terrorist attack. Dane introduced Yunwal as the Moonlight Saintess, causing her to shyly hide behind his back. He revealed that she was merely a victim controlled by the old leader of the Moonlight cult. Dane smirked, saying those who hide in the shadows and order children around shouldn't call themselves villains. Back at the base, Choi Sehi and the others were speechless, thinking their boss was acting a bit too much today. He cleared his throat to prepare for his most important declaration. Dane placed his hand affectionately on Yunwal's head in front of millions of viewers. Finally, he delivered the bombshell. From now on, this little girl belonged to his side. Baek Yunwal stood there bewildered as she heard Egostick's audacious declaration on live television. The livestream ended amid a media explosion, with the screen displaying a goodbye message to the viewers. Back in reality, snow began to fall, covering the quiet villa complex where the group was taking shelter. After the storm, for the first time, Yunwal was able to sit at a dinner table properly with strangers. She sobbed while she ate, as this was the first time in her life she had enjoyed such a full and cozy meal. The atmosphere at dinner was extremely intimate. Subin gently patted her shoulder to comfort her, while Dane laughed mischievously at how emotional she was. Sehi added a jab, calling Han Doin a cold-hearted guy who didn't understand other people's feelings. Dane rubbed his aching shoulder while reflecting on his achievement of saving Seoul and recruiting a potential new member. Seeing Yunwal happy, he told himself he had to work hard to overcome the troubles and the butterfly effect he had just created. But suddenly he felt a chill down his spine, feeling as if he had forgotten something just as important as saving the world. Just then, Seo-yoon frantically held out her phone, reporting that someone had been calling his phone off the hook for a while. Staring back at him was a list of 67 missed calls from a single name, Lee Seala. Dun nearly had a heart attack. He was truly done for this time. This was the price for daring to vanish without a trace. He hurriedly arrived at the Yusung building in the middle of the night, where the female CEO's wrath was waiting for him. As soon as he entered the room, Seala shot him a glare and demanded to know why he had kept the entire plan a secret. Egostick cowered on the sofa, frantically explaining that if she had known beforehand, Stardust would have figured out the anomaly too soon. Seala clutched her face, looking deeply hurt, feeling as if she were just a pawn he had used to deceive others. Seeing Seala so devastated, he began to panic, not knowing how to coax her out of her anger. Suddenly, she peeked through her fingers and set a condition. If he wanted to be forgiven, he had to take off his mask right there. Dun froze, his hands trembling as he touched the edge of the white mask, fighting a fierce internal battle over the request. With a faint click, Egostick's iconic mask was finally placed on the table. He let out a sigh of relief, asking her if this act was enough to prove his sincerity. Seala stared fixedly at Dane's real face, her cheeks flushed with visible satisfaction and extreme excitement. Seeing his partner silent, Dane scratched his head shyly, feeling as if he had just entrusted his biggest secret into her hands. He didn't expect that his embarrassment would only make Seala find him more adorable than ever. She smiled triumphantly, satisfied to be the first and only person outside the base to possess this secret. Footsteps echoed leisurely through the base's hallway. Han Seo-yoon walked in front, not forgetting to look back at Yunwal, who was timidly following behind with a slightly nervous expression. Yunwal stopped for a beat, her eyes following Seo-yoon's silhouette. Meanwhile, Subin had started preparing dinner, the sound of a knife chopping carrots echoing in the quiet kitchen. A peaceful scene? Not exactly, because in the distance a purple monster was training while Sehi stood by, cheering enthusiastically. Sehi smiled smugly, seemingly very satisfied with this unusual definition of peaceful. Returning to the present, Seo-yoon led Yunwal deep into the secret base. She thumped her chest confidently, telling Yunwal to trust her and follow along, as there were many more interesting things here. Seo-yoon began to boast, asking Yunwal if she knew who the very first member to join Ego Stream was. Then she proudly pointed at herself, right in front of a giant, brilliantly glowing teleportation gate. Yunwal stared at the gate without blinking, feeling a strange source of power that didn't feel like ordinary magic at all. Seo-yoon asked what Yunwal thought, as the girl had previously encountered that person once before. Behind them was a giant combat robot, and Seo-yoon asked if this thing had the power to take down that woman. Yunwal blinked in confusion, asking, "Who are you talking about defeating?" A knowing smile appeared on Seo-yoon's face. She uttered the challenging name, Stardust. The wind rustled through the leaves on a beautiful sunny day at the city park. But the atmosphere here was far from peaceful, as a couple was having a heated argument right in the middle of the lawn. The guy was trying to explain that he was busy sleeping, which was why he couldn't be reached, but his girlfriend didn't believe a word of it. Suddenly, a giant birdcage appeared out of nowhere, trapping the poor guy inside. He panicked, grabbing the iron bars and screaming for his freedom, to his girlfriend's total bewilderment. Both were at a loss for what was happening, just looking at each other in confusion. Piercing screams echoed everywhere as a series of other birdcages began to float in midair. Chaos engulfed the park as dozens of cages lifted people high into the air. The girl wailed for her boyfriend, but a gloved black hand appeared, coldly telling her it was time to find a new boyfriend. Just as she was about to snap back, a blanket flew straight into her face, cutting off her words. The blanket floated in front of the girl as if by magic, leaving her frozen in fear. From behind, Egostic appeared in his villain outfit, watching the girl through the cage bars. With a sly smile, he told her that if she didn't like finding a new boyfriend, she could just follow him for fun. The girl could only cry, sensing that something terrible was about to happen. Egostic spun around artistically, waving to all the cameras pointed in his direction. He arrogantly introduced himself as Egostic, the villain who was wreaking havoc everywhere. On TV, a family was watching the news, with Egostic topping the list of most popular villains. Seeing the people liked him, Egostic found it amusing, saying they must have all lost their minds to admire a villain. Footage of people trapped in cages was being publicly broadcast on large screens in the middle of the city. A series of guns began to float in midair, ready to open fire at any moment. Egostic laughed crazily, declaring that today, they would all meet their end right here. His arrogant laughter echoed throughout the park via the loudspeakers. Back in reality, Sehi and Yunwal were sitting in a tent, with Sehi remarking that Dun was overacting so much he'd be spitting blood soon. Sehi suddenly looked outside, announcing that the main character had finally arrived. A brilliant golden light descended from the sky, signaling Stardust's arrival. The light faded and Stardust landed with great force, cracking the ground beneath her feet. It had been a long time since Han Dun had seen such a cliché superhero landing, and he looked slightly surprised. Stardust shouted, demanding the villain stop what he was doing immediately. But he just smirked, leisurely announcing that the uninvited guest had finally arrived. The heroine demanded he release all the people he had trapped immediately. Egostic stepped closer, his eyes sharp behind the mask, and asked challengingly, "What if I don't want to?" Stardust's eyes hardened. She had no more patience for any further negotiations. Without a wasted word, she rushed straight toward her opponent like a fiery arrow. Her speed was so fast that only blurry light trails remained on the grass. A powerful collision created a massive shockwave, filling the park with dust. Egostic laughed gleefully, saying he wasn't free to be her direct opponent today. He introduced a special gift, a weapon built exclusively for her. A giant Starbuster robot surfaced, with Egostic declaring this the debut of a new villain. He signaled Han Seo-yoon to begin, a perfect start for her villainous career. Inside the cockpit, the system began to boot up with complex control panels. Seo-yoon nervously muttered the opponent's name, as this was the first time she had to face the top heroine head-on. Stardust was stunned to realize she was facing a towering war machine. Back at the base, Choi Sehi was sobbing out of worry for her friend, cheering her on from afar. Stardust recognized that the person operating the robot sounded very young. Stunned disbelief showed on the heroine's face when she learned her opponent was just a little girl. But Seo-yoon wasn't joking. The little girl screamed and controlled the robot's arm to strike down. A massive surge of energy gathered, and Stardust was forced to brace herself for the direct attack. An earth-shattering explosion rang out as Stardust's fist collided powerfully with the robot. Blinding light engulfed them both as the battle between the hero and the villain's machine officially erupted. Stardust stood in a fighting stance, energy starting to flare up all around her. One look at this expression showed that Shin Haru was extremely annoyed. The first reason was that Egostic had just carried out a brutal attack, trapping heroes in iron cages. And the second reason she was livid was the person standing right in front of her. A heavy landing from the giant robot shook the entire ground. Haru flew to dodge. Han Seo-yoon's robot began to taunt her, asking if dodging was all she knew how to do. She gritted her teeth in frustration, wondering who the girl inside this iron shell really was. Haru dove down like an arrow, delivering a powerful punch to the robot's head. The collision created a deep crater in the ground, filled with dust and debris. Haru was slightly surprised that she hadn't even used her full strength, and the robot was already down for the count. Inside the cockpit, Seo-yoon was furious, scolding the old hag for having nothing but brute strength and playing dirty. Hearing that made veins pop on Haru's forehead for being called an old hag. She resolved that today she absolutely had to catch this villain. A green target lock system appeared, focusing straight on the robot. Seo-yoon screamed and began controlling the robot to attack back. The giant iron arm swung down but only hit empty air. The robot looked around in confusion, having lost track of its opponent. Haru hovered in midair, observing its every move. Viewers' comments popped up continuously, claiming that Stardust was going easy on the enemy. The thrusters on the robot's back flared up fiercely to boost its speed. It lunged forward, intending to ram into Haru, but she quickly rolled aside to dodge it. Haru glided gracefully through the intense wind vortexes. Seo-yoon wondered why her brother cared so much about this girl. She asked Haru bluntly what was so special about her that Oppa noticed her. Haru paused when she heard that Egoistic cared about her. She realized this person must be very close to him. Haru's eyes hardened. She thought to herself that once she caught this one, she would learn a lot more about that jerk. She sarcastically asked if she had been hired by Egoistic, adding that he was crazy for using minors to do his dirty work. This remark touched a nerve in Seo-yoon, who shouted that she was his original partner. Haru secretly thought she had guessed correctly. Now she just needed to provoke her a little more. She claimed the whole world knew Seo-yoon wasn't the #1 partner, probably because she was too young and useless. Seo-yoon burst into tears, spilling everything, that all the cyber attacks and signals over the past time were her doing. Haru kept pretending not to believe it, to bait the kid into revealing even more information. Seo-yoon screamed, asserting that they lived together, which was why she knew everything. Immediately, Egoistic reminded her over the radio, causing Seo-yoon to snap back to reality and go silent. Haru snapped at her to stop asking nonsense and fight for real. She secretly regretted missing the chance to pry important information about Egoistic's hideout. She decided to capture this kid and interrogate her slowly later. Haru poured all her strength into her fist, intending to drag Seo-yoon out of that metal shell. A massive direct punch slammed into the robot. The explosive power caused a huge blast, sending machine parts flying everywhere. The robot's casing shattered, revealing Seo-yoon groaning in pain from the impact. Haru landed lightly amidst the debris, ending the fight quickly. Seo-yoon sobbed pitifully inside the cockpit, just wanting to escape from the old lady Stardust who was clinging to her. Hearing the term old lady, Haru's eyes flashed with rage. She was extremely allergic to such an aged nickname. Suddenly, purple streaks of light appeared in the sky, shimmering like fireworks. Haru quickly turned around to prepare, feeling an unusual surge of energy. A strange girl with long black hair suddenly appeared, floating amidst a vortex of purple energy. Haru stared in astonishment, unable to comprehend what was happening in the middle of this battle. From the void, Yunwal's voice rang out, declaring that Stardust could only go this far. But Haru wouldn't give up easily. She lunged forward, intending to capture them all at once with all her might. A blinding light suddenly flared, forcing Haru to squint and shield her eyes. A purple energy explosion erupted in the middle of the battle, obscuring all vision. Haru was angry to see Yunwal appear. She nonchalantly said that protecting teammates was a matter of course. Egoistic sat calmly on the rubble while Seo-yoon cried, begging him to get her out immediately. Egoistic nodded in approval, praising Seo-yoon for pulling off such a great park destruction job. He turned to scold Haru for daring to be so rough with his people. Egoistic smirked, declaring they were family and he couldn't just stand by and watch his loved ones get defeated. The words family coming from the villain's mouth made Haru freeze, her face darkening in shock. Without waiting for his opponent to react, Egoistic waved goodbye and slipped away with Seo-yoon. Haru shouted for them to stop, but the pair had already vanished into the shimmering purple smoke. She gritted her teeth in frustration at letting that scoundrel escape right before her eyes. Hanging in the sky were dozens of iron cages filled with innocent people calling for help. Haru flew hurriedly to the victims, giving her all to find a way to break them out. She gripped the iron bars, using her strength to bend the sturdy cage. The massive cages were gradually lowered to safety thanks to the heroine's decisive support. Despite her exhaustion after the battle, Haru always put the people's safety first. Each cage was brought to the ground, the victims sighing in relief as they escaped death. A young girl clasped her hands, deeply moved, her eyes filled with admiration for her savior. The crowd swarmed Haru, praising her beauty and thanking her profusely for her brave actions. Haru flashed a slight smile. Perhaps she felt a little warmed by their affection. Meanwhile, at a luxury villa, shrill screams of fury echoed out. It turned out Seo-yoon was throwing a tantrum, demanding to kill Stardust at all costs, forcing Dane to try his best to coax the kid. Han-deun was halfway through his dinner when he suddenly froze, his face going blank at the strange hee-hee laughter coming from beside him. He turned to ask Han Seo-yoon if she was satisfied yet. Seo-yoon didn't bother to answer, her eyes glued to her phone with a scheming expression while Choi Se-hee watched curiously. Seo-yoon smiled triumphantly as she read comments calling Stardust an old hag while affectionately calling Egoistic Opa. She cheered with excitement, startling both Deun and Se-hee so much they nearly choked on their dinner. Immediately, Seo-yoon zoomed off like the wind, eagerly declaring that it was time to rebuild the image of the villain group. Subin shouted after her, reminding the kid she was still recovering from her injuries, so stop running around wildly. Meanwhile, Lee Ha-yeol also quietly left the table after the celebration. Deun started checking social media and stumbled upon an analysis post about himself. Public opinion was beginning to speculate that he was actually a hero acting like a villain to save people. He rested his chin on his hand with concern. If this continued, the villain title he had worked so hard to build would soon vanish due to everyone's excessive adoration. So he immediately started typing furiously, trying to see if anyone online was creating content to criticize or expose him. His eyes lit up when he found a video that seemed promising enough to cleanse his black image. It was a video with quite a sharp title, exposing Egoistic, a righteous villain. Dane curiously clicked to watch it immediately. He lay on his bed, attentively listening to the criticism regarding his tendency to trample on social norms and show contempt for the law. On screen, a messy-looking female YouTuber was screaming, criticizing his mid-air hostage situation as an act of madness. Dane smirked with satisfaction, secretly thinking this was exactly what he had been looking for. He decided that if public opinion wouldn't be harsh on him on its own, he would personally nurture an opposing force to maintain his reputation as a villain. The scene shifted to a dilapidated apartment building at night, where tragic wailing could be heard. The female YouTuber was now lying flat on the floor, her face haggard after a long day of struggling with a difficult life. She checked her channel tiredly, but the results were pathetic, with thousands of dislikes and only a single like. She tore at her hair in frustration, unable to understand why she couldn't get a single view from criticizing that villain. She screamed in bitterness, wondering if Egoistic was some kind of living saint for the netizens to defend him so fiercely. The girl spoke bitterly about her circumstances, having been fired and working 2 extra shifts at a convenience store, yet still not earning enough to cover her living expenses. She collapsed, extremely worried about how she would pay the rent when this hater YouTube channel was her last hope. Suddenly, the phone chimed with a notification. A stranger with the initials DH had just sent a greeting. She stared blankly at the screen, seeing the person say they really loved her videos. The sender encouraged her to keep holding her ground and to dig deeper into Egoistic's evil nature. The YouTuber girl's eyes went dull as she muttered the words "dig deeper" suspiciously. She sat dazed on the floor, unable to believe her eyes at what had just appeared on her phone's screen. It was a massive donation of 10 million won, along with a message to keep throwing stones at Egoistic enthusiastically. She wondered if she was dreaming. A few days later, the scene shifted to Shin Haru's place under the quiet night sky. Shin Haru had just finished bathing and was leisurely drying her long, shimmering blonde hair. After getting ready, Haru sat at her computer, the light from the screen reflecting on her contemplative face. She started typing, searching for the latest news about security conditions and the mysterious criminal. Haru suddenly froze when she saw a video climbing the trending list with an extremely aggressive title. Her eyes turned sharp, focusing intently on the heavy accusations displayed on the screen. The video criticizing Egoistic had now reached 2.3 billion views thanks to secret support from Daeun and Seoyoon's view buffing team. The YouTuber girl had undergone a transformation, dressing neatly like a professional editor, loudly calling Egoistic a terrible villain who was being pampered by the public. Haru silently listened to the argument that even if there were no deaths, that was no excuse to call him a good villain. The YouTuber in the video insisted that a cold-blooded psychopath like Egoistic needed to be removed from society immediately to prevent future disasters. She even aggressively declared that if the death penalty still existed, Egoistic would certainly be the first one deserving of a death sentence. Haru sat in deep thought, reading the mountain of comments below. The majority had changed sides and were starting to curse Egoistic viciously. Deep in the night, the heroine sat quietly, observing the latest developments on social media. Meanwhile, Daeun was laughing heartily at his base. He believed that Stardust would now truly believe he was a real villain, just as he intended. Daeun sighed with relief, flashing a satisfied smile because everything was unfolding exactly according to the plan he had painstakingly arranged. On the computer screen, new notifications popped up continuously with rapid sounds, signaling the conflicting reactions of public opinion. A user named New Day commented that while Egoistic was indeed a bad guy, the attempt to manufacture hatred in this video seemed a bit too much. Daeun smirked confidently, typing away to prepare for the next step, while Shin Haru remained the most important target he was aiming for. As night fell, Egoistic in his familiar outfit sat perched on a high-rise ledge, quietly casting his gaze down at the city shining with lights. He began listing in his head the three most prominent A-rank heroes of South Korea at the present moment. First was Seoul's Stardust, Shin Haru, a symbol of justice who always fought with all her might for everyone. Next was Busan's Icicle, Lee Seala, a heroine possessing powerful icy abilities and a cold aura. And finally, it was Kim Yawon, known by the codename Shadow Walker of the Night. Yawon was an A-rank hero with absolute shadow power, but he could only maximize his potential under the cover of darkness. In a quiet street corner, Suk-hee, Yawon's girlfriend, was walking home wearily, completely unaware she had been targeted by strangers. At the base, Han Seo-yoon sat in front of a modern bank of surveillance screens, yawning repeatedly because she had to pull an all-nighter for guard duty. Seo-yoon looked bored, asking Daeun how much longer she had to monitor Suk-hee. He replied nonchalantly that they just needed to wait until she was kidnapped. The kid was shocked by Daeun's firm assertion, as he seemed to hold every development in the palm of his hand. Just as he had predicted, Suk-hee was rushed by a group of masked people who subdued and abducted her right into the darkness. Daeun flashed a calculating smile and began to act as soon as the prey had fallen into the trap. Egoistic's figure glided rapidly through the air, forming faint purple streaks of light between the skyscrapers. He used his power to tap lightly on Yawon's window, creating a mysterious invitation sound. Inside, Kim Yawon was packing the room when he suddenly stopped, cautiously asking who was outside his house. Yawon carefully moved toward the window, ready to use his power to deal with the intruder. His eyes widened in shock when he realized the person standing right on his balcony was none other than Egoistic. Egoistic tipped his hat, politely greeting the Shadow Walker like an old friend who had stopped by for a visit. He smiled and suggested Yawon spare a moment for a short conversation. Yawon stared at his opponent with a very solemn expression. Deep inside, a sense of extreme suspicion arose at the appearance of the villain. Kim Yawon sat dazed on the sofa, as if all the life had been drained from him. His eyes were empty, dark circles clearly visible beneath them. The scene of that terrifying pink explosion that day surfaced in his mind again. That power blew everything away, flinging him aside like a ragdoll. The heroine Icicle stood amidst the rubble, her face cold and full of power. Yawon screamed in despair, unable to believe he had failed so miserably. Returning to reality, he gritted his teeth, his expression bitter. He told himself he was supposed to be the strongest when night fell. The pitch-black room only had moonlight flickering in. Yawon let out a heavy, miserable sigh. He picked up his tablet, scrolling through the news with a lackluster expression. Looking at the phone screen, it was nearly 6 p.m. and there was still no reply message. Suddenly, a knock on the balcony door startled Yawon into vigilance. He stood up and slowly moved toward the window to check. Sweat started to bead on his forehead as he felt a strange pressure. Yawon turned his head sharply, staring intensely at the pitch-black glass door. There was the sound of bare feet stepping lightly onto the balcony floor outside. A hand suddenly pressed against the glass, and the space suddenly became heavy. It was Egoistic. He stood looming on the balcony, greeting him with a mocking tone. He asked if he could come inside to talk for a moment, leaving Yawon frozen for several seconds. The Shadow Walker wondered if he was dreaming in broad daylight. Yawon scratched his head awkwardly, asking back if this villain had come here to surrender. Egoistic just smiled cryptically and began to talk about his plan to recruit talent. He mentioned that he had already targeted 2 people from the Hero Association, the first being Icicle. As soon as Egoistic called his real name, Yawon panicked and waved his hand for him to be quiet. Without letting Yawon respond, Egoistic went straight to the main point. He revealed the shocking information that his girlfriend, Sukhi, was in danger. Yawon immediately flew into a rage, intending to attack because he thought Egoistic was the mastermind. Egoistic waved his hand hurriedly, telling him to calm down and listen to the explanation. He argued that if he were the culprit, he wouldn't be free enough to come all the way here to warn him in advance. Egoistic growled, urging Yawon not to waste any more time arguing and to go save the people immediately. He threw a card containing the location details and turned away, vanishing. Yawon picked up the paper, his eyes still filled with suspicion and caution. Egoistic disappeared into a cloud of purple smoke, so fast that he left no trace behind. Down on the street, a car sped through the city buildings, bathed in brilliant lights. Inside the car, Seo-yoon grinned broadly, seeing Egoistic return faster than she had expected. Egoistic slumped into his seat, sighing in relief that everything had gone quite smoothly. Subin excitedly gripped the steering wheel, ready to speed to the next location as instructed. The car zoomed off, leaving trails of light stretching through the quiet night. Subin looked incredibly excited, a constant smile on her face. The car screeched to a halt in a dark corner near a construction site. Subin waved encouragingly from inside the car, while Egoistic stepped out, preparing for his appearance. He walked toward Yawon, who was holding Sukhi, telling himself this was the moment to rack up some good guy points. Kim Yawon held Sukhi, watching the villain with suspicious eyes. Egoistic just gave him a playful thumbs up, leaving the guy wondering why a villain would help him. Amidst the dark construction site, Egoistic just shrugged, saying it was nothing, so not to think too much about it. The villain even philosophized that just because he carried the villain label didn't mean he couldn't do a good deed occasionally as long as he did it quietly. Yawon was left speechless. A close-up of Shadow Walker's eyes showed he still didn't fully believe it and pressed for Egoistic's true motives. Egoistic asked for only one thing: don't go blabbering to anyone that he had been here. Looking at his lover sleeping soundly in his arms, Yawon recalled rumors that Egoistic had never caused any casualties and frequently cleaned up messes for others. The guy fell into deep thought for a long while after hearing what he'd just been told. A slight smile appeared on Shadow Walker's lips. It seemed he had started to see this villain in a different light. Egoistic smiled cryptically behind his mask. Then he vanished into the vibrant purple smoke, concluding his dramatic appearance. Standing under the moonlight, Yawon silently acknowledged that Egoistic was truly a man of his word. Just then, Sukhi began to stir and wake up. The scene shifted to the sunny Yonhui University campus, the atmosphere a complete contrast to the previous gloom. Students walked by in crowds, starting a new dynamic day on campus. Han Do-in, in casual student attire, looked extremely radiant as he held a bouquet of white tulips. He cheered when he saw a familiar figure approaching. Lee Hyul appeared amidst a rain of cherry blossoms, looking beautiful and radiant in her elegant school uniform. The group of friends with Do-in, including Han Seo-yoon, couldn't stop praising how Hyul looked like a true student. Hyul beamed, sending her thanks to everyone for taking the time to congratulate her. Do-in gently handed over the bouquet and sent his congratulations to Hyul on officially becoming a freshman. Hyul accepted the bouquet with radiant happiness, her eyes glistening with emotion. The group of friends started pestering her to treat them to a meal, and Do-in had to remind them not to take advantage of his younger sister. Hyul generously declared she would cover everything since she had just received her scholarship money. The whole group, especially Seo-yoon, was extremely excited about the idea of visiting the cafeteria of this prestigious university. While everyone was excited, Do-in seemed restless, eyes darting around as if he were afraid of something. Hearing Seo-yoon call out, Do-in startled and then hurried after them, leaving his little sister looking puzzled. In reality, he was panicking because this was his final semester at this school, and even though he was in a different department, he was still afraid of running into someone. The camera cut to the central library of Yonhui University. Inside the quiet library, someone was slumped over the desk from exhaustion when suddenly, a stomach growled loudly. It was Shin Haru, covering her face in embarrassment because her stomach had betrayed her in front of so many people. After a brief internal struggle, Haru decided to pack up her books and head down to the cafeteria to find something to eat. Han Seo-yoon was sitting and enjoying her noodles in the student cafeteria, praising the taste for being just like school cafeteria food. Handon sat opposite her and bluntly reminded her that she had never even attended school formally. Seo-yoon quickly backpedaled, saying she was just describing how it felt. Subin sat nearby and smiled, saying eating here made her miss her school days. Doin agreed, and Hail promised to make the most of her time as a student. Subin also told Hail to come home for dinner together occasionally for some warmth. She happily agreed right away. At a table nearby, Shin Haru was eating with a friend. The friend wondered why Haru was in the mood to eat school food today. While eating, the friend suddenly froze as if she had seen something strange. Haru looked blankly in the direction her friend was staring, still chewing her rice. The friend pointed toward Dane's group's table, joking that if the ego stream criminals lived ordinary lives, they would probably look just like those people. The friend continued to guess, saying the brown-haired girl sitting there looked just like the female employee Egostic had kidnapped in the first attack. Then she pointed to Hail, guessing she was the saintess, though she admitted she had never seen her real face. The friend's gaze shifted to Seo-yoon, saying this kid looked exactly like the brat who drove the chubby robot in the previous terror attack. Finally, she pointed straight at Dan and stated firmly, "That guy is Egostic." Hearing this, Haru froze completely, sweating profusely because the joke had hit too close to home. Haru stood up immediately, while her friend still didn't understand what was going on. Haru's heart pounded, and she turned to stare straight at Dane's table. She observed Dane's casually smiling face, unable to stop extreme suspicion from welling up inside her. Haru reached out toward that direction to verify something, but then stopped herself. Suddenly, the entire cafeteria was engulfed in a sinister, deep red light. The TV screen flickered with interference, then text appeared signaling the appearance of the moonlit cult. The face of the old man Chen Walhuang, the cult leader, appeared on the screen with a sinister smile and a challenging greeting. He called Stardust out by name, asking if she was witnessing this scene of salvation. Haru's eyes widened in surprise. She clicked her tongue in anger, realizing the situation was becoming extremely serious. Haru immediately stood up and ran out of the cafeteria, only managing to leave a brief apology to her friend. As she ran, she glanced back one more time, her face full of anxiety. Everyone else in the cafeteria was bewildered, just standing there staring at the strange broadcast on the screen. Chen Walhuang on the TV declared he would grant a gift to those who had not yet been saved, opening the path to the moonlight. Outside, a blood-red moon appeared amidst roaring noises that tore through the air. The old leader declared that death was the only outcome for those who opposed them. Si-hyun covered her ears in pain, not understanding what the hell was happening. Dun also had to cover his ears because of the piercing sound, muttering that he needed to get ready immediately. Hail looked at him with a worried face. Dun gritted his teeth full of anger. He wondered why that old man was revealing himself so early. Could it be because he had recruited Yunwal? Roars and screams echoed throughout the cafeteria. Everyone was struggling because of the piercing noise. Subin's face went pale. She was sweating from pure fear at this chaotic scene. Looking out the glass door, a giant shadow with glowing red eyes was looming closer. People started asking what that monster was. Seo-yoon grabbed Dain's arm in a panic, expecting a plan to save the situation from her boss. Dain's face was pale, sweat pouring down from the shock of this unexpected development. He swore under his breath, realizing the final boss of the Moonlit Cult chapter had appeared too soon. His script was being torn to shreds. The deep red monster roared madly, beginning to wreak havoc all around. In contrast to the danger, a few foolish students outside were still casually using their phones to take pictures because it was their first time seeing a real villain. That giant entity roared with a sound that shook the entire city. A close-up of the monster's bulging muscles and vein-ridden red skin was terrifying. Suddenly, white smoke began to escape from the mouths of those around, as if their life force was being drained. Under the blood-red moon, the monster floated high above. As crowds of people collapsed to the ground, it created a scene of hell on Earth. Shinharu shot past the skyscrapers, horrified as she looked down at the ruins below. The scene of devastation appeared before her eyes, with people lying scattered everywhere amidst the blurry smoke. Stardust's face hardened with determination. She reminded herself to minimize the damage to the city as much as possible. Amidst the rubble, a child in a yellow shirt was sobbing desperately in despair. Stardust dived down like a beam of light, quickly reaching the child's location. She quickly shielded the little one just as another explosion struck. Stardust gently embraced the child, asking worriedly if they were injured anywhere. The child didn't stop sobbing, their eyes turning blank and their face showing extreme pain. Haru realized in shock that something was wrong. Around her, other people were also slowly fading away. She hurriedly placed her hand on the child's wrist to check their pulse. Stardust's eyes widened in shock. The child had stopped breathing and their pulse was gone. She looked around, stunned by the sight of crowds collapsing like hollow shells. Stardust gritted her teeth in fury, realizing that those being drained of their life force were on the verge of death. A radiant aura burst around Haru, showing that her indignation had reached its peak. Unable to hold back any longer, she launched herself straight at the crimson monster. She shouted in fury, ordering the monster to stop this cruel act immediately. A punch wrapped in blazing golden energy slammed straight into the target with terrifying force. However, the monster stood still, its glowing red eyes staring straight at Stardust defiantly. It opened its mouth and roared with a sound that shook the area, radiating overwhelming killing intent. Suddenly, a voice called out, warning Haru to dodge immediately. She turned back, startled. Stardust hurried to flip in midair to avoid the enemy's deadly sweep. A familiar shadow appeared to save the day just in time amidst the smoke and dust. Stardust let out a sigh of relief upon recognizing Shadow Walker. He responded with his characteristic exhaustion, apologizing for arriving late. Shadow Walker panted, staring at the massive entity before them, wondering what the hell this thing was. Haru replied firmly, asserting that whatever it was just a villain that needed to be destroyed. She exploded with power once again, charging like a burning fire arrow straight at the monster. The clash between the two opposing energy sources created purple and gold lightning that tore through the night. With a brilliant aura surrounding her, Stardust looked straight at the monster and declared that she was its opponent. Shinharu, in her Stardust hero form, dived down to the scene like a fire arrow. She unleashed a fiery attack on the crimson monster that was roaring below. Haru shouted, declaring herself the opponent of this soul-eater monster. Energy from her punch exploded, colliding violently with the enemy's massive body. But Soul Eater didn't even flinch. Haru started gritting her teeth, realizing its power was overwhelming. The monster roared, unleashing sharp energy beams that left her with no choice but to take the hit. Below, Shadow Walker was panting from exhaustion, only able to place his faith in Stardust. In a perilous situation, Haru focused all her will, and the aura on her body began to radiate intensely. A massive explosion occurred right in the center of the city, with smoke and dust obscuring everything. When the smoke cleared, Soul Eater was still standing firm with purple lightning circling it. It looked even more terrifying than before. Haru started to run out of energy, her breathing heavy while the enemy seemed completely unfazed. Her eyes showed shock as she felt the terrifying pressure from the monster. Soul Eater opened its mouth, firing a powerful purple energy beam at the heroine. The direct hit sent Haru flying into the rubble, with smoke rising in columns. She collapsed amidst the bricks, and although she tried to force herself up, her body was already spent. The red monster roared wildly, radiating thick killing intent as if it wanted to swallow the entire space. It began to accumulate energy in its mouth, preparing a final, devastating blow. Haru stared blankly. Her mind was now consumed by utter despair. Everywhere, spirits were being drained by Soul Eater, with people lying scattered from having their life force sucked away. But from afar on a rooftop, someone was silently watching the entire battle. It was Han Dine in his egoistic guise. He silently cursed the old leader of the Moonlight Order for being so hasty. Soul Eater was supposed to be the ultimate weapon that appeared in the final chapter of Part 2 of the original work. Dane realized this was just an unevolved version, but he still wondered why it had appeared so early. He narrowed his eyes through the scope, wondering if his presence was disrupting the script. That roaring soul-eater monster was actually a type of gimmick boss with a fatal weakness. In the original work, the heroes only needed to find silver to defeat it easily. Dane prepared himself. With this heavy-duty sniper rifle, he could end everything instantly. His finger rested on the trigger, but then he hesitated. An interesting idea had just popped into his head. Right at this moment, Han Seo-yoon shrieked over the radio, worried about Oppa's safety. Dane smiled triumphantly. He wanted to stage it so that Stardust would land the finishing blow at the most dramatic moment. Looking down from above, he reassured Seo-yoon that everything was fine, while Sehi teased him about showing off. Regardless of what Sehi said, Dane seriously insisted that the situation was actually very tense. He started squinting through the scope, searching for the perfect moment to provide support. Stardust was being completely overwhelmed by Soul Eater, but Dane believed this was her chance to break through her limits. Through the scope, he saw Haru's eyes change suddenly, a new surge of power rising within her. A brilliant golden aura erupted. Our heroine had officially awakened. Dane couldn't hide his excitement, cheering enthusiastically for Stardust to land the finishing blow. A punch containing all of Haru's energy slammed directly into the monster's body. Soul Eater took the hit, screaming in agony as it was blown away by the massive surge of power. The monster crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater, completely defeated. Dane on the rooftop cheered excitedly. She was truly the Stardust he had always expected. Amidst the remaining rubble and smoke, Haru stood firm, wondering if everything was truly over. The bright red Soul Eater emerged from the purple smoke, looking like an entity straight out of hell. Standing before its giant hand, Stardust looked incredibly small and fragile. Haru looked up in shock. She couldn't believe her eyes at the sight of this monstrosity. It roared fiercely and lunged straight at her with thick, suffocating killing intent. Stardust tried to brace herself to dodge the enemy's powerful sweeping strikes. A single stomp of its foot was enough to make the earth shake and explode. Up on the rooftop, Egostick was sweating bullets, his hand gripping the sniper rifle tightly. Looking through the scope, the monster's disgusting face appeared, making him shudder. He whispered to Stardust to try and hold on for just a little longer. The plan was about to begin. Down below, Haru was panting from exhaustion, but her fighting spirit hadn't cooled down yet. The monster didn't let her rest. It continued to lunge at her like a cyclone. Haru nimbly dodged the crushing attacks of the giant monster. She shouted loudly, pouring all her remaining strength into her legs to maintain distance. But its arm sweeps were too wide, constantly putting Haru in perilous situations. The monster suddenly roared, red electricity swirling around its body, looking absolutely terrifying. A deadly purple orb of energy began to accumulate in its mouth, ready to wipe out everything. Haru gritted her teeth. She knew she couldn't hesitate any longer when the lives of the citizens were at stake. Suddenly, a radiant aura burst from her body, dispelling the darkness all around. A massive explosion occurred as Stardust poured all her strength into her most powerful counterattack. She unleashed a fiery, armored punch straight into the monster's face, creating a terrifying shockwave. The two collided violently, creating deafening explosions amidst the city's ruins. Haru was flung backward, struggling to regain her balance against the enemy's power. The heroine fell to her knees, her breathing heavy. Her body was starting to protest from the overload. Part of her soul was also being drained by the monster. Amidst the smoke and dust, Haru collapsed in exhaustion while the monster still loomed closer. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground, a sense of utter despair welled up in Haru's heart. In her delirium, memories of days gone by flashed back, the image of a little girl crying inconsolably by her loved ones. But then, her hero's spirit urged her to stand up, stronger and more resilient than ever before. Haru knelt amidst the debris, a pure white light beginning to envelope her. The memory of her people's and friends' smiles became an invaluable source of motivation to help her overcome her limits. Handoin's image suddenly appeared in her mind, bringing with it a secret promise she held in her heart. Soul Eater lunged again, but this time, Haru was ready to face it with her awakened power. A punch carrying the full essence and explosive force of her power, radiant as a small sun. Her eyes glowed with a mystical blue, marking the birth of a new legend. But then, a massive energy vortex appeared, swallowing the monster completely into nothingness. This also left Stardust feeling surprised. The people witnessing that scene were stunned, then burst into overwhelming joy. They cheered wildly, calling Stardust's name as a savior who had brought them back from the brink of death. Haru stood amidst the cheering, but her heart was full of doubt. She softly called Egostick's name, sensing his presence somewhere nearby. A few minutes earlier, two people lay collapsed amidst the rubble, surrounded by thick smoke after the horrific battle. She looked on in shock at her unconscious companion right beside her. The girl trembled, covering her mouth, her teary eyes filled with horror at the sight before her. The man beside her was also exhausted, his breathing heavy from fatigue. She clutched her head in despair, screaming Stardust's name in a panic. The psychological pressure was so heavy she could only pray for a miracle. The bright red soul eater loomed closer, its shadow engulfing them both. The girl let out a painful no, as death was imminent. Just then, a blinding light erupted, sweeping away everything nearby. From high above, Egoistic coldly pulled the trigger of his sniper rifle. His eyes locked onto the target through the scope. A pool of dark blood spilled onto the cold tile floor. Overusing teleportation caused Han Dane to cough up blood, his body shaking violently from the side effects. A familiar voice rang out, making him jump in surprise. Shadow Walker had been standing there all along, quietly observing his every move. This hero asserted that he knew everything, nothing could get past his eyes. Egoistic glanced at him vigilantly, his hand clenched tight in defense. Not wanting to get entangled any further, he immediately activated his energy to vanish from the scene. Watching the villain's retreating figure, Shadow Walker smiled faintly in admiration. Behind the radiant mask, a different truth was gradually being revealed. A teleportation glitch sent Dane flying out of space, tumbling miserably. A rainbow arched across the city sky after the storm, bringing a sense of artificial peace. At the base, hacking coughs echoed from the room. Han Seo-yoon was frantic with worry, not knowing what to do when seeing her brother's condition. Meanwhile, the Hero Association building was still brightly lit as if nothing had ever happened. The old chairman jubilantly congratulated Stardust and promised extra rewards for this latest feat. Once finished, he and his entourage left with smug expressions. Icicle also stepped forward to join the celebration, convinced that Shin Haru was the one who had destroyed the monster. Haru just stayed silent, bowing her head with turbulent thoughts. She hesitated to confess that she didn't feel like she was the one who had defeated it. Her words left Icicle and Shadow Walker stunned, not understanding what she was implying. Icicle asked back if not her, then who else had enough power to do such a thing. The image of Egoistic's smile suddenly flashed vividly in Haru's mind. Shadow Walker insisted he had checked thoroughly. There was no one else there but her. Haru gripped her biceps, trying to push away the doubts surrounding her. Standing before the window looking down at the city, she wondered if she was being too sensitive. A terrifying thought flashed. Was she becoming dependent on Egoistic? She hurried away, fleeing from the truth she had just realized. Haru's face was burning, reassuring herself that maybe it was just the effect of the alcohol. At the base, Lee Hyul was attentively feeding Dane apple slices to help him recover. Seo-yoon looked at the scene with annoyance, while Dane felt embarrassed and wanted to eat by himself. Yoonwol asked anxiously if he felt any better. Dane gave a thumbs up to confirm he was okay, but immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, leaving Seo-yoon to just sigh. Han Dane suggested to Seo-yoon that once he recovered, the whole family should go on a trip together. Seo-yoon was overjoyed, her eyes lighting up when she heard her brother's promise. Yoonwol couldn't hide her excitement when thinking about the prospect of going on a trip. The little girl ran off to inform the others, leaving Dane just as he was about to enjoy his meal when the phone rang. He picked up, full of suspicion about who would be calling at this hour. On the other end was Lee Seala, sniffling and pretending to cry pitifully. She reproached him for being injured without letting her know the address, making her worry until she cried. Faced with her tearful act, Dane began to panic and felt terrible about himself. Seala continued to sniffle, asserting that she cherished Dane deeply and couldn't sit still when something happened to him. Dane stayed silent. It seemed his heart was slowly softening toward this excessive attentiveness. Finally, he gave in, agreeing to send the address and inviting her to visit the base. As soon as he hung up, he suddenly froze, wondering if he had just been played by her. His premonition was absolutely correct. Seala immediately turned off her crying mode and giggled triumphantly. She was thrilled to have successfully hooked her prey. Now the secret to Egoistic's location was in her hands. With a calculating look, she strode off, preparing for this unexpected visit. The sound of heels clicked on the hallway as she stepped out. Seala prepared extremely carefully, wearing an elegant white suit to make a strong impression on her friend. She smiled confidently in the mirror, promising herself to appear truly stunning at Dane's place. The doorbell rang incessantly, breaking the quiet atmosphere in the team's apartment. The girls inside jumped in surprise, looking at each other, wondering who could be coming at this hour. Dane announced calmly that it was his guest, telling everyone to just go ahead and open the door. One member went to welcome the guest, and she nearly gasped for air at the visitor's luxurious appearance. Lee Seala appeared radiant, introducing herself as Lee Seal, a close friend of Dain. It was only then that Dain realized in a panic he had forgotten to warn her that he lived with a harem. Seala smiled cryptically, her sharp eyes beginning to survey the situation inside the apartment. The girl who opened the door just stood there frozen, unable to stop wondering about the relationship between their boss and this beauty. Subin led Seala into the base, her welcoming attitude screaming, "I'm the owner here." Sehi just smiled and thanked her to get it over with. Upon entering the living room, she found Sehi already waiting with a look of distaste for the uninvited guest. Sehi glared at Seala fiercely, while still trying to maintain her elegance despite the challenging smile. Seala walked past her coldly, as if she didn't see Sehi in the room at all. Yunwal watched from behind thinking, this house is about to have big trouble. Seala continued down the hallway only to run into Seoan, who had been waiting there for some time. Hearing Subin introduce her as Dain's distinguished guest, Seoan just looked at her with disdain and didn't bother to greet her at all. The kid grunted and turned sharply away, her rude attitude clearly evident. The door to Dain's room began to open, preparing for their private reunion. Seeing Dain resting, Seala was overjoyed to finally be invited to his home, even though Dain looked a bit shocked. Dain looked at Seala with a puzzled expression. Clearly, he hadn't expected her to actually find her way here. Seala started teasing him about how the house was full of women living together, to which Dain could only smile bitterly and say that life just pushed him into it. Even while smiling, Seala began to radiate a bone-chilling cold, making the room suddenly feel like it had fallen into midwinter. Dain was so cold he started shivering, asking immediately if she was secretly using her freezing ability on the room. Seala produced a gift bag, saying it was some nutritious abalone porridge to help with his recovery. Just as Dain reached out to receive it, Seala pulled it back, making him feel slightly disappointed. She brought up her jealousy again, saying that with Subin already cooking delicious meals here, he probably wouldn't care for this porridge. Seala's eyes suddenly became unusually serious, asking Dain if living with so many female villains made him feel tired. Dain smiled awkwardly, trying to change the subject to soothe the tense situation. He confirmed that Seala was his first guest and promised to finish off the bag of porridge to make her happy. Dain gave her another radiant smile to thank her once again. Being complimented by her crush, Seala turned bright red, her heart pounding uncontrollably. A while after Seala walked out, Seoan was still waiting by the door with a scheming look on her face. Seala left looking extremely satisfied, but Seoan still watched her go with murderous eye. Seoan spoke up to confirm whether she was just a friend or the hero icicle trying to infiltrate the place. Seala didn't back down, firmly asserting that her relationship with Dain was extremely close. Seoan smirked and landed the final blow, asking if Seala had ever been invited on a trip by Dain. The little girl added the clincher that the whole group was about to go on a beach vacation in the south, leaving Seala frozen for several seconds. Seala was purple with rage, thinking to herself that this bratty kid really knew how to throw a wrench in her plans. The city lights were on, but Seala's frustration showed no signs of cooling down. Back home, Seala sat alone, swirling a glass of wine with Seoan's words still echoing in her head. The more she thought, the angrier she got. She couldn't believe she had let a little villain brat throw her off balance like this. She thought about Dain, clearly someone like him shouldn't be involved with those criminals at all. Looking at the pictures of Dain happily hanging out with the female villains, Sehi felt their bond growing stronger by the day. Seala downed the rest of the wine to build up her courage, and a bold idea began to form in her mind. She started calculating what she had to do to ruin their trip. Slamming her wine glass on the table, Sehi made up her mind. She wouldn't let those people monopolize Dain. In her drunken state, she eloquently declared that she would never give Dain up to those villains. She grabbed her phone, remembering the southern beach location that Seoan had mentioned. Sehi immediately called Shin Haru, inviting her to go on a trip with her to kill some time. Seeing Haru agree, Sehi wore a victorious smile. This time, those villains would see who they were messing with. The scene shifts to the sunny southern coast, signaling that a stormy vacation is about to begin. The southern beach appeared radiant with seagulls circling the deep blue sky, and the members of the villain organization were having a real vacation on this private beach. Seoan happily ran around with a volleyball, The kid seemed very excited about this outing. While Seoeon was busy playing, Yoonwol silently walked past in the background with a thoughtful expression. Seoeon unleashed a powerful spike, but unfortunately the ball flew straight toward Sehi, who was standing nearby, screaming in panic because she couldn't react in time. The ball hit its target, right in Sehi's face, knocking her backward. Yoonwol hurriedly ran over to check the situation, while Seoeon apologized profusely for her clumsiness. Sehi angrily scolded the kid for her reckless playing. Seoeon tried to soothe Yoonwol, telling her not to be scared because Sehi was just bluffing and didn't really mean to scold her, while Yoonwol looked on with tearful, pitiful eyes. Sehi sighed as she looked at Seoeon. This kid was truly a trouble magnet. The volleyball match continued, but this time, Sehi seemed more prepared with sparks of electricity crackling around her body. Witnessing this scene left Seoeon completely stunned. Sehi unleashed a powerful spike laced with lightning, true to the style of superpower volleyball. And the result was Seoeon getting electrocuted until she was pitch black, her skeleton showing. It looked incredibly hilarious, and Yoonwol screamed in alarm from the side. Sehi laughed with satisfaction for finally getting back at the brat. Meanwhile, Dain was still enjoying the warm sun on his lounge chair. Dain lay back and watched everyone messing around. He introduced this as a beach warmed year-round by someone with thermal powers. Dain was startled when Subin suddenly appeared right beside him with a gentle smile. He hurriedly corrected himself, saying he was just muttering to himself. The two began to reminisce about their previous trip to Busan. Subin smiled, saying that their family now had many more members, making it much more lively. Watching the kids play, Dain accidentally let slip that it felt like they were raising children together, which made Subin blush crimson from the overly intimate implication. Seizing the moment, Subin took out a bottle of sunscreen and offered to rub it on Dain, her eyes looking very determined. Dain panicked and refused, but Subin wouldn't hear of it. She tossed his jacket aside and ordered him to lie still so she could serve him. Subin began to pour oil onto Dain's back, her gestures incredibly attentive. Dain could only lie there and take it, his face flushing with embarrassment. Just as the atmosphere was becoming quite suggestive, a luxury car pulled up on the beach. Was a genre shift about to happen? The car door opened, signaling that uninvited guests had arrived. Siala wore a victorious smile as she led Haru out of the car. Haru had no idea what was going on, just excitedly preparing to enjoy her vacation. Haru suddenly felt her chest pounding, and a strange intuition arose. She looked toward the beach with a radiant smile, thinking surely something wonderful was about to happen, never imagining she was about to run into her enemies in such an awkward situation. Han Dain and Lee Subin were trying to take a nap on the beach chairs, and Dain still looked haggard with his signature dark circles. Seoeon suddenly screamed for everyone to get up because she was hungry, and the whole crew of disciples and monster minions gathered around. Dain and Subin lethargically sat up and stretched. It seemed this short nap hadn't helped their health much. Sehi stood nearby and teased them for sleeping like parents on vacation, to which Dain could only respond with a deadpan stare. Sehi aggressively insisted she still had plenty of energy to keep partying. Subin smiled and suggested they either go to the night market for dinner or head back to their rooms for some free time. Seoeon enthusiastically insisted on going to the night market, while Lee Ha-yeol made an excuse about having homework and begged to head back first. Seeing that, Yoonwol followed suit, saying she had to go check if the bed in her room was comfortable. The two girls came up with very persuasive excuses. Seoeon was instantly furious, calling them both traitors for trying to quit the game halfway through. Not letting anyone escape, the kid turned to grab Dain and Subin and force them to come along. Seeing Seoeon's excessive enthusiasm, Dain and Subin could only exchange a bitter smile and indulge the kid. So the three of them strolled through the city streets as the lights came on, with Seoeon in the middle, in an incredibly excited mood. As they were walking, a game stall owner invited them to try a game of dart-popping balloons. Seoeon eagerly accepted, even betting that whoever lost would have to get their ears flicked. The group gathered at the stall, and Seoeon volunteered to go first to show off her skill. The kid didn't forget to bring up their old debt to put psychological pressure on Dain before his turn. When it was Dain's turn, he held the dart with sweat dripping down his face due to the pressure. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from the side, asking if Shin Haru liked playing darts. Dain's whole group stood frozen for 5 seconds. It turned out Lee Siala and Shin Haru were also walking by. Dain turned pale, silently cursing what game Siala was playing now. The prize for the game was a chibi doll that looked exactly like Egostick. The sound of popping balloons echoed in rapid succession as a perfect round of dart throwing left everyone in awe. The stall owner was amazed, having never seen anyone throw that well. Haru hugged the doll tight, her face flushed with shyness. The missed darts lay scattered on the ground. It seemed the results for a normal person like Dain were not very impressive. All three, Doin, Seowon, and Subin, instantly turned to stone at the unexpected appearance of the heroine. Shinharu curiously followed the three figures who were trying to sneak away. Her eyes narrowed in suspicion, feeling as if she had seen these silhouettes somewhere before. Siala suddenly called out Dain's name, making the guy jump out of his skin. In a panic, Dain whispered to Subin to take Seowon and head out first so he could handle the situation. Shinharu approached directly, asking to confirm the identity of the person standing in front of her. Dain was sweating buckets as he faced the direct, probing gaze of Haru. Realizing there was no escape, Dain turned to greet Siala as if they had just happened to meet on the street. Siala wore a knowing smile and greeted him back with an incredibly intimate tone. She casually introduced Dain to Haru as her business partner, leaving Dain speechless and defeated. Hearing the name Dain, Haru's expression shifted slightly, and she silently filed the name away in her mind. Dain offered an awkward smile, nodding in acknowledgement that he was indeed Kim Dain, just as introduced. Siala suggested the group go for a walk on the beach, instead of standing around in the crowded night market. On the way, Dain was shivering with fear, wondering what Siala was plotting by dragging Haru along. Siala looked at Dain with a mischievous smile. Clearly, she was thoroughly enjoying this teasing session. The three of them strolled along the quiet night beach, the sound of the crashing waves only adding to Dain's anxiety. Siala innocently said how happy she was to see two of her favorite friends walking together like this. Dain tried to stay calm, telling himself he was in the guise of a normal person and had a disguise spell on, so surely Haru wouldn't recognize him. But a hero's intuition is incredibly sharp. Haru stared at Dain, silently certain she had met him somewhere before. Siala suddenly excused herself to take a phone call, leaving Dain and Shinharu standing there looking blankly at each other. Siala giggled to herself. It looked like she was scheming something. In reality, there was no phone call at all. That was just an alarm Siala had secretly set to create an opportunity for the two of them to be alone. What an unexpected move. Siala made up an excuse about urgent business and rushed off, leaving Dain huffing as he tried to call her back in vain. The space suddenly became unusually quiet. Dain stood frozen, his hand still outstretched as if to pull Siala back while Haru stood silently by, clutching the doll. The sound of their bare feet on the sand crunched through the quiet night. They strolled together under the brilliant full moon, with the waves crashing rhythmically, but the atmosphere between them was incredibly awkward. Dain tried to break the silence with a wry smile, saying Siala was indeed a hard person to read. Haru just nodded silently in agreement. A strange sense of familiarity began to well up inside Haru. She narrowed her eyes at the young man beside her, feeling that his demeanor was very similar to someone she had met before. Haru started to recall her past confrontations with the villain Egostick. From his mannerisms to his gestures, everything kept overlapping with Dain's image. The closer she watched, the higher her suspicion grew. The sharp eyes of a heroine were trying to find a crack in Dain's facade. The moments of battle, the words, and Egostick's arrogant smiles appeared vividly in Haru's mind. She wondered if a coincidence could truly be this big. Suddenly, Haru stopped and looked Dain straight in the face, asking bluntly, "Do you know the villain Egostick?" Dain froze, sweat starting to stream down his face. He tried to keep his expression calm, but his heart was pounding. They stood facing each other amidst the roaring waves. Dain asked back with a look of pure bewilderment, as if hearing the name for the first time. Haru repeated the question seriously, her eyes not leaving Dain for a second. She was waiting for a slip-up. At that moment, inside Dain's mental control room, red alert bells were ringing loudly. The other versions of Dain were panicking, fearing that Siala had sold him out. Another Dain tried to calm everyone down, saying Siala had nothing to gain from that, and perhaps this was just Haru's sharp intuition surfacing. But the current situation was incredibly dire. Haru was waiting for an answer, and Dain looked like he had seen a ghost. In his desperation, Dain decided to go with Plan C, which was to blurt out anything to distract her. So he let out a very awkward loud laugh, pretending he had misheard it as Egogo, cane for the elderly, a brand of walking sticks for senior citizens. a sharp turn that left Haru dazed. To make it more convincing, Dane began to ramble, cursing Egoistic as a piece of trash who disregarded human life. He humiliated himself mercilessly to clear away the suspicion. Dane continued to spew lies, saying Egoistic did everything just for his own gain without any grand ideals. While his mouth said that, he must have been dying inside. Hearing Dane curse himself like that caught Haru off guard. She seemed to want to defend the villain, saying he wasn't entirely evil. Seeing Haru defending him, Dane awkwardly tried to walk it back, saying those were just rumors he'd heard from others. They continued walking in the bizarre atmosphere. Haru suddenly changed the subject, asking Dane what he thought of the hero Stardust. Dane paused for a beat and the sweat started pouring.